Good morning and welcome back for day 2 of the 2024 MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. Our first session will be getting underway in about 5 minutes. If you can begin taking your seats at this time, and do take a moment to silence your mobile devices. Thanks, we'll be underway shortly. Once again, good morning, everyone. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats and silence your mobile devices. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of 2024 Sloan Sports Analytic Conference. My name is Ophir. I am a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. I am very excited to introduce our panel, The Data Revolution, Innovations in Data and Analytics Tools. Our panelists for today are Brooks Deaton, Managing Director of Research and Insights at NASCAR, Carlis Kesbers, Vice President of Global Client Analytics at Ticketmaster, Micheline Rabbit, Head of Sports and Music at Snowflake, and Dejan Mitkovsky, VP of Data Analytics at FanDuel. Our panel will be moderated by Aaron Kelly, Senior Vice President of Enterprise Solutions and Strategy at Kager, Kraft Analytics Group. The panel will be run for 45 minutes, and we'll leave 10 minutes for the end for the questions. Please submit questions via the Cadence app in the event. I will screen them and put them on for Aaron to ask the panelists. Now, Aaron, for you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ofer, and thank you for all your help in organizing this panel. We are so excited. Good morning. First panel of the day. Let's get excited. We've got some really great data and analytics use case stories to share. Our panelists are industry leaders across sports betting and gaming, technology, ticketing, motorsports. Each of these folks represent data creators, data consumers, data enablers, innovators, and data connectors. They sit in the middle of the most innovative data and analytics use cases at their organization and drive business value and differentiated experiences across the ecosystem. So today, we're going to start with just setting the stage in terms of current data and analytics use cases, and then we'll look into the future and figure out what's to come. So to all of our panelists, let's start with a little bit of setting the stage for folks here. So could you each describe the most typical data and analytics use case at your organization? And in what ways have your organizations innovated the approach or tools leveraged for these? I'll start with you, my friend.
I appreciate it, and thanks, Sarah. Thanks, everyone, for having us up here. The use cases that are most common for us, it's all about user behavior, right? It's about understanding how our users interact with our products, how they interact with our marketing, and overarchingly just having a deeper understanding of what they do, right? Because that's the way that we can better engage our customers, right? First off, it's like product engagement. How do they engage with our promotions, right? And then how do we harness that information, harness that data? Because you can take the data, you can deliver it to somebody, but without any insights, it actually doesn't mean anything. And so for us, it's about transitioning all of that data, pulling it together, and actually giving insights back to the business, giving insights to the marketing team, giving insights to our commercial teams. And so that's where we focus a lot of our time on the analytics space, is transitioning from not only BI, but into insights.
Excellent. Awesome. Micheline at Snowflake?
Yeah, I would say for us, really kind of the biggest kind of impact that we've had is being able to enable more organizations to share data more seamlessly. So we all know, we've all kind of been in those situations with business partners where you want to be able to share data in order to be able to drive the most impactful business outcomes, but you're concerned about data privacy, you're concerned you don't want to be sharing PII, you might be storing your data in different clouds, you might be concerned about the use cases that are enabled with your data. But what Snowflake has really focused on is removing all of those blockers so that innovation is no longer hindered by this ability to, or this lack of ability to share data. So some of the first kind of use cases that we really saw this unlocked for were on the marketing side. So no-brainer, right? If you want your, if you're in media and you want your brand campaigns to be successful, you want to make sure that there is the right data available to enable the appropriate targeting, the appropriate measurement. It's really just, you know, the simplicity of being able to share finally in a safe environment that's driven a lot for our customers.
Share and connect.
Exactly.
Carlos?
Yeah, I wish I could record Dejan's response and just play it back. And I think it's such a cool part because when you think about what we're all doing, remove logos, remove teams, organizations, we're kind of all tackling the same type of thing. So Ticketmaster-wise, yeah, we've got our database of purchasers, of fans. we know a lot about them. And from a demographic side of things that we're bringing in, from a transactional and behavioral side of things to bring in, we're starting there. And then trying to do some cohort analysis, some segmentation, and making it actionable insights that we can hand over to the marketing team, that we can hand to sponsorship teams, that we can hand to hospitality areas to see them move that forward. So yeah, really cool that we're kind of in the same areas there.
Yeah, that's awesome. And at NASCAR, Brooks?
Yeah, NASCAR, you know, it may be cliche, but I feel like we have embodied a culture where everything's driven by data and analytics. And so, you know, we've always had the measurement side. We're going to tell you how we did through social, digital, attendees, consumption, engagement. Like, we've always been able to supply measurement on performance. But we also drive strategy, right? So whenever you see executions for NASCAR this year and advertising, we know from our data that there's an educational opportunity for us to have, you know, less avid fans or non-fans to understand our sport a little bit more. And through that, it has to be through the driver lens. And so in all of our creative this year, you'll see helmets off. You're going to see drivers' faces. They're going to tell the story about what it means to be a driver and an elite athlete. So, you know, using data to really drive that strategy. And then the third one's really operational efficiencies. And so, you know, some of that behavioral data or interactions that we have with our guests, how can we change the operations of some of our teams to be more relatable, communicate back to our fans and guests that experiences our races, and know what they're feeling, know what their history was, and be able to talk to them on a personal level. So it really has been transformational to see the change that we've done to just embody data and research in all decision making that we have.
That's excellent. So connecting, enabling, activating, driving business operations as well,
Definitely.
not only the outreach to fans. So let's go a level deeper. Could each of you elaborate on a recently developed analytics tool or use case that's been a game changer for the organization? More specifically, what problems were you trying to address? What kind of data did this new approach generate that maybe you didn't have before? And what's been the overall impact either to your organization, your customers, your partners? We'll go a little bit of a different order. We'll start with you, Carlos.
Yeah, Rob Laycock talked about this on the panel yesterday, but it's been great where, you know, not too long ago, the analytics wing sat by itself. And we did a little bit of a reshuffling, and we brought marketing and we brought pricing and distribution under the same umbrella, calling it revenue and demand. Or if you're a child of the 80s, we call it RAD, to keep ourselves a little bit cool. And we got some great things. One, we got the mind share of the people that are actually using the analytics to come into the room and coach us on, hey, let's look at it this way, let's look at it this way. And then from an activation perspective, we're getting really targeted. So, you know, if there's going to be a super targeted campaign that fits a very specific segment of people, we can dig into that. If it needs to be sedan drivers that are Gen Z, have a high propensity for EDM music, and might go to a country show, like, we can pull that data and put it in the right hands so that it is a customized, personalized offer that they can take advantage of.
Was it hard getting everybody in the room? And like, how did you get started there? What did that first meeting or two look like?
Yeah, what's funny is we did a really good job of collaborating prior to that, which was great, but to formalize it made it wonderful. We had an analytics on-site session for our team not too long ago, and marketing and pricing attended. So we were all in there together, whereas previously, you know, there may have been some collaboration there. But to formalize that and have everybody physically in the same room and make it a priority to do that, and we've done the same. We've gone to the marketing meetings, and we've been participatory in the distribution meetings. And so that's been fantastic.
That's awesome. Micheline, what's been a game changer in your world?
Yeah, I would say kind of in a similar vein to data sharing, one of the big things that we've enabled was kind of a couple of areas. So we somewhat recently launched native apps on our platform. So again, kind of our whole approach is we want to make sure it's easy to bring, make sure that it's easy to activate on your data, right? So in the same way that we're enabling ease of sharing, we're also enabling your ability to take action on your data by bringing apps directly onto our platform. So what that does is, instead of having to bring your data to the applications, it's about bringing the applications to the data. And so again, you don't have to deal with kind of the concerns around passing data back and forth. Again, you also get to leverage the fact that if you are partnering with someone and there's a use case that you want to enable through an application with a partner who is on AWS versus on Microsoft versus on Google, it doesn't matter. On Snowflake, you are just layered on top and able to kind of leverage those applications across kind of regardless of provider.
Yeah, so really reducing the barriers then to be able to get started.
Yeah,
drive the
exactly.
adoption
And making
value.
sure that the tools are very easy to implement because, again, what's the value of data unless you can take action on it easily?
Absolutely. Brooks, on the NASCAR side, what's been a game changer?
Yeah, one example, and Steve Phelps mentioned a little bit yesterday around the event experience. For those that have been to a NASCAR race, it's an experience, right? It's beyond a sporting event. It's a festival atmosphere before the event. And so really, when we looked at how are we going to drive value both for our fans, but also our partners. There's a lot of partners that activate in what we call our midway, and so we wanted to reimagine what that experience could look like. And so we've brought on board called the NASCAR Experience, and it's a huge footprint that has a lot of activities to do. There'll be a trophy case there, a show car, photo opportunities, lounge areas, stages with a run of show, and so it's a pretty produced piece of land. And so what we've done to just really understand, we've done some spatial tracking to understand dwell time, both within that footprint and for our sponsors. So actively tracking where crowds are going. We've had on-site QR data capture, real-time feedback with the different displays that we have within the footprint to understand what's driving that experience that we're trying to get. We also embed kind of a question set in our transactional post-attendee survey that dives into that experience as well. And so now we can take that data and really understand the consumer types that are either enjoying the experience or optimization of the experience. And so that's really been a game changer for us to lift up this new experience that's threaded together and really lay in the landscape for what that looks like in the future. For what is a huge footprint at most NASCAR tracks, how can we orchestrate a more coordinated run of shows so it still drives that excitement for our fans, but drives even more value for our partners when they're activating and getting some lead generation.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And again, it's like, I feel like there is a theme here about just reducing the barriers to be able to have that experience and how to use data to create those connections.
Absolutely.
Dan, game changers.
For us, it's been the technology.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we have so much data that sits in so many different places that bringing that data together and then actually making sense of it.
Yeah.
So that's the first step, because without good data, you're not going to get good insights. Like, it has to start there, right? And I mean, for all the students, you open up your Analytics 101 book, right? Page 1, descriptive, and then going from descriptive analytics to actually predictive analytics. And I think that's been a big game changer for us. And the use case that I want to relay is, we now think about predicting user behavior and using that within our segmentation and how we engage with our customer base, right? And so instead of thinking about what have you done, we do harness that. But then we think about what do we think you're going to do? What do we think you will like to see? And so we use that segmentation in our marketing. We use that segmentation in also how we advance our products. And so I think, like us, it's that connectivity between technology, leveraging the technology, and then advancing our analytical skills and using that in order to just give a better engagement, a better user experience. Because for us, it's always going to start with the user. It's always going to end with the user. So what's that experience like? And how can we take, how can we use partnerships like a Snowflake just to advance how we do analytics?
Two quick follow-up. I'm just curious, size of data that you're dealing with on a daily basis. Like, just give us a little bit of understanding of that.
Our warehouse, our data warehouse, migrating to the lake, but our data warehouse today, we process 6 terabytes of data a day. Okay. So for people who don't understand that, conceptually, if you want to understand that, if you were to take that data, print it out, put it in a binder like an Excel, put it in an encyclopedia format and lay it flat, it would go from here to Charlotte. Okay, that's how much in one day. That's how much data that we compute every single day in our warehouse. So think about, you have to have the technology.
Well, that's it like accentuates the fact that the tech, you can't do any of what you're doing without the tech underneath to be able to make any sense of that.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're fishing when I actually want our analysts to be hunting.
Yeah.
Right? Sorry, maybe it's a terrible analogy, but I want my analysts to be very precise on what they're doing. I want them to understand what they're looking at. With that much information and that much data, you have to have partners, and you have to have these technology partners that do it really well for you. So it's that partnership is just key in order to orchestrate the data and get it in like a very usable format. And what we see is there's an increase for, honestly, our revenues, right? It's for our business. And then because we're getting a better engagement to our customers, we get better business out of it.
I think there's a really cool thing happening right now in our space to where we're all trying to find the balance between technology and the person. And we all want to develop it all in-house. We all want to do it on our own. But there's some really good use cases where you should say, it's not us. This partner over here is actually really doing well and could help us to help our clients, which should always be the focus at the end of the day. And we're doing the same thing. So cool to hear the balance between those two things.
I'm going to jump back in. It's a big jump for a lot of people, especially people who are analytically minded. As like, you know what? I can just do that myself. You know what? I can build that myself. The reality is, like, lean into your partnerships because you want to focus. Again, as an analytics organization or any analytics organization, your goal is insights. Your goal is not merging data. Your goal is not connecting data and finding it. It's just getting to the insight. So the more time that you can give to your teams to do that, the better they'll be at their jobs.
I mean, I think that's the transformation that our industry is going through, right? It becomes a data analyst into kind of a consultant of intelligence, right? I mean, and so you have to understand the technologies that you can leverage, again, through your clients and the objectives at hand. But I think that's where our role is. I mean, we've been empowered more than probably in the lifetime of data and analytics, and it's because of that consultancy arm that they expect of us when we bring what's intimidating, terabytes of data, right? How do you distill that down to where an end client can say, okay, I know what to do now, and go do a job a little more efficiently?
And I think that the good news is the business leads are all being challenged with data needs to be at the root of any business strategy and all of your decision making. And so it just makes it so much easier to kind of work with your data analytics teams, because if you're, if everyone is aligned that should be the foundation, it makes it all kind of a whole more seamless approach, right?
100%. And I mean, I think
there
when
should
it's
be no
aligned,
strategy without the data that,
and when it's aligned with the vision, that's when you can have the confidence to actually tie the right partners together, right? And not feel like you have to take that all on yourself internally or whatnot. So let's actually talk about organizational change a little bit, because I think obviously great insights and experience that you guys are driving. So as your organizations have innovated, what challenges have you encountered in managing and interpreting the results, either of previous tools or newly developed tools? Dan, I'll start with you.
For us, it's just been the growth of our business. I mean, and for sports betting, when I joined FanDuel 3 years ago, we were live in 8 states. Now we're live in 21 states, right? So there's a proliferation of all of this data coming in. And then we are also advancing how we collect data, right? Qualitative data, not only quantitative data, right? That's going to be surveys out to the market, but also in product. So all of these data sources coming in. And the challenge is these data sources live in different spots. Right?
Yep.
And I mean, here, we'll just say silo data, right? So how do you bring that in together? And how do you do that in a way that A, makes sense for the business, and B, is accessible to everyone in a scaled way? Because when you don't do it, then people are scrappy. They'll get to the data however they need to get to the data. People have jobs to do, right? And we have a model, best intentions. People do the best thing that they need to do because, hey, they have a deadline to hit, they have an insight that they have to get to. And if you don't orchestrate that in the right way, then all of a sudden you might have different numbers, different metrics, when they all should be similar, they all should be the same. So I think that's been one of our biggest challenges, is with how much we're growing and how much data that we're producing every single day, how much new data we're producing every single day. How do you bring all the new data in? Because somebody wants to use it, and if you don't bring it in for them as a data team, then again, they'll get scrappy, they'll just go get it themselves. So,
have there been any tactics that you've used to try to break down some of the walls, while also making sure the governance and other pieces like that are in place?
Yeah, I think you just said it, right? I think it's the governance. And again, I mean, everyone can always mature more in that space, but for us, it's about how do you centralize metrics, right? How can you make sure that the calculation for just call it retention rate, is the same across your business units and your business lines versus somebody or the different business units recalculated themselves. Now, it's okay, again, if they have different understanding of it, but how can you make sure at least the people within the business units all use the same metrics? So I think that's the approach that we're taking, right? And again, it's maturity there. Like, we'll continue to mature in that point, but I think that's where you have to give people the tools that they need. Again, let them get back to what they need to do, which is the insight, and don't worry about the orchestration.
100%. And Micheline, from your vantage point, kind of what are some of the challenges that you've seen in terms of that interpretation?
Yeah, I mean, I think one is pretty basic, right? Like the tools need to be simple, and it needs to be possible for the business leaders to have access to the data in addition to technical leaders, right? Because you can't always be kind of hamstrung by having to kind of wait on availability for another team or resourcing in order to get the answers that you need. And we all work in a very fast-moving business. And even if you have the right answer, if it's too late, it doesn't matter, right? It's completely irrelevant. So my background prior to Snowflake was I was on the sports media side with Yahoo Sports, with Bleacher Report, doing lots of content licensing, content distribution deals. And I will say that, of course, in all of those negotiations, data was absolutely at the root. And with Snowflake, what I was really excited about was our tools are getting easier and easier for business users, such as people with my background, to be able to leverage those to make decisions quickly, accurately. That's a big one. And then, of course, cost, right? Cost is always going to be what we're all up against. And I think with Snowflake, what we found to work really well for our customers is our compute model. So you only pay as you go. You only pay based on the actual kind of business value that you're generating, as opposed to any sort of base fees. And so, at least for our customers, it's worked pretty well so far.
That's great. Carlos, you all are interpreting a lot of data all the time for your clients. What are some of the challenges that you've run into as you've either introduced new frameworks, tools, methodologies there?
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's gotten this email, but hey, this is awesome data, but what do I do with this?
Yeah.
And so we are constantly balancing what level of granularity do we want to play with here. And it changes by client. You've got really sophisticated clients where they say, give me the raw data, give me all you got. We'll take it from there. And then we've got others that are curious, and that's where we need to take more of that consultative approach and dive into there. But it's a lot of data. I mean, on our side, we've got a couple hundred data points on most of the people in our ecosystem, spanning all across the different things, from gender to what kind of car they drive to how much money they're typically spending in various areas of live entertainment. Handing that over to someone without any context or storytelling, it's just not going to work, and then it's all gone anyways.
Right.
So we try to find the balance of what are we giving them, what's the story behind it, and then how can we also be respectful of their business so that we're not coming off as saying, you guys should do this. It's, hey, we found some cool data. We think it could be helpful to your organization. Let's work together to see if we can make it happen.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to jump in on that. I love that, by the way, right? It's, why am I doing this work, right? What is my insight, right? Here's what I want you to do with it. And then last step is, here's the impact that you should see. Right? Should see, right? And but again, like a consultant, like an internal consultant, that's the framework for a good analyst and a good piece of analysis. And if you don't go all the way through to, hey, here's what you should do and your impact that you should see after that, I don't think you're done.
That's
Maps or KPI.
Yeah.
We start a lot of processes, especially in the custom world, of 3 questions. What do you want to learn, among who, and what are you going to do with it? And so we kind of task them to start thinking about how to put that data into motion. A lot of what Carlos said is kind of where NASCAR is too. I think it's an educational journey for us. Obviously, the data is unlimited and continues to come at a fast rate. It's just, it really comes down to a relationship with your internal clients or industry clients, candidly. And there's, again, some of our clients that are very comfortable with Tableau reporting, dashboards, whatever the case is. There's others that seeing numbers scare them. Understanding statistics scares them. So I think that's where we have to find out areas where we're pushing rope and reassess like how we are treating that relationship and kind of reintroduce ourselves in a different way to be a value add versus just a data supplier that could become commoditized pretty easily if we don't have that narrative and that understanding around it. So for us, it's just, again, we always want to be ahead of where the business is from a technology and a data insight standpoint. But what I say is we can't lap them, right?
Yeah.
We can't be just running circles around them and leave them confused because, again, then it just kind of starts getting dismissed.
Right.
So
Not even a short track lap, right?
yeah, no. Big tracks. Yeah.
Exactly. Cool, that's awesome. And I love that, like leaning into, I think the questions kind of challenges around interpreting data. Y'all saying like, hey, no, let's instead of being reactive to those challenges, let's actually lean in and provide a path forward to how to deal with them. All right, we're going to go to the future. So thank you so much for setting the stage here in terms of what's happening today. So Carlos, we'll start with you. As the industry adapts to changing consumer behaviors, including ticket purchase behaviors, and you guys had some great panels yesterday, what future developments in analytics tools will be crucial to effectively enhance end user experience and optimize the end-to-end event management?
Yes. So we've had some fun this past year, and we're still very much kind of testing and discovery in this, but we're trying to use our data to go get more data. And what I mean by that is surveying, essentially. So we've worked with a couple different clients on things like brand health and creative testing and sponsor recall, stuff like that, where when you're typically doing a market research study, the hardest part of that is finding the cohort that is relevant at a cost that makes sense, and then hopefully the output is statistically relevant enough to implement from there. Fortunately, we don't really have that problem. We've got a massive database, and we know a lot about them. So, we've worked like Premier Lacrosse League, and we know people that have a high propensity for lacrosse. So let's go ask them the questions and get the answers that they need, and let's do it in a quick way to try and get that analysis across the finish line as quickly as possible. And the most fun part about that is I used brand health or anything as a placeholder. It could be anything. So our clients do an awesome job with post-event surveying and all of that kind of stuff. So what can we come to the table with to provide that outside look with people that may not be in the database but might be in ours and kind of finish drawing that circle for them?
Yeah. How have you seen that blend of kind of that non-transactional data, that research, in with the like what does that actually look like as you guys put that together?
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
And the best part about it is, we're a ticketing company, technology, and we're building some really cool products, but we find ourselves now with conversations with sponsorship teams and marketing teams and arena renovations. So it's really cool that, obviously at the end of the day, we want people to have a great fan experience and get from their driveway to driveway, seamlessly scanning and all of that. But if we can be participatory in these other areas of the business, then it makes us so much stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. Micheline, on the technology side, so as technology evolves, what data and analytics use cases do you foresee cloud tech solutions like Snowflake unlocking for the sports industry? Any opportunities or challenges that may arise?
Yeah, there's so many when it comes to the data sharing kind of use case opportunities. Again, this is where I just get super excited, honestly, because coming from the business side where there were those blockers in terms of being able to share and get to the business outcomes you want, it's really exciting that we're getting to a place where those blockers are removed. So some of the use cases I think I mentioned, media being able to share with brands for more successful sponsorship campaigns is one. I think with betting companies like FanDuel being able to share with media to be able to enhance content appropriately with betting insights, and of course for marketing purposes, leagues being able to share with teams so that teams have a more 360 view of who their fans are. Teams being able to share with their ticketing partners and with their merchandise partners so that you can enable the best possible experience for the fan both inside and outside of the arena. It's just really kind of endless. With sports, there are so many key players that contribute to the fan journey that we can be so much more powerful if we just collaborate and share a bit more to kind of enhance what we're offering to the fan.
I love that, connecting all the fan journey at touch points. Dan, from your vantage point, so with the constant innovation in fantasy sports and gaming, what advancements in data and analytics use cases do you foresee? And how might the integration of new technologies and data sources impact FanDuel's future analytics strategy?
Yeah, so for us, I'm going to jump on like what Micheline said, right? Yeah. I think it's all about the technology. Mm-hmm. It's all about the advancement of the data. Mm-hmm. Our business, like we think about it from a product standpoint. when sports betting first came out, it's, hey, you're going to bet on this sport this evening, right? And then now it's advanced to, oh, I can bet on the next play. I can bet on what's going to happen for the rest of the game, right? And I think about that from a user perspective. So it's about the interconnectivity of the data. It's about making sure that we are understanding what do our users want and going into more personalization, right? And I think that's the advancement for us, is we're collecting more data, and like I was saying, like all the marketing data, when I say all the marketing data, survey data, qual data, quant data, all of this data, betting history, but also hopefully some preferences, right? Are the data that we're collecting within our own products. Now, when you connect all of those things, how can you make that experience really special for our customers? How can you get them more engaged? And I think that's where the advancement using the technology is gonna benefit FanDuel the best, but benefit the users the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And going beyond just, to your point, the product level transactional data to the
right.
marketing data and tying that all together. And we're going to get those binders down to Daytona, to Miami.
Oh yeah, I mean they'll be far.
Right. Awesome. And Brooks, from NASCAR standpoint, what role will data and analytics play in the innovation of NASCAR going forward and the motorsports industry overall? I think there's a lot of change happening.
Yeah, you know, I'd probably go back to 2019 when NASCAR and ISC merged together, and so that took two businesses that, you know, again, under the same umbrella, but whenever that happened, us from the NASCAR side became responsible for selling tickets, right? And those on the ISC side became more interested in what the importance is from a brand standpoint, the NASCAR brand and what that carries. And so, you know, what that's opened up for us is really that ability just to look across, flip our business model to look through the consumer's experiences of our sport, instead of kind of how our business models work. And so we're really pushing from an industry standpoint to continue to challenge ourselves to structure our business and our data intelligence through how the consumers weave through the industry. And so really building out better predictive modeling, personalization. I mean, again, at the heart of it is how can we generate confidence in the next best action that we're going to ask a consumer to do. And so the creation of more robust journeys that not always end in a ticket sale, but maybe when we want to get someone to play fantasy or to subscribe to a newsletter, maybe when we want to drive them to watch our Netflix docuseries. And so just understanding a lot of those opportunities that now a more robust set of data, not only for NASCAR, but we're really trying to get that within the motorsports industry to understand, again, how can we better understand and cater to what these fans want across the system.
That's such a cool point. And the NBA has a great statistic that 99% of their fans will never attend an actual NBA game.
Yeah.
And so that speaks to the fact that, you know, these fan journeys can start and end anywhere. And sometimes the most successful journey for someone might end in a t-shirt order online, and that's fantastic. Yeah. How can you scale that appropriately so you're making everybody's day? And yeah, they might attend an event, they might buy a hat, they might activate in some other way, but that's going to require more data to better understand what they need to get to.
Yeah, that's awesome. So there's some awesome questions coming in from the audience, so thank you very much and keep them coming. Let's jump there for a minute. So first question, so it can be expensive to develop tools and resources to collect and analyze data. How do you get buy-in from senior stakeholders on the value and necessity for these tools? Dan, you want to start?
Yeah, I'll go back to something Carlos said earlier, right? Where when any type of work that you're going to do, right? Where you have to understand here's what I want you to do with this information, and then it's going to come back to the impact. You have, guys, it's a business. If you're going to invest in something, you have to get a return from whatever you're going to invest in. So if I'm going to ask for X number of dollars, I have to have X plus something in return. Yeah. And so I think, but it's painting that picture. It's painting that picture for whoever you have to go ask for the funding, but the executives. But it's not only the return, but also how will this help the business, right? How will it advance what we're doing? I'm a big believer that data's the underlying pin across all the different business units, across technology, across products, across marketing, and you have to be able to use the right tech and use the right investment strategies in order to then help everyone get better.
More times than not right now, analytics teams are seen as cost centers, and that mindset needs to flip. They have to be seen as revenue producers. It's not going to be the same for everybody, but hopefully, if you're building a prospect model that gets deployed and it creates a large amount of revenue, should the analytics team claim all of that? No, absolutely not. But there should be some sort of defined, agreed upon metric that you can then go to the boardroom and say, hey, we helped produce this amount of money, and we need this resource to then produce this amount of money.
Right.
Are we all on the same page here?
I totally agree with that. And I mean, even if you think about like sponsorships, sports sponsorships are expensive, right? We all know that. And in order to activate them on them appropriately, you have to be leveraging data. Otherwise, talk about costs. I mean, you're talking about potentially negating the value of those investments if you're not implementing them appropriately. Yeah, it's basically what's the cost of making bad decisions, right? That's that's the alternative.
Yeah, I love it. So we've talked a lot about connecting and sharing data. So a great question here. So how do you work and share data with your partners? So e.g. NASCAR and Full Speed Netflix or FanDuel and other teams and leagues to support both sides. What does that data sharing kind of relationship look like?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we go into relationships where any conversation, it can start with the data, right? Let's just go and build intelligence on both sides. I mean, that's really the function of whenever we kick off a conversation or a new product or platform. We just try to start conversations with what do we know? What do we know about our fans? What do we know about our brand? From a partner standpoint, understanding what they're trying to get out of it. And kind of who their objectives and any data they have to the table or can bring to the table. And so, for us, I kind of look at data as like that should be the introduction for any new relationship is here's who we are, here's what we know. And so that's really what we try to push for, as we look towards the future and our new media rights deal. There's a lot of uncertainties as to what is an audience going to look like. And so the better we can start to align with some of these new partners that we have, the better we're going to be whenever we start to, create marketing campaigns and segmentations and audience analysis. And so it just starts with simple conversations of almost an introductory of who we are and what we know.
Yeah, setting the table, and then
Absolutely.
You can figure out from there. And anything to add here in terms of sharing data with partners?
I mean, we have really good partnerships with most of the with all the teams and leagues, right? And so we definitely share data across to them because, again, it's a collaborative process. You're going to get farther together than you are by yourself. And so, being able to help our partners understand how users are behaving, how they're behaving on their end. There's a lot more to get done on that space, but I think for us, it's very similar to Brooks, right? As long as you're collaborating with your partners and advancing both sides, right? It's a win-win, and you can do that with data.
Awesome. Another question here. So what is the biggest innovation in tools that have improved your abilities to actually collect cleaner data? Cleaner in quotes. Micheline, anything from the Snowflake side?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, the essence of our platform kind of in its entirety, right? We enable, the biggest thing I think is, and what our customers get most excited about is they don't have to have concerns about governance and the safety of their data. They know that when they enable data sharing, that not only, of course, obviously, it's securely being shared only to the appropriate partner, but also for very specific use cases, it can also be role-based in terms of who has access to the data. They can see who's looking at the data. They can see who's taking action on the data in any capacity. So I think that level of ability to really kind of keep tabs on what is happening with your data at a very, very granular level is what
I love that definition. You're like taking that cleaner, and it was in quotes, from like standard to actually like what's the right governance and user role and permissions framework. That, if you think about it, that's where you're going to spend a whole lot of time not even looking at the data before you can actually touch maybe a messy data set. That becomes almost the easier part, is the messy data set to fix up.
And that's, I mean, you think about the changes that are going to come from what we know about anonymized users here soon. Our goal is really to grow our database. And so I'd say where our role is how do we smartly grow our database, right? Because it's easy to grow, right? It's easy to get more numbers, but how are we going to execute on it smarter? But intake it smarter. So finding technology companies and partners to help us understand what data is most meaningful to have that growth opportunity is really key for us to grow in a smart way, not just grow.
I'm going to jump in there.
Yeah.
When someone says clean data, when you're merging data sources, it's not clean.
I know.
It's never clean. So for the students out there, when you get into work, like the data's not going to be clean. And this is going to be a little bit about the future state of data, right? And how do you leverage the technology? How do you leverage partners like a Snowflake, right? To help you ingest that data, help you normalize that, help you govern that data, and then you can have a repository of clean data, right? Because, I mean, if you rewind 10 years, analysts, 10 years, even sooner than that, right? Analysts are cleaning the data themselves.
Yeah.
Even today, analysts are cleaning the data. They're trying to merge two data sets, and they're manually doing this. It's time that's taken up from their day that they should be looking at insights, that they should be looking at the data in a unique, strategic way. And I think that it's hard, right? But that's where the future should take us. Again, working with our partners to make sure that you know, you're not doing it all yourself, because the technology is going to be there. Listen, we're on a panel. We're on a panel, and no one said AI yet. Okay, so here I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it. But listen, here's a reality, right? You can lean into these technologies in order to help you do this. You can lean into modeling that can say, okay, here's how I want the data structured. Take these 4 different sets and structure it in this way for me. And you don't have to do it yourself, right? Now, again, you have to monitor it, you have to govern it, but that's where that's where we're headed, right? And you have to embrace that. And it's like, and I'll be honest, you don't have to build it yourself. There's companies that are doing specifically that for you, so lean into that and leverage that, because that's how you're just going to become better, because speed matters. Getting to market matters.
And it's ongoing, like it doesn't stop. You made the point of, as you bring in new data sets, things get messy. It's like my 10-year-old daughter comes out of her room and says, hey, Dad, I cleaned my room. Great. And then 3 days later, I walk in, I'm like, what the hell happened here? Like, as it gets messy really, really quick, over and over and over again. So you have to constantly be on and making sure everybody's looking at it all the time.
One of the processes we try to do when we bring on new data, new technology, whatever it is, we try to be kind of the liaison to bring those companies to our client side of the business, so they can hear, again, an aspect and a POV that you know, data and analytics people sometimes can't communicate effectively. And so to bring them together, one, I think it gives the company that, you know, we're working with a better understanding of our DNA and where we're trying to go through those that are going to execute it. And so it provides a layer of transparency and an understanding that now we know the common goal, and from a data and analytics standpoint, how are we going to go achieve it versus what we just heard.
So there's actually an awesome question here for you, Brooks, and kind of leaning into some of what you talked about with the NASCAR experience. So traditional NASCAR fans and new NASCAR fans have differing wants from the sport. How do you use data to find a balance between those two fan types?
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, what motivates people to tune into sports or NASCAR in general is, you know, competition, social belonging. A lot of the characteristics are the same that we see no matter who the fan is. I think where we really start to see the difference is their engagement touch points. And so, you know, more of our legacy fans, established fans, they traditionally came in from TV and a family influence. When we look at kind of our new set, we have about 30% of our fans who raise their hands, say, I've been following your sport for 3 years or less. Their entry points, it's still seeing on TV, so broadcast still, distribution, media is still important. Social media is number 2. And then you look deeper in the data, and it's really just that cultural relevancy. How is it crossing their lives and intersecting with, again, maybe it's fashion, maybe it's merch, maybe it's you know, music. The intersections are so much different. So how are you prepared to introduce your brand in a non-traditional way? And so I think that's the biggest difference from what we see in fans. You know, the fan loyalty program, the fan rewards initiative that we have is a great opportunity for us to understand that 30% of those that are joining that platform or coming in through that platform are new to our database. And so that allows us to create all new opportunities to understand how we can cater to this person who's coming into our ecosystem for the first time. We know the data richness that they provide. We get about 60% more data on these people. And so the opportunity to understand who they are from an onset through that platform is a huge advantage for us to then kind of expand that to a wider net of who we're trying to bring into our ecosystem.
I'm gonna jump in
please.
there, right? I mean, we've said personalization up here a few times, right? And that's exactly what that is, right? Understanding the behaviors, understanding where you've been, understanding what are you consuming, right? I can talk about FanDuel. We understand what games you like, right? What games at least you're making a bet on. What games are you putting a lineup on a fantasy sport, right? We understand from our casino business, our horse racing business, all these different business units, what are your, I wouldn't say preferences, but what is your behavior dictating that you want? Now, how do we take that, right? And how do you then cultivate that, and how do you turn that into, here's what I think you should, here's what I think the next thing you want is, right? And I think that's where going into personalization and a little bit answering the question, but from a FanDuel lens, where it's understanding all of your behaviors, and then let me give you an experience based off of those behaviors. Or even more, let me then predict what I think you want. Right? And let me lean into that and give you those preferences. And then we can monitor that, because if your engagement increases, it means we did a good job. If your engagement decreases, okay, let's probably revert back, but at least you know what you're doing and you know the impact.
And that's, I think that's the thing. You have to communicate that this is iterative, right? We're going to learn and get better. May or may not, we want to get more confidence as the models build, but this is where we want to go, and we're going to learn, no matter successes or less successes, how to get better in the future.
And I think the biggest point is the younger generation of fans, they expect that level of personalization. It's not, it's table stakes for them. So enabling them not only to have a personalized experience, but also an experience that they can have some level of control and interaction with in order to kind of determine what is being put in front of them. Those are super key.
So transitioning a little bit to some of the people, I think an interesting question here. So as use cases have evolved, what skills or roles are you looking for that maybe you weren't before, whether that's 3 or 5 years ago? And is there kind of a new role in the organization?
Here, I'll jump in. My number one trait for anyone who's in data, who's in analytics, is curiosity. You have to be curious. Like, I want people to think about things we've never thought about. I want people to go, wow, what if I combine these things together? What if I turn it in this way? And, oh, this is a new insight. What does that do for the business? And so curiosity, I think, is key. The second biggest thing, and Carlos was getting into this earlier, it's storytelling. Guys, if you spin data up, you can have the most beautiful insight that's transformative to your entire business. But if you don't know how to communicate that to the business, it's actually not worth anything, right? And so for the students and even the younger professionals, like, work on that storytelling, right? Work on, how can I take this and what does it mean to the business? How can I dissolve this into a very simple nugget, right? It's not about spreadsheets and spreadsheets of data. It's about one little insight and then what it can do for you. So those are the things. It's a little bit of the softer skills, because the technical skills, a lot of people have already. So I'd lean into
the curiosity is going to push that third why, in terms of why is this happening? What does that mean to the business? And then how can you tell the story around those pieces too?
That's right.
Well, one of the newer roles you're starting to see on the sports side are what you see typically in any tech organization are product owners that are managing the relationships with the snowflakes, with the ticket masters, and developing things. And it's a really great use case, because that person is solely charged with gathering the requirements, asking questions, and then helping in the decision-making process, so that it doesn't rely on a siloed environment and you receive some tech that can't help the rest of the organization. So there's a couple teams you've seen on that. So from the student perspective, the definition of strategy and analytics is getting wider and wider and wider, and you can find yourself in a really interesting role where, okay, maybe you're not the strongest in SQL or Python or anything like that, but you understand it, and you can tell the story about it, and you can carry a conversation in the room. There's always going to be a role for that type of person.
I'm going to jump back in. At FanDuel, we have a data product organization, right? We have a team of people who just focus on the data, right? A data product, and that's a beautiful thing, because data is a product in my eyes, right? Everything that we've been talking about, bringing it together, merging it. Like you're producing a new product, you're producing new data that people need access to, right? And you need people that understand it. You need people that understand the business side of it, and you need people that understand the technology side of it. And that's where those two things come together. So we have product managers, product owners, specifically on data. I know for us, that's grown tremendously over the last couple of years.
What is that? Maybe an example here, just like what's an example of a data product that then FanDuel would have? Is it like a consolidated environment that you then are empowering the product owners to do research and analysis against, or?
Yeah, so exactly right, right? Like for me, because we have so many disparate pieces of disparate systems that have the data, right? As we merge those things together and we create one unified view, right, or some type of view for a customer. That's a product to me, right? When we take data and stream it real time back into the product or back into a team, that's a product to me. To me, a dashboard's a product, right? If I'm taking my segmentation and I'm pushing that out into my marketing tools, those are products I'm delivering to you. So as you are taking raw data and doing transformations of that data, you're creating new products, right? And then you're pushing those products back into the business.
That's awesome.
On the role question, I mean, I think my role's maybe an example as well, right? So Snowflake has, an amazing number of brilliant engineers who've built these beautiful products. And then they bring in somebody like me who has spent the last 20 years, up at night thinking about, the business KPIs that have to be solved for. So I guess I'm fortunate that it's something that they've thought about. But similar to Dayan's point in terms of somebody who can kind of help build the narrative, but working backwards from the business problem. And coming to the root of the reason why those data solutions are necessary and why they're not going to be a cost center. They're going to drive revenue and they're going to drive growth.
That's great. Awesome. All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a step back and then look at the sports industry overall. So curious to get your perspective here. So which sports industry issues are not currently being tackled via data and analytics? Which ones should? And what are some of the key steps required to enable the application of insights to address these problems?
I'll start. I think, and this is sports specific, I think we're doing a really good job of preparing analysts and strategy people to go make more money somewhere else. I think, and this kind of goes back to the cost center conversation that we had, is these and students especially, they're providing such value to the organization, and on the sports side, it's getting a little bit better for sure, but we should see them getting paid more at the end of the day and staying and helping the organization long term. It's such an opportunity for us, and we should be using data and analytics to help prove that case study.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'll say one area, and I'll just go back to understanding customers better. I mean, is there a really great way to understand sentiment? Is there a really great way to understand emotion? Because I'd love to understand that in the sports industry. Like, you can live, I live in Detroit, right? Does it mean I'm a Detroit fan? Right? Do you know my emotions for my sport teams? Do you even know what my sport teams are?
If I didn't talk to you backstage, I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. I'm a passionate Detroiter, but to that point where it's like, how can we harness that type of information, right, in the sports? Like, because I mean, think about it. When you think about a live sporting event, you think about fans cheering, you think about people clapping, you think about people yelling. I don't have that data. I love it. And it's something I want. And I think that's a gap there where someone will figure out somehow, some way to harness that information at scale. Like, you can do it out of surveys, right? But what I wanted is on a bigger scale, right? And I think that's a bit of a gap, that it's an emotional industry. It's a passionate industry. But I don't have that information yet.
That's awesome.
I have a pretty specific thought on that one. I think it'll be really interesting when data analytics can be leveraged to empower college athletes more. So we have this massive change in that athletes are now able to control their NIL, but how do they do that? Is anybody helping them to do that effectively? They need to be able to develop their own data sets and figure out how they want to action on those data sets, how they want to monetize those data sets. They need the appropriate tools. They need the appropriate guardrails. There's just so much opportunity. The fact that the rules have changed, that's a great start. But now how do you actually enable them to be successful and to generate value from those new opportunities that they have? And again, of course, the answer is in the data and giving that ability to control.
Awesome. All right, rapid fire. It's like Abe Madcore style here. Future advancements in sports and business-related data and analytics tools on the horizon. Quick one. We'll start with Brooks.
You know, I still think we have a lot to go with biometrics, neurological measurements. I mean, I think it's getting to the emotional connections of our sport. I think you can do that through the athlete as well as through the consumer. And so I'll stay that quick.
Cool.
I'll use a cheesy answer. It's going to be people.
Yeah.
You know, I teach at the University of Oklahoma, and the students that are coming out of these collegiate programs could run circles around me today. And so leaning into what they know, the technologies that they're using, that they're getting more familiar with, we're going to have to adopt those things so that they can be maximized.
I'm going to go cliche. I think it's about giving the creative leaders within the organizations access to be able to leverage generative AI, I would say.
And last thought?
Aggregation of kind of all of those, right?
Yeah.
How do you use the AI, and then how do you get back into, like I said, what I want is emotion.
Yeah.
What I want is the passion.
Yep.
And how do I cultivate that, and then I can use it to better the user experience.
Awesome. Well, thank you all. This was great. It always goes quickly. So I think for me, big learning is around that connection, both on the data, but really around the partners and the ecosystem around it. And enjoy the rest of the day at Sloan. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. And thanks again for joining us at the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Jacob Harrison, and I'm a first-year MBA candidate at MIT Sloan, and it's my pleasure to introduce our panel, Behind the Scenes in Sports Negotiating, What the Fans and Media Don't Get to See. Our panelists today are Dennis Lindsay, Senior Advisor at the Dallas Mavericks, Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations for the Philadelphia 76ers, Nico Harrison, General Manager and Vice President of Basketball Ops for the Dallas Mavericks, and Monty McNair, General Manager of the Sacramento Kings. Our panel will be moderated by Deepak Malhotra, Professor at the Harvard Business School. This panel will run for 45 minutes and we'll leave 10 minutes at the end for audience questions. Please submit questions via the Cadence app. You can navigate to this panel via the schedule pane in the menu and navigate to the panel Behind the Scenes in Sports Negotiating. Questions can be submitted at that event and then will be selected by the moderator. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Deepak.
Thanks, Jacob. Good morning, everyone. I am honored and delighted to be here with all of you, not just this esteemed group of panelists, but all of you. I know there's a lot of things you can be doing on a Saturday morning, and you chose to spend it with us, and we're going to try to make it worth your while. The idea behind this session basically came out of a conversation I had with Daryl a few months ago, where we were talking about how often it is that there is a discrepancy between what fans want to see happen and what actually happens. What the sports journalists are saying should happen and the decisions that these folks actually make. And it's not uncommon that fans are annoyed, frustrated, disappointed, bewildered, or angry about the decisions that are being made that seem completely irrational. And one hypothesis is that if people could really see what is happening behind the scenes, what's really getting these decisions to be made in the way that they are, perhaps that discrepancy would be a little bit smaller. And that's what we're going to try to do today, because sometimes what looks like irrational behavior from a distance, when you get a little bit closer, you realize is something a little bit different. Irrational would be somebody doing something that, knowingly doing something that goes against their own self-interest. Usually, at least in my experience, what looks like irrational behavior is one of three other things. It may look irrational to us, but really what's going on is that these people have interests that are a little different than we expect. They have interests that we don't fully appreciate. They're optimizing for something a little bit different than we would want them to optimize for. A second possibility is it's not irrational. They just have certain constraints that we don't have good visibility on. There's pressures, their hands are tied in certain ways that we can't tell, but they're aware of. And finally, another explanation for what might look like irrational behavior is that there is an information gap. They happen to know certain things that we just don't know. Of course, it could go the other way around as well. The median fan might know something that these folks haven't considered, but we'll put that as a possibility as well. So what we're going to do is, in this panel, is starting out, explore each of these buckets, each of these possible explanations for why there might be a discrepancy between what the fans want to see or expect to happen, or what actually ends up happening. The constraints, the interests, and the information gap. And then we'll do some different things as we go farther along. I'm going to start out with Monty, and I'm going to ask him to just reflect on negotiations that you've been a part of, player negotiations, trade negotiations, where there's constraints that you're facing that might not be visible to the people on the outside or that people might not appreciate fully.
Yeah, I think one big one is that we're all on any decision is trying to resist the urge to just win the press conference, which is the easiest thing. Like release that pressure, do maybe the popular thing the fans want or the media is going to fawn over, get a draft grade, which I know Daryl loves to talk about. We've done some things that didn't win the press conference, but the freeing thing I think for us is at the end of the day, fans just want to win. Media just is going to respect if you win, and so if you win enough in the long term, they'll go back and maybe change that grade.
Okay, so there's a difference between pressure to do something right now and show some results, some forward movement, versus a long-term strategy that might make you do something different.
And Monty, they might literally go back and change the grade.
Other constraints.
Joke for the audience.
Constraints that you've dealt with that you don't think people fully appreciate.
Constraints for me? Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you. Sorry, I zoned out on you, Deepak. Yeah, it's real simple.
It's early.
Agents are a big conduit to all professional sports, and we've had several examples. You got a giggle earlier, Deepak, of this, so I won't name the agent or the player, but it was a power agent, and he heard when we were in Utah that there was a chance that we could trade for him, and he called me and he said, "Dennis, please, don't do it. He's a diva, and you and I will be the most miserable human beings on the face of the earth for the next year, so don't do it. So in making light of the situation, but it's not only information from a standpoint and limitations of who you can get, but many times in certain markets it's who you can keep. And it's a big constraint of ours.
Yeah. What about other stakeholders? You have owners, you have the league, any of these, you have star players on your team. Are they ever placing any constraints on what you can and can't do that might not be so obvious?
Owners putting constraints? No, yeah, there's definitely, I mean, owners will put constraints on you. They might say, hey, we don't want to go into tax this year for whatever reason, and that's going to put a constraint on in terms of what you're able to get done if they're not willing to pay the tax. And then the other thing could be is we're willing to pay the tax, but we have to be good enough to pay the tax. We have to be good enough to win. And so when you're going to make moves that will incrementally make you better but not good enough to win, then a lot of times you're going to say, okay, we're going to keep our powder dry, wait till next year, wait till this summer before we really go all the way in.
I think it might be important for people to understand how decisions are really made at pretty much most sports teams. I won't, it's not all, but there is somewhat often a perception of that there's a lead decision maker, a Monty, a Nico, that, has a team of people, but then just makes a decision and you just go off. And it's really almost never like that. That might happen with maybe a minor move, but on any significant move, it's more of a dialogue. It's a conversation among all these key stakeholders where hopefully if it's done well in that decision-making unit, there's input from all the important people. If there's people on different sides of it, there's information presented, there's sides talked about. And while you and the lead just might make a recommendation like, hey, this is the direction we think we can go, you better be ready to justify it. And if you're about to go in a direction you don't think is a good idea, your job is to convince people not to do it. And sometimes I feel like when there are those pressures that people try to absolve their responsibility by saying, oh, there was all these pressures, that's why that bad move happened. But the reality is our job is actually also to be the ones convincing the key people that, hey, whether that be the media, best players, owners, the agents of the players, that this is the right move for everybody. That is maybe one of the biggest parts of the job now.
And who's easiest to convince and who's hardest?
I can add a little bit. It's a great point, Daryl. And all of us coming from a San Antonio tree, Deepak, have been trained in negotiation training by Ron Shapiro. His influence in the league, Sam Presti, Danny Ferry, myself, it goes on and on with Ron. And several of us didn't grow up inside of a typical management background or a legal background. So the negotiation piece makes us very nervous. So Ron was very key. And a big point that Ron embedded in us and when we did the training really struck home is the biggest piece of a negotiation, especially bigger deals, is your internal negotiation. It's 90% of it. It's negotiating to your owner. It's negotiating to your star player. It's negotiating to your own management group, your coaching staff. Some of the biggest fights I've had to put out internally with conflict, and competition always breeds conflict, is the health performance versus the coaches. The coaches really want a player. Health performance is he's not healthy enough to take the ball on a nightly basis.
Well, so that player might have their own opinion on what should happen. And yeah,
absolutely. So that internal piece is really you can't go to market with a unified message unless you have your group somewhat. In our last trade deadline, Nico is a good example. Nico wasn't satisfied with where we were at as a group before he ever made the calls and did a really good job of bringing us to a point where we can make a decision.
I would mention another key stakeholder that's probably developed in the last 10 to 15 years in the NBA is the key people around the best players. So if you imagine how important the best players are in our game, they're very rational, generally very smart folks as well, these players, or they don't get to the top of the league. It's not just talent. Generally, the top players in the league not just have talent, they have a drive and an intelligence that have put them at the top. And they rationally say, I'm making all this money, if I put a team around me, now I can do more, and that could be a workout guy, that could be a health guy, that could be a nutritionist. Those people also are very key influencers around the best player, and they often work with multiple players in the league. So it becomes a very complex space. Nico probably knows this the best, given your background of manage all the key influencers, honestly.
Yeah, and you asked which ones was the most important, and
Thank you for actually answering the question that was asked. I was going to have to repeat it.
I was just going to let these guys talk for a while. It really depends who's the squeaky wheel at the time, and I think it rotates, it changes. It's not always the star player, it's not always the owner, it's not always the coach, but it's going to be each one of those in different periods of time. So it's really like understanding where your organization's at and who's really the squeaky wheel, and then who can you kind of calm down, get to neutral, and then who, if you can't calm them down, then maybe you have to do something.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you have to do?
You might have to make a trade.
Or
trade them.
I thought you were figuring out how to separate them from the best players. Okay, I got you.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
That's high risk, though.
Yeah.
So Nico, I appreciate you first actually answering the question, but then you did use a separate crutch, which is, it depends. But I think that seems reasonable, because at any given time, the person that's going to be the hardest to convince is just going to vary depending on the situation. Let's sort of move away from just identifying the stakeholders and some of the constraints that might exist, and go in a direction that, Manu, you also already kind of hinted at, which is that interests can be different. You might have fans that want to see forward movement right now, but internally you're thinking a little bit more for the longer term. And if you have a different time horizon, you might decide to do something very different than people want to see right now. Other kinds of interests or examples of situations where you found yourself doing something that makes perfect sense to you because of what you're trying to achieve, but maybe the fans or the media or folks that are talking about it on the outside don't fully get what it is that you're trying to get to.
I think there's a few different things. One is a lot of times we just have different information. The tracking data, there's some of it's public, but that's a huge part of how we're evaluating things. So there could just be a big difference in evaluation. There's obviously another big one I think is which the basketball panel talked about last time. We're able to talk the coach's language a little bit more, but you still don't know from the outside what the scheme was, what was expected, and so you may think one player is doing something right when really it's another player that's affecting that. So having the internal, kind of what your coaches are asking of these guys and who's actually doing it, that can also change the evaluation. So I think what fans see from the outside often lines up, but sometimes there could be some big differences.
Not to call on you again, Nico, but you faced it in a big public way at the end of last season.
Yeah, I did. With the Kyrie trade, a lot of people, they didn't really know Kyrie, and they knew what happened in Brooklyn, and his reputation wasn't that great, but I knew who the person was. I knew his character, I knew his core. I've known him since high school, I knew his family, so I was willing to take that risk because I knew who he was, and I knew what the public perception of him wasn't actually who he was, so I was willing to take that gamble because I knew his core.
Well, it sounds like there's also an arbitrage opportunity there then, right? So if everybody else sees it this way, but you happen to have information that makes it a little bit more valuable, you can get it on there.
I could either be the smart one or I could be the dumb one too. But in this case, when you know somebody and you know their core, then you're willing to take that risk or that gamble, but you know enough information.
I was referencing, I've never seen play out so directly. You guys had to focus on the future at the end of last year. And your draft pick and things like that. And I've been in that situation where your best player's like, we need someone now, and you know that you're maybe not quite good enough to win the title this year. So you have to be the one who either convinces the best player, okay, we need to focus on the future a little bit, or just agree to disagree at some point. I'm assuming he likes who's on the team now with him. So.
He does like the people on the team.
Yeah.
And that's the balance. You have to give up something to get something, and it's a balance between tomorrow and today. And I think that's what we all kind of struggle with is, what are we willing to give up today for tomorrow, and vice versa.
Yeah. And it sounds like the interests and the constraints are sort of intertwined as well. So you know where you want to go, but there's a bunch of folks who want to do it differently, even internally. As you said, you know, what's happening on your side of the table. In the world of negotiations, we often call that the shadow negotiation. What's actually happening behind the scenes on your side. And as you pointed out, that can often be more complicated than what's happening across the table from the other side. Shifting briefly now to the question of information. Again, Monty, you got us started thinking about information you may have access to that others don't actually have access to. And earlier, Dennis, you gave an example of that as well. You're hearing from an agent, listen, trust me, this is going to end up badly for you. That's not something you can report in the media. That's not something you can go to the fans and tweet about and saying agent X said player Y would be toxic to our organization. But you know that, and so you have to act on that. Other examples where you think that if the information flow was there, people on the outside would get a better sense of why it is that you're doing what you're doing, and from any of you. Yeah.
I'll take it. I think early on in Daryl's career in Houston when he joined us, you know, we were obviously on the forefront of data and software and personnel and analysis, and specifically what Monty said, there's information, particularly at that time, that we had that most teams didn't have, but certainly the public didn't have, and the Shane Battier trade. And Shane is one, he's got a room after him that we all love. We had great management, scouting, agreement, and Daryl had to explain to Leslie, you know, because when you're watching the video, it's not like Shane's scoring 25 a game. A lot of Shane's game is a little bit like Rudy Gobert. It's what doesn't happen on the court. You put Shane out there and he's not getting a bunch of rebounds, but your defensive rebounding percentage is really high. He's really good defensively. He's moving the ball to the next man. He knows all the plays. So when Jeff and Daryl and the other key stakeholders were making this decision, really they had to explain it to Leslie, explain the data, that, hey, this is where we're going, and obviously it was very good for the Rockets at the time, and Shane was a great Rocket, and it was a good trade.
Well, I think what folks maybe miss is that when there are key stakeholders against a decision and you have to push them to that decision, whether it be an owner, a key player, even sometimes it's just, you know, us in our role, we're being pushed there because our staff, who are very good, say, you know, you're really missing out on this guy. You need to go do it. It adds a level of risk, right? So if you are pushing an owner to a decision, you know, and I remember a particular one. Monty was there. I think Dennis had just left to San Antonio, where our starting point guard was Rafer Alston, and Kyle Lowry was the third string point guard in Memphis. We were not sure Kyle Lowry was going to be we just thought he was a really good player, and we didn't think Rafer's fit with the team. Very good player, went on to play in the NBA Finals the year we traded him. We just didn't think his fit was good with the team, and we had to bring the owner to that decision. And you have the newspaper saying, what the heck are they doing, trading your starting point guard? This guy's never played, he's too small. And like, it adds a level of risk, and especially early in your career, which I was in at one point, Dennis was in at one point, Nico and Monty are sort of there. It adds like a real drama to deals when you're like, okay, is this the one I'm going to bet on? Because if you make a bet, or especially early in your career, like this is the move I'm going to stake and push people to, and it goes wrong, you might not be in the job for as long as you hope.
I think the other thing too is the locker room. You know, we know our locker rooms, and in Dallas we're very, like, we over-index on the locker room in terms of how everyone gets along, and bringing people in and knowing who those people, you know, that you bring in, how is it going to disrupt the locker room, which ultimately is going to affect the play on the court. And you know, you bring in a guy and you might have two other guys now looking over their shoulder because this guy's going to take their minutes, or this guy's more disruptive than what our locker room can handle. Yeah. And so I think if the public knew that, knew what our locker room looked like and what it would look like if we brought this player in, I think they would just get a different glimpse. And we have it, obviously. You know, it's stuff that nobody can see, but we're around it every day, so we get, you know, bird's eye view of it.
Yeah, great. I mean, if you think about this, first of all, thank you, Dennis, for actually tying what we're doing here to data analytics in some way, and Shane Battier is always a nice way to make that link. But it is the case that, if you're just looking at summary stats or you're looking at the things that are most visible on the stats line, people may not like someone, but you can see what else this person is bringing to the team. And Daryl, your point as well about what the team needs versus what people think is right in terms of an individual, or what's actually happening in the locker room. All of these things seem to be very much things that you are aware of that they may not be aware
Lonnie
of.
tried to bring the data in, he just missed it. So talked about his internal camera data, valuing players different. So
he's just not good at his job. Is that what you're saying? I didn't get money, a response, a rebuttal.
I will say, even though Daryl's throwing jabs at me, I'll give him credit, because what he talked about with the Rafer Alston deal, we were in the middle of a 55-win season, and we traded our starting point guard for somebody who was, I think, not even playing at the time to be our backup, and then we elevated Aaron Brooks to be our starter in the middle. And we've got veterans like Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming and Shane Battier still at the time. So that takes a lot of work leading up to the negotiation. And, that's where organizations can, make really strong decisions, but they're very tough.
Last inside baseball on that move, because I think it matters, and I'd like to shout out someone who is key. So your head coach is, understandably, if you were in the role, very nervous. You're about to trade your starting point guard on a 50, right? And we're basically selling him on a guy that he's heard mixed things. And there's a whole coaching, speaking of other stakeholders, there's a whole coaching network that's pretty rational. They hear about how guys are in the locker room, things like that. It's actually a very helpful network, but sometimes, when you're trying to make a big move, you might have heard different things about Kyle. And we had Brett Gunning at the time, who happened to have coached him at Villanova, who could go to Rick and be like, I know you're nervous, but this guy, he's going to be worse. He's going to be good in the locker room, and he's probably going to be a lot better than you think. And those kinds of conversations push a deal to the end, when if Rick at the time had really said pound the table, this is crazy, then that deal maybe doesn't happen.
Yeah. I think what's really interesting that's kind of happening, there's a bit of an undercurrent, especially in what you just said now, Daryl, what Nico said earlier about the Kyrie trade. Every decision you make is probabilistic. And the world is full of outcome bias. So if it works out great, you're a hero. If it works out poorly, you're a villain. But what's happening when you're making the decision, ex ante, is just your analysis and the information you have. And in a world where they don't get to see that, they don't get to see the process, they don't see how hard you're working at it, and they're only seeing the outcome, there is a bit of a roll of the dice. And I think that seems pretty clear. We're going to transition a little bit, and I'm going to ask each of these folks to think about something a little bit more specific related to this topic of what's happening behind the scenes. And we're going to roll up our sleeves a little bit. I'm going to start with Daryl. I'm going to ask Daryl to consider a situation, completely hypothetical. You have a player on your roster. They don't want to play for your team.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Everybody wants them out.
You need a hug, Daryl?
Hey, it's happened to all of us, Dennis.
Yes, it
I
has.
just picked Daryl out of a hat. They don't want to play for your team. They want out. Everybody else wants them out. You have a lot of pressure from the fans.
I think it's really sad. I
Get
don't
them
know
out
which,
right now.
which,
Yeah, exactly.
which one you're talking about.
No years will even be mentioned. How do you think of a situation where you're getting that pressure to do this right now, and everybody seems to be aligned that this is not going to work, a decision has to be made right now? How do you navigate that? What are the factors you're thinking about?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge in those situations is actually the media environment. So while media doesn't, and another stakeholder we've talked about, well, they don't obviously make a decision. To me, they almost are the oxygen or the gravity in the room. Like, if you can't get key places to at least put your case out there so the fans can somewhat understand. Sometimes you literally can't let the fans understand, whether it's how they're in the locker room or your conversation, but sometimes you can at least get your case out there. This is why, even though this player wants to be on another team, and there can be various reasons for that, this is why we are not just doing it now, right? We have a bigger picture in mind, and sometimes things that seem radical externally, which is why you don't make a move immediately, seem very just normal internally, which is, especially going back to the Ben Simmons situation, we had come off being the first seed in the East. We were an extremely good team. Ben Simmons played at an extremely high level. a lot of Ben Simmons' value was sort of missed by the marketplace, in that I think he's the best defensive perimeter player I had ever had on a team. He was ridiculous. In fact, he gave Luka fits whenever we played Luka. And so it was just constantly going back to the data, going back to the things that are sort of ground truth, and saying, we can't lose our minds here. This guy is a really good player, and that also came up in the James Harden situation. You have to remind yourself, this is a very good player. Then specifically getting to the negotiations part of it, it does matter that even though the media is saying trade him, trade him, trade him every single day, it matters that you have a job to do. You're hired to represent the interests of the Philadelphia 76ers, and this is a very valuable player, and you have to make sure that you get the timing right, because there's a timing element to deals. You know this better than any, Deepak, given your research. So you want to get to where there's either multiple bidders, or the other side is correctly convinced that you have the credibility that, okay, you're going to go through the pain, because the other side is gambling that, like, okay, the owner will cave, the pressure will come from the best player. So the pressure will come eventually where they will give away this very good asset for less than they should, and that's how a lot of deals happen in this league, so you have to fight it.
Great. Monty, thinking about in the room itself, you're negotiating a deal, and of course, a lot of it's happening on the phone or whatever else, but when you're in the negotiating room, what's happening in that situation, again, that you think is more relevant, that is more impactful, that plays a role that others might not see?
I think I'll first start internally, because I think Nico already said this, but the first thing we have to do is figure out what our internal position is. So, and I think the hardest thing for me going from, assistant GM with Daryl to GM is you kind of have to separate yourself. And so on one hand, I have my own opinion and my own thought of a player or how good they are. And then I have to kind of put on a different hat and kind of basically bring the room together. And since we're at a nerdy place here, we're a little bit like a K nearest neighbors algorithm. And so I'm one dot, but now the owner, the organization sets the goal, and now I've got my assistant GM, my scouts, my analyst, my coach, my owner, all these people, and my job is to bring that together and say, okay, now this is our internal evaluation. So that's step one. And then step two is, now we got to go to the market. You have this external thing, and for all of us, we're all trying to become some level of contender. And I guess one more kind of nerdy thing here is it becomes a big stopping problem. So I have a trade deadline. Here's the best things I can do, and I have to decide, do I do that now or do I wait? And the cost of waiting is I have fewer and fewer times that I can do something. The time may be running out depending on the age of your players. And so what is our internal evaluation of that? Then what do we think we may get in the future? And then make a decision as far as what we're getting from the market.
Yeah. It's a bit like the game Taboo, where you can't say certain words, but once the other side has said it, you can then start using that word. So in the James Harden situation, for example, you see the same kind of thing, that if you don't have the internal sort of folks all aligned, and different people in the organization had very, very different stopping rules, reservation values, here's what we're willing to do it at, and you're trying to come up with one as an organization. Meanwhile, the other side is trying to guess where exactly you're going to cave and who's going to have that pressure as well. And I think this goes back to the point that was made earlier, that if you're not fully aligned, Dennis, maybe this was yours or Nico, I forget, if you're not fully aligned as a group, you're going to be leaking information the other side might actually be able to benefit from.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. It's like you're a professor.
Why they pay me the big bucks.
I will say on that, Deepak, since Daryl didn't elaborate for you, but we do talk a lot. When we are in that room, give your opinion, and we hash it out. The second we walk out, that is now the organization's opinion, and that means that's what I have to represent in trade. That's what coach has to represent on the floor. Hey, if we get this guy or we do this, we're going to play this way. Our scouts, our analysts, everybody, we now represent to the outside that singular opinion, because otherwise, you see fraction or that can cause issues. So inside the room, hash it out outside the room, we're one.
I think both with Harden and Simmons, too, there were limited possible buyers, if you might say. I think with Harden, it was absolutely one-to-one. With Simmons, it was extremely narrow and probably would have to be a multi-team type deals to make it a larger. And so a big part of it is convincing that you are one of the bidders almost, like that holding could be, and that means setting, and mapping out that scenario and setting the reservation price or your BATNA, I guess, to use the terms from your field. So setting that becomes very important, and setting like, hey, below this we won't go. It turns out if you set a reservation price, it turns out to be very hard to even share with some of your staff, because that's the kind of information that is so nuclear that it's probably something you're only sharing with one or two owners at the most, because that information can be really used against you.
Yeah, and there might be people that are well-meaning in your organization who know that you're willing to do a deal at X, even though you're representing you need 2X. And they're going to go ahead and maybe mention it in some way to the other side just to try to get the deal done because they think they're doing some good.
Yes.
And that can be potentially problematic. And again, it comes down to, are we going to be united when we negotiate, even if we're fighting when we're preparing for it? And certainly in the rooms that I've been in, when you're strategizing, whether it's a board meeting or a strategy meeting and a negotiation or anything, what I find very, very impressive is when you have leaders who can create an environment where you're not rewarding people in the room for coming up with the right answer, but rather you're rewarding them for coming up with good arguments. Because you need a lot of good arguments to come up with a decent answer. And then once that answer is there, you can go out there and sort of run with it. But too often you have rooms where everybody's just taking a position and they're defending it, and this is the right answer and this is the right answer, rather than being a little bit more flexible and thinking about pros and cons of every position, including their own. And I think that kind of probably shows when you're done.
Yeah, well, there's.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Nico.
There's also something pretty interesting about getting alignment in that room, is that this is real time. So you can get alignment in that room and lose 3 games in a row, and now there's different pressures coming at you.
This is a really good point.
Whether it's from the coaches or the owners, because now there's a different pressure than there was, a week ago when we all were aligned.
Yeah.
And so that will change your alignment, and now you have to rethink it and maybe even have a different negotiation.
I love Nico said that, because you'd be shocked at how much like one game can make. You're like close on a deal, it's like a 55-45 deal, and then like the team wins or loses. I have a good example. Monty was there, where we had won 12, I think it was 12 in a row. We still felt like we needed to make a trade. The trade deadline happened in the middle of it, and we made a trade for Bobby Jackson. It wasn't a trade done. It was basically like the structure of a deal was set, and then the trade deadline was the next day. New Orleans played that night, and Bobby hit 7 threes. And we were actually quite concerned that they were going to be like, you know what, we changed our mind. This guy is really, and that actually really happens where they go like to the owner and like, oh, what are you? I was there last night. It was awesome. We can't do this.
Bit of a recency bias.
Or your own player hits 7 threes.
Oh, your own player.
I wanted to get rid of him, but he's really good now.
Guilty.
Give an example, Nico.
So Nico, I'm going to leverage a different aspect of your experience for those of you who don't know. Nico, before he was in the NBA, even though he has a basketball background, spent 19 years, was it, at Nike, doing all sorts of corporate deal making, sponsorship deals, partnership deals. How does negotiating in the NBA, talking about players, et cetera, differ or not differ so much from the kinds of deals you were doing before?
Yeah, so I think, one thing in the NBA, there's rules. So when you're dealing with athletes, there's rules. At Nike, if I'm the most aggressive, if I have the best relationship, I can there's no rules. When you're dealing with like the NWSL or the NBA, or you're dealing in a partnership, there's no emotions. The people on the other end might be emotional, but there's no emotions. But from player to player, it's actually the same. If it's an individual shoe deal or an individual contract, there's emotions involved. It's really not the money. No. It's what the money represents and where the money is in the continuum of what everybody else is getting paid. Mm-hmm. So I think there's some commonalities when it's player to player. Mm-hmm. It's just different when you're dealing with a body, that you're doing a deal with, because there's no emotion.
Yeah.
And so that makes it a lot easier, I think. And then again, there's also emotional people on the other side. But you know, when you're doing a deal with the NWSL or USA Basketball or the NBA, there's no emotion to that.
Yeah, it's not somebody's life that you're dealing with right there.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Deepak, Nico's being humble. It's what we do. We negotiate, and he's relatively new to the GM seat, and he's able to deliver a very strong, clear message and be non-pulsed. And I actually asked him about it, and I don't know if you can share it or not, Nico, he told me about LeBron and the jersey number change, and he's had to have tough conversations with LeBron and Chris Paul and all these guys relative to their gear and footwear, and because of that, you could just tell that he's dealt with big budgets and big personalities, and it fits really well into what we do as well.
And also the point that you made.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. See, Daryl, people can build each other up. There are other ways of engaging.
I'll make fun of Daryl.
But there is something, not to be missed here, I think, you know, the idea that what you think you're negotiating might be money, but really for the other person it might be status or how they're going to be perceived or what this says about them, and sort of understanding that is going to be true in a shoe deal as much as it might be true in what's happening here. What did I get traded for, et cetera?
Most of the deals are status in the NBA. Like, it's really just the guys between minimum and maybe the mid-level where it's the money that swings their decision. But a lot of them, it's like, you know, I want to get paid this because that makes me the 5th highest paid player or the first, you know, those kinds of things.
Well, I mean, we won't mention names, but there was a situation where part of the argument to player X was, do you really want to be traded for so little and be seen as that's all we were able to get for you? That doesn't make you look good either, right? So when you're trying to manage all these different stakeholders, you're trying to use every lever you have to do it. Dennis, I'm going to give you the last question before we go to a quick rapid fire round, and then we'll go to the audience. You've been on a number of different teams. You've been on the Rockets, you've been on Utah, you're now advising Dallas, others.
San Antonio.
San Antonio. What do you see being sort of table stakes? Everybody does negotiations the same way. Versus where is there sort of a room for finding alpha, where there's a margin for being better than everybody else? Like everybody has to play by the same rules, right? Everybody has a certain size staff, et cetera. They all have certain things that are common. Where do you see across organizations where some can be better or worse when it comes to the front office?
Yeah, so the commonalities are, I think, I've been fortunate to have worked with literally Hall of Famers and guys that, like R.C. Buford, that will be in the Hall of Fame. I think Daryl's going to be a Hall of Famer with what he did with Houston and Philadelphia and what he's doing with influencing our game and how it's played, to be frank. So Kevin O'Connor was the best senior advisor anybody could have. Just amazing coaches, and really all 4 organizations I can honestly say are really values-based. You know, we don't lie, we don't leak. You can't ever be lazy inside of negotiations. One thing I always appreciated Daryl, you know, his acumen and capacity was great, but he was going to be new to the job, but he was going to run out every trade call. We were going to run out and maximize the rules. Anytime Gerson Rosas called me from Houston and he's like, Denny, hey, I'm running out a fly ball here. It's like, okay, tell me what BS Daryl has right now. So, but with that said, every organization is different. Look, Houston and Dallas are relatively big market. If you get Hakeem Olajuwon, you're going to get Clyde Drexler. If you get Clyde Drexler, there's a good chance Charles Barkley and his agent are going to make his way there. And if you get, if Clyde retires, you're going to get Scottie Pippen in a sign and trade. And it goes on to Yao Ming, drafting Yao Ming and having Steve Francis in place, and Daryl takes over, and then all of a sudden you can get Tracy McGrady that Carol Dawson made a trade on. And so same thing with Dallas. Nico and Mark are in alignment, and new ownership are in alignment, especially with Luka being just an unbelievable offensive talent, that they can think big inside that market. Not that we can't think big in San Antonio, in Utah, but we got to think big within our certain realities. Thinking big and being fundamental are really important, and so we got to value draft picks more. If we're going to do bigger trades, it's going to be more draft day trade. Kawhi Leonard for George Hill, Rudy Gobert moving into the draft, Donovan Mitchell, because what I said earlier is it's not only the players that you can trade for, but it's what you keep. So if you think about it, you know, at a baseline level, geography, demographics matter to every organization. And then dominant personalities, your star player. Leslie Alexander, our owner with the Houston Rockets, he was a trader by nature. If you go back and you look at the volume of trades that Rudy Tomjanovich, Robert Barr, Carol Dawson did as the lead decision makers, they always thought big. Daryl kind of doubled down on that. RC, Pop, thinking more fundamental, draft, development, and then you mix in a Kawhi Leonard and a bigger trade. In some ways, in Utah, we had a similar dynamic. You have a similar dynamic as well going on with OKC and Sam Presti, where he's operating very aggressively just within the realm of his reality. And if you don't embrace reality, and you don't embrace it, as Kevin O'Connor said, a year early and as soon as possible, and you're the last one to know on wanting a player to stay, you're always going to get leveraged at the poker table.
Yeah, I like the sort of juxtaposing both. There are different individuals with different experiences and approaches to deal making, negotiations, risk taking, etc. But also there are different realities, and understanding that what worked there won't work here, not because of anything else other than we're just a different kind of organization or a team or a market.
Right.
That seems great. All right, we're going to do just a few minutes of fun rapid fire questions. Daryl, usually I have to remind you during the rapid fire question, just answer the question. So I'll just do it up front so we don't have to pause in the middle. Where should we start? Let's start with something fun. This section is called "I'm Awesome, I Suck." It's a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is I'm awesome at this, and 1 is I suck at this. So I'm going to give you a characteristic, a trait, and you're going to just rate yourself. 10 is the highest, 1 is the lowest.
Are there audience questions?
If we go to audience, please ask I'm awesome, I suck questions. Okay, how good are you? Or awesome are you at listening to people in your organization who have a very different point of view from you? Monty, we'll go this way, then we'll come this way the next time. Monty?
I think that's one of my better things.
Just give me a number, man. Come on.
9.
I'll say 8.
9.
8.
All right. How good are you at statistics and data analytics? You personally, not your team. Start that way.
To be completely humble.
No, honest.
4.
Okay.
9.
3.
8.
All right, great. See, we need to get some variance, so I have to throw that in there. Okay, you're in a really desperate deal situation. That's the scenario. You have very little leverage. How good are you at hiding your desperation from the other side?
5.
9.
5.
That was never a big issue. 8, 9.
Okay, great.
Sense of theme.
How good are you at figuring out how far you can push the other side or whether they're bluffing? Go this way.
I'd separate it.
Yeah, okay.
So push.
Sure.
So bluffing, I can suss that out pretty good. 8. Push the other side. It's not my general nature. But the pretty please, Deepak never works in negotiations. So I'd say 5.
Not in your class. Don't go pretty please.
We start day 1 is don't say pretty please. And then that gets them to the first week.
I'll stick with the bluffing. 8. Yeah.
Bluffing? Yeah.
7.
Yeah, I'll say 7.
All right, pretty good. Okay. How good are you?
Quick thing there. The league is so tight. It's like a sewing circle. Well, you can't really bluff your way in the league.
Well, that's good to know. See, people may not know that. How good are you at telling people they're wrong?
3.
I was taught to tell people they're wrong but make them feel right, so I'll say 9.
Okay, so you've gotten good at it.
Yes.
All right, Monty, you're going to have
I'm going to go to Nico's
You're going to
class.
go to Nico, yes.
10.
Whether they're
I can
wrong
attest
or
to
not,
that.
it turns out.
I enjoy it. It's a character flaw.
In fact, yeah, you usually start by telling people they're wrong and then seeing what they have to say.
It's a character flaw.
Yes.
That's great.
You skipped. You didn't answer.
Oh, I was going to pass on that. Yeah, it's not a big issue for me either, 9.
Okay. Now, reverse it. How good are you at admitting you're wrong?
0. My wife's out there. She'll raise her hand.
Fact checkers in the audience. Good.
I have to separate it. If I'm actually wrong, 10.
So the next question is going to be about how self-aware.
If I'm not wrong,
yes.
1.
But if you are wrong,
If I'm wrong, 10.
you have no problem with it.
Definitely not.
Yeah, if I'm wrong, 10.
Yeah.
I don't know, my staff's there, so they could.
Just throw out a
10.
number. It's like a.
I'd say 10. I think that's one that we're good at.
Okay, I'm just going to give you one other question, which goes back to the theme here about behind the scenes. Just give me an overestimate or underestimate. Those are the 2 options. From your point of view, do fans overestimate or underestimate the following things? All right, so how much you can influence the team's success in an upcoming season? Do you think fans overestimate or underestimate? Just rough sense. Go, quick.
Over.
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 All right. How much the league can influence, the league office can influence what happens in trade negotiations?
Over.
They overestimate it? Okay.
Pass.
Under.
Consider that an under.
Way under.
I agree with Daryl.
Okay, so they play a much bigger role than people might assume.
They could.
They could. Can.
Yes.
It was right. It can influence.
Well, and to be fair to them, they have a role.
Yeah, listen, this is not, that's fine. How badly GMs themselves personally want to win a championship?
Under.
Oh,
Do fans,
over.
The fans overestimate or underestimate how badly you want to win a championship?
Oh, under.
Under.
Yeah, my bad. Under.
Okay.
Under.
All right. Overestimate or underestimate how hard the job of a GM is?
Under.
Under.
I would say over.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, just like
It's not that hard.
You know,
Yeah.
we're not like doing real jobs. Like, right? This is, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with Daryl. It's what we do is not that important, but at times it can be difficult.
Yeah.
But it's under.
Right. All right. We're going to go to audience questions, assuming this does its job. It appears to be doing its job. All right, we're going to audience questions. I don't see any on here. That could be a problem. Is this needing to be? Oh, there you go. It just showed up. All right. Are there teams you avoid doing deals with because you think they may have an edge over you? And I'll add something to it, or you don't trust them or any such thing. Or are you sort of indifferent to the kind of team you're dealing with?
It's hard to avoid a team.
Yep.
I do like to. Where's Fan Hall? I'd like to call Fan Hall instead of Daryl from now on because of how Daryl negotiates sometimes. But
Jeez.
no, it's yeah. There's 29.
You do call Fan Hall.
There's 29 teams, and for the most part, it's a repeating game, and everybody is knows that what you do now is going to affect you in the future. So it's pretty easy to work with those teams.
Yeah.
There may be one every now and then. But.
Yep. Anybody else want to weigh in on that one?
Yeah, I would add, look, it's like every team also is pretty confident in what they're doing. So it's like, I don't think teams really avoid working with teams. There's only 29 others. Sometimes you wish there were more teams. You're like, we need more teams to like find possibilities. So.
Yeah.
All right. Sports, I'm just going to read it the way it's written. Sports, unlike business, is a closed network and only has one champion every year. Considering most people don't get to win every year, how do you measure?
Champions. Shout out
That's
in-season tournament.
There you go. Thanks. Shout out to Evan, wherever he is. Considering most people don't get to win every year, how do you measure success for yourself?
Oh, good question.
Got a couple of answers would be good.
I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm new.
You're new. You're trying to figure it out. Okay, so you're still looking for a success metric. Those of you who've been around a lot longer?
I mean, it's the natural process thing, and I think with us, we have to take more risks than maybe a business does, and so just evaluating yourself, knowing that those risks may not pan out.
Okay, so evaluating your process and being comfortable with the risks.
No, I'll answer it another way because we have a staff of people, and so for me, like, how do we develop our team? Who are you able to to move up the ranks and develop and get better. And you can look at the players as well. Who can you develop as players that they might leave and go off and get paid because you guys developed them? Because there's only one champion, and you may never win one. It doesn't mean you suck.
I would say there's internal goals set. Everyone knows you're trying to win a title, but there are teams like 24 teams on average start the year with 0 chance to win the title. So if you're just saying like this year we win the title or we're a failure, it would be depressing. So especially there, we were rebuilding after Yao got hurt and Tracy got hurt. We talked about developing our habits and making our transition game better, making sure the shell of our defense was improving and on a good improvement path, making sure that a young player who we thought was here and worth the 20th pick in the draft is now worth the 15th pick. So you have to set these little internal goals, or otherwise, you just like go back to the tub and end it. If you're one of these teams that goes in with
comment from the online streaming and recording.
We all know, like, all these teams start the year with no chance. So it's like,
Daryl, I'll let Monty give you mouth to mouth. I'm not doing that.
I think it's time to move on to the next question. This might go somewhere. When negotiating with free agents, what are some examples of unconventional deal terms or negotiating levers you've used to get a deal done? Anything that come to mind that's sort of creative, interesting, different?
I'll start there. Sometimes a few deal points aren't what maybe even the agent and the player and the media think. We got in, and it's been mitigated with a collective bargaining agreement extension, but we wrote a lot of incentives. Mm-hmm. And for me, incentives provided 2 key pieces. Anytime I got an agent negotiating on an incentive, I could go to my owner and say, hey, we're getting close. Very rarely did an incentive break a deal. So it was a good tell as much as anything. And then for us, we did a lot of body fat and off-season bonus incentives. And of course, we all want our players to be in great shape. But frankly, I was never concerned about that. A big dilemma for us in Salt Lake City, because we weren't going to be able to go to the market and get the rock star free agent, so we had to draft well and develop. I had Quinn Snyder, I had a really good development staff in Utah, a great practice facility, altitude to train in. So if I could get the players back to the practice facility, and if you think about it, body fat bonuses, well, you're going to do your body fat test in Salt Lake City. And if I had that in Salt Lake City Summer League, they're coming back, and they're not going to come back for 24 hours to take a body fat. They're going to come back and work my coaches. So sometimes, you can figure out the lay of your land and optimize best, and not every incentive is exactly what it's meant to be as it's been written, as an example.
let's just hope the body fat doesn't go to the front office next.
Yeah, fungible body fat. Okay. So I'll interpret this question slightly differently just so we can get through it more quickly. I guess what percentage of what is reported by the media in a contract negotiation trade is objectively accurate versus subjective interpretation? So how much, you can answer it with like a percentage or high, low, like generally do you think they're getting what's happening behind the scenes, the media? Because we're sort of shifting from the fans to what the writers are writing about. Quick reactions.
I think it depends who the media is.
Stop giving me depends.
Well, the reason why is
I get it. Give me a range.
If it's a guy that's near your team, they usually have a good idea of what's going on in your team. If it's a person in LA, they probably don't know as much.
Yeah. Okay. So the local people probably have a pretty good read on what's happening, reporting more or less objective.
Yeah.
Great.
And Woj, it seems like whenever Woj says something, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah. So on Woj, we were working on a deal with a player, and he was like, well, we didn't have a deal. Woj didn't even tweet it. And I was like, you do realize that that's not, whether Woj tweets it is not. I would say, yeah, I mean, Nico's obviously right. I would say that a shocking amount is inaccurate, which is really frustrating. And there's even a law, you might know the law because you're a professor, like Herfindahl's law or something like that. Even in if your industry, you know it's completely inaccurate, you still believe everything in other industries. So, yeah.
And a big frustration I would add to that is the regurgitation of articles, where one article that may be 10% inaccurate, repeated 3 or 4 times, can be 90% inaccurate. That's something, and we have to deal with that. We have to deal with that.
Yeah. That's right. As we close off, I'll just throw one last question out there. If you have to pick one person on the panel to negotiate on the opposite side of, who would you pick and why in like 1 sentence or less? So a huge high stakes negotiation. One of these folks is going to be on the other side. Who would you want there?
I would say Nico. I like talking to him the best of this group.
Okay.
Dennis, a close second.
I actually, and I'm going to continue that, and I would say Daryl because he doesn't care.
He doesn't care about, can you finish the thought? He doesn't care about, does he care?
Not that he doesn't care, but he's like, you know, he's going to get to the point.
Oh, okay, got it. So he's not going to get emotional. He's not getting wrapped up in it.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the family and all that. He's just
the family that's sitting right here, right in front.
No, not that he doesn't love his family, but we're going to.
This is the best way to end a panel. It's not that Daryl doesn't love his family.
We're rolling the bus over 3 or 4 times.
I think that tub is coming back into the picture. Okay, Daryl, who do you pick?
I would say Dennis because you can just break it down pretty quickly. Like, yeah, just, you know, you're trying to do something in the future. We're trying to do something.
Get to the facts.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Yeah. So.
Nico, I'm into self-preservation. He's my boss. And then Monty and Daryl are a tie.
Oh, okay. Got it. Excellent. All right. I want to thank the panelists for spending the time with all of us and sharing their insights and their perspective on things. And the hope is that if you came here for something that was either entertaining or insightful or perhaps just you're curious, you got something out of it as well. I don't know what the plan is next for all of you. You might be running off, but have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and thank you for coming.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Our program is going to resume in just a couple of minutes. You can begin taking your seats at this time, and please do take a moment to silence your mobile devices. Thank you.
Everyone. Thanks again for joining us at the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Isabella DiDio, and I'm a first-year LGO MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel, In the Limelight, Investing in the Future of Women's Sports, presented by Wasserman. Our panelists today are Julie Ehrman, President and co-founder of Angel City Football Club, Monica McNutt, MBA, WNBA, and college basketball analyst at ESPN, Thayer Lavielle, Executive Vice President of The Collective at Wasserman, and Susie Petrowski, Vice President of Women's Sports Programming and ESPNW at ESPN. Our panel will be moderated by Justine Brown, VP of Creative Development and Talent Relations at Together. The panel will run for 45 minutes, and we will leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions via our Cadence app. You can navigate to this panel via the schedule pane, and in the menu, navigate to the In the Limelight panel. Questions can be submitted in that event, and they will be selected by the moderator. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Justine. Thank you.
So much pressure. Woo! I get to select the questions. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I'm on the stage with 4 people who have things on their resume that I hope to have on mine by the time it's all said and done. Maybe with the exception of Division I basketball. The way my back felt when I woke up, I think those dreams might be dead. But first of all, thank you guys for being here. I'm really excited about this conversation. We have a very enthusiastic group, so we'll get right into it. I wanted to start, being that our topic today is investing in the future of women's sports, by reading this stat. Historically, women's sports has received 3 to 5.5% of media coverage compared to men's sports, but a recent report from Wasserman's The Collective, and in partnership with ESPN Research, demonstrates a notable uptick of 15% in 2022. And my friend Thayer here told me yesterday they updated that to 16% in 2023. So to get started, Thayer, can you tell us, first of all, a little bit about The Collective and a little bit about this exact report and the findings that came with it?
Yes, thanks. And it's, what esteemed company to be in. So a pleasure to be here, and can't see any of you, so I hope you're out there. So The Collective is Wasserman's women's practice. We sit at the center of the company in terms of between our talent division, which represents entertainers, athletes, and artists, and then our consulting division, which does everything from brand strategy, research and insights, partner management, negotiation, creative, experiential, measurement, all of that. And we really sit in between those, looking at all parts of the business through the lens of women and how to advance their power, how to advocate for them, how to create research and advocacy around pushing for women, but also how do you do that through brands, properties, and talent so that it goes even farther and wider. We don't believe that we're the sole solution to that. We actually think that it's way more powerful when you're working through a big brand or when you're working through big talent to be able to go push that. So that was part of the research actually that we did with ESPN, was looking at this 4% stat that has been out there for so long. I don't think after 30 years we thought it was necessarily as relevant as it was, just because the methodology had been really focused on linear in specific day parts, in specific markets, during specific times of the year. And we felt like there was a lot more dynamism around social media. And that wasn't even invented when this report had started first. To digital, was at nascent, to streaming, which wasn't around. So we really went in and looked at the methodology and said we feel like there can be a new way to look at how people are engaging in women's sport and what coverage is there. And through the incredible team of Wasserman and led by Amy Johnson and Cooper Kavanaugh and Shelley Pissarra, they really went into 1.2 billion lines of data and analyzed all of these different elements to come out with, it's actually more like 15%. But the interesting part about that, or 16 now for 2023, which is exciting. The interesting part about that, because you can still say, well, it's 16%. What we realized though is that when looking at the number of competitions, Division I athletics, 53% of all athletic competitions are actually women's competitions. That's amazing.
Outstanding.
Outstanding.
Yeah, give it up for that.
But when you get to professional competitions, only 8% of competitions are women's competitions. Why? Because you just don't have enough competitions. You don't have enough teams, enough leagues, enough ways for women to graduate. So you have a huge volleyball tournament here today, and where are these women going to go? Now there's one professional league. There's another one coming out in the fall. That's amazing. What else? What else? There's Athletes Unlimited. Where else can these women start to go participate? And with that comes more coverage. So hopefully that number will continue to go up. That's in the US. International is a wholly different story, which we can get into.
Thayer has set up every topic we are going to hit on, so we're going to go a few different places.
My work here is done.
Not like she does this every day or anything. I'm going to start with Susie, being that this was in partnership with ESPN Research. You're at ESPN. Can you talk about how you've taken this research and built it into the women's programming, built it into taking it from linear broadcast to social media, and how it's evolved the landscape there?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm relatively new in this role, certainly by ESPN standards. I've been at the company for about a year and a half, and candidly, I took this job because I really kind of felt like, if not us, who? From a live rights standpoint, we certainly are leaders in the space. And we are, I often say this, and now I've kind of disseminated this talking point with all of my colleagues, but this isn't a moment, this is a movement. We have all of these live rights. How are we going to continue to grow, continue to develop the ecosystem? What does that look like horizontally across the enterprise? So you alluded to kind of streaming. We just renewed our NCAA deal, 8 years, and we are kind of home to college women's athletics and championships, and we see that disproportionately, of course, on ESPN+, but you're seeing now more than ever, we're about to head into March Madness, and I expect us to see unprecedented numbers, just like we did last year and just like we did the year before. So I'm very fortunate to also be able to kind of say, what does our strategy look like moving forward? Women's sports are sports, and we are the worldwide leader in sports. We're going to continue to discuss, debate, analyze women's sports in all of our most important spaces. We're going to make experts out of our experts. I'm fortunate to sit alongside people like Monica and Elle Duncan and Andrea Carter and all of these women who kind of have made women's sports part of their destination. So how do we take advantage of the live rates we have and make sure not only showing up in the most important spaces that are already well established at ESPN, but also create mile deep spaces? Just like we have NFL Live, what do our mile deep spaces look like to help build the ecosystem around women's sports? That, of course, will include streaming, linear, potentially studio, social, all of the things, all of the levers in which we get to push and pull and take advantage of at ESPN. We'll certainly continue to do so adjacent to women's sports.
You took me to the hard question that I was going to ask you, or the pressure question I was going to ask you. How long do you think until we see a studio show that's around women's sports?
You know what? I'd like to say not particularly long, but even more than that, you know, I think that's a question that I get often, and this is, I welcome that. Bring the heat. Again, it's why I took this job, because again, if not us, who? But you know, who disproportionately is engaging with women's sports? A younger audience, Gen Z, a much more diverse audience. Are they engaging with linear as kind of older generations? To a degree, but how can we develop kind of franchises in our footprint, digital first, social first, so we can make sure that we're reaching that young audience that's going to come with us? So certainly kind of a priority to make sure that we're building that ecosystem around women's sports. Will it exclusively exist on linear? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's the actual best place for kind of sustainable scale and growth, but certainly a very core priority for me.
Awesome. Monica, you sit at ESPN on screen. We see you talk about the game all the time, but you started playing the game, Georgetown in the half.
Whoop, whoop. Yeah.
I know, she had to come out. Okay. PG County?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Stand up. Come on, Justine, I like your research.
I pay attention. So since your time playing within the last, I don't know, 10 to 15 years, let's just say, we'll give it a window, to now covering the sport, can you talk about how you felt the tangible growth?
Man, so I think, what is it, we're 3 years now removed from the scandal around the NCAA tournament and realizing that March Madness was not even copyrighted when it came to women's sports. I was at ACC Network working, and I remember former head coach, Hall of Famer Muffet McGraw saying, women don't need to just be happy to be here, right? And so I can remember that was very much the sentiment in my playing days. Like, well, I'm going to school for free. Like, it's great. What do you mean? Sure, the boys can actually dominate the gym time and we can get the leftovers. I'm going to leave school with no debt, which 100% blessing. But watching these young women, it is so inspiring to be both grateful and expect and demand more. I think this attitude of happy to be here, even now on the media side, you don't go to, maybe in the South sometimes if they're just Southern teams, but you don't really go to a NBA or men's college basketball press conference and there's thank yous at the end, the way that women are like, thanks for coming, thanks for telling our stories. Yep. And so now, the audacity, frankly, of this generation of athlete is incredible. It is right on time. They are owning every part of who they are, both on and off the court. And I often get asked, what do you enjoy covering more? Women's basketball has my heart. It's the reason that I am able to do what I do. But I would say it's very different. And anytime there's a bigger issue outside of the final score, women are jumping to the forefront, whether they want to or not, because their existence is so intersectional. And so it's been incredible to help amplify those voices and keep pushing. I've been on First Take now however many times, and I can vividly count still the times that women's sports have come up. And it's cool to be able to educate that audience, and of course you gotta parse it out, because these folks are new. And then, to your point, and to the question you just talked with Susie, it's also super dope to do an NBA or WNBA countdown, then hop on Twitter, and fans want more. Like, where can we get the next layer of this? And so I'm excited to be a part of the push as women's sports continues to grow.
Awesome. Yeah, we're going to get into the fact that the engagement in women's sports is actually higher on social media than most male athletes. But Julie, I want to talk to you. I know one of the things in the report was that the key to getting more coverage is more pro sports for women, which includes expansion, which includes more investment in other countries in their women's sports. But I think that when it comes to expansion, women's sports fans are extremely educated, and you hear them say it all the time. They're like, we need expansion, and everybody doesn't always have the talking point, but the truth is like, some people who are naysayers like to say, oh, well, why do you need expansion if these teams need love, or you need more coverage, and more coverage comes from expansion. You've expanded a team in the NWSL, Angel City. It is an incredible environment to be in.
So fun, yes.
I can't say enough about going there. I would go there every Saturday if I could, and being amongst brilliant women, top to bottom, up at the bar at the top to the seats down there to on the field. And what you guys built with Fan First and Marketing First, can you talk a little bit about that and how that's affected the media coverage and the hurdles that you've had as well?
Yeah, thank you. And it's such a privilege to be on the stage with you. I'm already inspired and frustrated and angry, and I have all these sort of thoughts going through my head, because like what you all talked about is like we have to step into our power. We have to step into our sport. We have to step into and get people to follow us, to understand that everybody watches women's sports. Yep. And as you were all saying that, I was both inspired and also incredibly frustrated because you don't have to step people into men's sports.
That part.
Right? And so with Angel City, I think intentionally we didn't step you into Angel City. Like, we didn't bring you along, right? What we said from day one is people watch women's sports, people attend women's games, people want to spend money on women's teams, and we are going to give you the opportunity to do that unapologetically. We are not going to give you a little bit, hope that you come, give you a little bit more, hope that you come. We're going to give you all of it, and we know you're going to show up. And that was a very different way to approach women's sports, because the old way wasn't working. Because just a little bit doesn't work. If I discount the price of the ticket, if I price it so low that you want to come, you're going to come. Well, the flip side is, if you price it so low, you're devaluing the actual product. You're devaluing the athlete. And if you price it so low, and I have a headache, or my kid's tired, or my kid's being annoying, we just won't go, right? Because it's not that much of your wallet. So for us, it was like, we are going to value the product, we're going to value the team, we're going to create an experience that's a FOMO that you have to come to. So despite the fact that it's LA, and there's the beach, and the mountains, and the hiking trails, and the movies, and 11 other professional sporting teams that are professional, and USC and UCLA, we said, no, you're going to want to come to an Angel City match more than anything else. And we wanted to really be that example for others to follow. When we started Angel City, there was no playbook. There was no team in sports that was female-founded. Kara Nortman, Natalie Portman, myself, female-founded, majority female-owned, and majority female-run. And so we were different from the beginning. That, coupled with the fact that we were going to invest in our community, our team, our products, and our players, was unique, all to lead with purpose, right? Our ultimate goal is to drive to equity using sport to bend that curve. Because of our success, because we were so unapologetic about being loud and building this attention and awareness, getting 4 sold-out games our first year, 5 our second, highest sponsorship revenue, highest ticketing revenue, highest fan engagement, highest brand awareness, highest unearned brand awareness, it drove expansion.
Highest valuation.
Highest valuation. Of any women's sport in the world. Sportico quoted us at 180, and they're close.
Come on, y'all, don't do that.
Yes. $80 million, right, in our first year. And so, but doing it the right way was inspiring to others during our expansion process. So, the NWSL is now entering its 12th year. We entered in its 8th year with another team, San Diego. Paid single-digit millions for our expansion rights.
I was just going to say, make sure you let them know what that expansion fee was like.
Very single digits expansion rights. Last year, 2 new teams came into the market, Bay FC, which is up in San Francisco, and Boston, right here. So in 2 years, you can go to a game in Boston. Okay. They paid each $53 million.
Ooh, run it up then, Julie. Right? Run it up.
We're talking about when you see what's possible, right? When you see the opportunity, people are then going to value the opportunity and pay for it. And we have our 16th team that we're in the market right now selling the expansion rights so they can join Boston in 2026. But sometimes it's like taking that leap of faith and showing what is actually possible to bring everyone along faster.
When it comes to the valuation and then also bringing in brand partners, bringing in media partners, when we've always, I don't even know if you can say sold men's sports, because I feel like men's sports were given the platform as opposed to women's sports that were almost devalued always until we demanded the platform. But when it comes to that, I think I wanted to ask you, how would you say that pitching women athletes in women's sports is a different angle than men's sports altogether?
I think it's That's a complicated answer in that men's sports have had decades, if not a century and more, on women's sports. And I would say that women's sports in the past 5 years, even over a pandemic, which really, as devastating as that was globally, actually really showcased and highlighted the ingenuity and innovation that is within women's sports, with the first, virtual draft, with a Wubble that was pushing for social justice, with the first play in an NWSL bubble. So, as we breathlessly have said, women's sports is a value, watch us, watch us, watch us, watch us, all of a sudden people are saying, okay, we're watching and we're starting to invest. And it's like the women's sports industry is like, oh, now we have to start to actually just do what we've always been doing and keep doing the hard work, but we still are held to a standard that is not the same as men's sport because they have had the longest runway on us. So invest in women's sports as if it's an investment, as if it's a startup. Hold it as if it's a business and hold everybody to those KPIs, but give it a little bit of breathing room here. It takes a long time. I mean, the success that Julie and Angel City has had is not normal, and it is very specific to that market, that moment in time, that dynamic leadership group, et cetera. And you can look at the other teams within the league to exactly point to that statement. Brands are more interested. It takes certainly more coverage and visibility for more fans to be involved. At the end of the day, everyone wants what's in the fan's pocket, and the most powerful fan, men's or women's sports, are women. They are driving the economy. They are going to own 2/3 of the wealth in this economy by 2030. And so if we're not really paying attention as to how to captivate her and capitalize on her engagement, then I think we're missing the point, regardless of whether you're in men's or women's sports. So it's complicated because there's different spokes around the ecosystem that you have to start to pay attention to. There are sponsorship deals that need to be higher, but those have to be valued on how many eyeballs are on it, and that has to be valued on how many people are attending, and that has to be valued on how good the product is on the field. And by the way, can anyone produce merchandise, please? Like actual real merchandise that we can wear our fandom and be like, I am proud to be a member of this club. So if we just start as an ecosystem to invest there, we will see it. But wow, is it exhausting sometimes. But we're up to 16%. There's all sorts of ways to see the increases. And I think that's what keeps so many of us in this industry buoyed by the success. When we hear $181 million valuation, we're like, yeah, go team. So
if I can do one
complicated
thing,
answer.
Increase merchandise. That's like some little thing in the back of my head that I'm like, that is
T-shirts.
I did not outfit Monica, but I might have. I want to get back to the engagement versus reach. Yeah. Yesterday, Sue Bird and Megan Rapinoe spoke on a panel, and they hit on this too. But women's sports, like we've said, and women athletes, they might have a smaller following, but in terms of engagement, it's twice that of men's. Yes. And we see that every single day. I'll say, I come from much of a WNBA lens, but that is an audience that can't be satiated enough. You could just keep giving it, and they're going to keep buying, they're going to keep consuming. Can you talk about that and taking that number to marketers, taking that number to brands? You're seeing it at ESPN, I'm sure, how you're taking those numbers and selling it into the whole of the brand.
Well, I'll talk about it from the athlete perspective first. We did a report with RBC last year looking at what is the value of a woman athlete. And we looked at that in two kind of main ways. One was actually what were they making in comparison to their male counterparts. And so we looked at, we represent a lot of athletes, men and women. RBC has a lot of men and women athletes that they, I guess, manage their money or something, I don't know. And so we looked at our books, their books, obviously all anonymized, and then we looked at what was available out in the Google. And what we came back with was that men make 21 times what women make on the field of play. Okay, not shocking, but depressing. What that means is that women athletes have to make 82% of their income off the field of play. So imagine going to your job for 50 hours a week and then being told you have to actually go make 82% of your living doing something else. What? So that, therefore, they have a kind of a niche of going direct, and I think the pandemic actually did help in this, that kind of time where everybody was on their phone, they have this much more direct relationship with their fans, because to be a women's sports fan, you're incredibly loyal. You have to figure out where to watch it, how to find a shirt to wear, how to, da-da-da-da-da-da. So it's like they're much more in-depth and in touch with us. What that does is that leads to higher visibility, trustworthiness, inspiration, like all these kind of traits that women athletes are seen for, which also then drives higher purchase intent, higher brand awareness, et cetera. So the net is just invest in women athletes. Like if you are a brand out there and you're thinking about how do I do this, center your whole thing around athletes, and then also invest in the teams.
And
it's the value of the athlete that drives the team. Like when we were building Angel City, we thought about fans very differently.
Yes.
It used to be you follow a sport. I always use baseball. I love baseball. I live in New York. I'm a Brooklyn Dodger. Because I'm a Brooklyn Dodger, I love Babe Ruth, right? Babe Ruth goes to Boston, the Red Sox. I hate Babe Ruth, but I'm still a Brooklyn Dodger, and I have a new favorite player. It's not the way it is today. It's not the way it is for my generation, let alone my kids. I follow players. I love Kristen Press. She plays on the U.S. Women's National Team. I love Kristen Press. Kristen Press goes to Angel City. I love Angel City. And now I'm following all of women's soccer and all of the NWSL. So the benefit of that is instead of investing all my time and effort and promotion in one thing, which is Angel City, I have 26 players. So we spend time investing in every one of our players, getting them stories, getting them out to press, bringing them in sponsors, because their social following, their impact, their reach is so much bigger than Angel City. You multiply that by 26, they're all following Angel City. And then we incentivize them even further. So I'm entirely on the same page as you.
So invest in women athletes.
And female athletes tend to over-deliver. Disproportionately, they're getting the majority of their income from sponsorship deals, marketing deals, right? So they want to over-deliver. Historically, the barrier to entry both for fans of women's sports and female athletes have been so high, right? So they're going to over-deliver when they are serving a brand. Our fans are going to work harder. I did this kind of little test when I was kind of speaking to an internal group, and I said, I'm giving everyone homework. Go home, and this was last year, and I was like, go try to find a BG jersey in a 2T, right? I have a 2.5-year-old, and then come back to me. And one of my colleagues,
is toddler.
Yeah,
for those
sorry,
that don't have
2T,
little toddlers,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, mom brain right now. And I was like, come back to me and let me know how long it took you to find it. And one of my male colleagues was like, not only that, I was looking all weekend long. And I was like, that baseline, that baseline of frustration is where we live. So we're not trying to kind of like wag our finger at you. We just want you to understand where we have been now. Help us develop the infrastructure. Help us find 2T jerseys in the athletes that we want to represent. Yeah. And then watch what happens, right? We're going to continue to see engagement. We're going to continue to see fandom grow. But that's speaking to the ecosystem. That's the various kind of spokes on the wheel. And, I sit in a unique position at the worldwide leader where I unequivocally need to be a bridge builder. So the quicker that I can get people to understand our frame of mind and what we are asking for, it's not the exact same in every circumstance. It's equity. It's making our start lines a little bit closer. That's what we're working towards, and making people understand that can really influence the infrastructure, the ecosystem, and the development of it holistically.
Sorry, to that point, one of the things that I was talking about earlier at a meeting is, then you think about, well, what is the post-career for these athletes? Because now these athletes have to go get jobs because they don't have enough money, because they work a full-time job and then have to go make 82% of their living off the field of play. So now they have to go find out how to actually continue on in their jobs, which, okay, so do a lot of male Olympians and other male athletes, fine. But when you're looking at gathering athletes together to talk about how do you invest your money, how could you be a part of this venture thing or this investment thing? Women can't even participate in that because they don't have enough money to be a part of that. And so it's really kind of stepping back and thinking about how can we continue to be inclusive of where women are today in order to kind of help them get just farther along.
Yeah, I think that a lot of women athletes and women are inherently multifaceted because we have to do so many things. And Monica, I think you actually have a quote in your bio about that, like doing more things makes you better at everything. When it comes to women athletes, they actually have more engagement in their storytelling too when you do give the storytelling, and so I want to get into that a little bit. When it comes to storytelling, how would you like to see an increase in that, and how do you think we give more visibility on platforms like ESPN for that storytelling?
So I've long said, as these conversations are becoming more and more prevalent, women's sports genuinely has to be water cooler material. And it's not necessarily on these athletes, because I know how great they are. A lot of them were my peers. A lot of my peers are now starting to retire. I've followed these young women as collegiate athletes, now going on to pros. But it's just got to continue to become mainstream. I think the other night I was watching the crawl on ESPN, and Cameron Brink's 20 and 20 goes across the crawl. And I can remember being in college, now granted this is 2011, but like jumping to see the crawl the one time that it went across with top 25 NCAA women's scores.
Yeah.
But now, like, even small things like the crawl, even things like if you want to go gamble on women's college basketball, you have the opportunities. And so I just think it has to continue to become more and more mainstream. And I'll be candid, internally, Caitlin Clark is up. She's marketable. She's incredible. We shared a headset last year at the Final Four. Like, it was great. But there is also like, hey, like, XYZ is also happening in women's college basketball. I mean, there's the Jujus, there's the Hannah Hidalgos. And so we have said to one another, we've said to colleagues, like, we got to keep this thing rolling. As thrilled as you are for that one, that is just the tip of the iceberg. And to me, equity with depth is when we start to make real change. And so I sometimes am so excited because in my world, there are men that genuinely consume and follow women's sports. And then you go to that dark side of Twitter and you're like, there's still a lot more work to be done in this space. But I just think it has to become general. Sports are sports.
Yeah. I will say, I used to always click on the comments and try to resist getting into useless wars with people who say to get in the kitchen. But it's so interesting to click now and see way less of that and way more of like, she's not better than Juju. She's not. No, did you see Caitlin last night? And I'm like, okay, we've made.
Justine, it's crazy you made that point, because for me, like, and Sue and I had this conversation at the Final Four too. It was almost like women's basketball Twitter, just as an example, was in a weird place, but it was also this like competitive, like knowledge-based, like shouting out different names and discussing it in the same kind of way that you have these conversations on the men's side. And not that the men's side is necessarily the bar, but like the discussion is healthy and disagreement is healthy, and that is our experience as sports fans. We are fanatics. You can't tell us nothing about our one team and we don't want to hear what you have to say. So I think for me, the more robust that I see that conversation becoming, it's just fantastic.
Yeah. I actually love that take. So women's sports, being the coverage has been small, and then who covers it, they're like typically sometimes coming from a fan place where they're like, I want to know more about your story, but it sometimes has lacked takes. And it's funny because you're a former athlete, Sue, Candace, people I speak to all the time who are actually on the side of we need takes in women's sports, like good, bad, like takes drives water cooler discussion drives engagement, and engagement drives money.
And I think the nuance there is, like, we don't want that take to be inherently misogynistic.
Right.
It can be a bad take.
Right.
Have a bad take.
Yeah.
I'm good with it. Let's debate it. I don't care what your fandom is, as long as it's, you know,
authentic to sport.
Authentic to sport being sport. And I think that's where we still have to make progress, right? And like people get inherently defensive when you're like, well, you got that's coming from a dicey place, right? If people are like, oh, earlier in the season when Kansas City was like not doing Kansas City things, like has to be Taylor Swift's fault, right? Yeah, but then they win the Super Bowl, so that's Taylor Swift's fault too, right? So we have to be kind of mindful of those talking points. That's why I perpetually say this, like, we have to make experts out of our experts. The more we have Stephen A., Pat McAfee, the more we have the faces of our network talking about women's sports authentically, we all win because we get to scale.
Great example, though, that this year, you guys, and tons of respect for Mike Wilbon and Tony Kornheiser, but they flat out got a discussion wrong about Caitlin Clark and NIL and WNBA. And I think it was a great article in response to it in USA Today's For the Win. But then, being the journalists that they are, they had to go do some research and then get it right. And so that's a show that has been on ESPN for 11 years. It runs every day at 5 or 5:30, 6 o'clock, whatever it is. Like, okay, get it wrong, get it right. But it's somebody being like, oh, wait, who is this? Who do I need to find out about? And so that is, it's healthy. Not the wrong part.
But I do think, you know, back a couple years ago, it was if if you want a new story, change the storyteller, because it was just always through the lens of male reporters.
By men for women.
By men for women, because we'll let you know how you're doing. And now I think it is a little bit more that they're understanding that.
Welcome to our lives.
Yeah, exactly. And our bodies. But
Ooh, child, don't do that right now.
Off there. Let's
We're not doing that right now.
You're in the great city of Boston. Let's have that conversation. Let's go.
You brought me to a point that I wanted to bring up, once again, kind of back to Monica, but how important is it to have the women telling the stories be representative of the women who are playing the sport? The WNBA is one I always reference. It has all the isms, and most of women's sports, honestly, has all the isms, but you have a predominantly black league, predominantly queer league. You have women from every background, every city, every place, and then you have somebody sit up with one take for the 2 minutes they get and say something outlandish that's not true. How important is it to have somebody like you to sit there and tell the stories and defend the points?
It's huge, and I think it sucks that some kind of way journalism rules don't apply, right? Because whoever said XYZ outlandish take that was ridiculous is just basic journalism, probably if you got a fact wrong. Now, if you have an opinion when we're in a largely opinion-based space, that's one thing. But if you got a fact wrong, you got to be a journalist, whether it's men's, women's, or otherwise. Like, you got to get it right. I do think that there is a sensitivity there and a authentic connection that comes when you have stories being told that by people that have lived similar stories. But I also, while that is important and it is why I have my job, also be genuinely curious. Like, be a journalist. Tell the story the right way and with compassion, especially if you're doing something that's bigger than just the scores. So, and we could have a larger conversation about where journalism is outside of sports, but like, get the truth, get to the truth.
We did a study a couple years ago, and I'm going to be really generalistic because I don't remember all the stats, but we did a study out of our think tank on one of our professors.
That's the first time you've ever not remembered the stats, so we'll give you a break.
Oh my gosh, I really, it's going to be a little bit.
My favorite thing is when Thayer said, we did a study.
We did.
I love it, because you know it's going to be fire. So.
Yeah, we did. It was this assistant professor who's now at UConn, but she was at UMass, and she analyzed mentions of WNBA players in the media. And, you know, I think it was something at the time, 80% of the league is black, and 80% of all the league awards went to black players, and yet black coverage of black players was like 40% of the entire basket. Why? As soon as we made that, as soon as we published that report, ESPN was the first one that called us. Your digital team called us and said, holy shit, what are we getting wrong? So kudos to them in terms of just stopping. But that's where data and insights really comes into play in terms of like, how do you actually understand the barometer of where the storytelling is going and how it's being grounded, and how do you start to adjust and tweak? Yes, it's definitely journalism. You have to be curious about it, but then you have to kind of base it in this rebounding system where you're able to hear back from what's actually replayed.
And how much does that more coverage help literally not be a fix to that issue, because a fix to that issue is not doing it, but how does more coverage help to see that there's like multiple storylines instead of just 2 minutes for one storyline? Can you talk about like how you guys are navigating that? The Caitlin Clark effect is so valid. We see it. She has absolutely changed the landscape. But to Monica's point, there's the Hannah Hidalgos, there's the Juju Watkins, there's all of these athletes who stories are so good this season, and it sometimes feels like, well, did we just run out of time to tell that versus space? Because she's breaking every record, so okay, that's one, but where's the space for everybody? Does that help with more coverage, I guess?
Yeah, we got to have sharp elbows, right? We got to keep pushing. More is more. The amount of times in which I say that, I'm going to like pay myself $1 every time I say that, but like, more is more, and candidly, I think it's probably why I was hired, and I'm, again, I sit in a unique position where I'm responsible for our broader women's sports strategy, and then also ESPNW, which disproportionately kind of serves female audience expansion and our female audiences. So yeah, to me, again, I've been talking about kind of core priorities and how we look ahead to what we are going to do and how we're going to continue to elevate women's sports. It's developing that ecosystem holistically, right? And I'll use a great example. Jess Smith, former head of revenue for Angel City, she recently took the role of president of Golden State's WNBA expansion team, and I have a colleague, Maria Suarez, who's responsible for SportsCenter, and I said, hey, I have a great friend, she's about to be announced as the president, we should put this on SportsCenter. She's like, absolutely, it's news. And yes, she's a true co-conspirator. She knows it's representative of more, but she met me with this is news. So you need partners who recognize where we are headed, and we would cover that if it was in the NBA. So we're going to cover that because it's WNBA news. So I think we're starting to make, small optimizations. Of course, we holistically see the opportunity, but I think, again, I mentioned myself being a bridge builder, and I got this wrong when I started at ESPN, so I'll call myself out. I was like, is every room, am I going to kind of have to push and pull? And I was wrong. I would say disproportionately, there are people who have been advocates and hard workers in women's sports long before I have been there, long before I was in this industry. So I feel like we're incredibly well positioned to kind of continue to recognize and take advantage of the business opportunity and serve fans. So again, I got that wrong. So fans of women's sports should feel good about directionally where we are headed. And yeah, you're going to see more of it. We need to talk about Juju. We need to talk about Kiki. We're of course going to cover Caitlin. Tomorrow we'll have the first ever women's college game day at a game that is not on ESPN's air. And one of my colleagues said, it's too big not to be there. And, I kept my mouth shut. Yeah, I don't have to say anything in that room, That's
so cool.
What's the game?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Iowa? Ohio State?
Oh, girl.
Like Monica!
Listen, this year's been crazy. Sorry, guys. Just to be honest. I'll turn it on, though.
You have that other game
Wait,
you're covering and studying for.
I'll give Susie some props, though, because with the NWSL, the last couple of years, we had a media rights deal that was underwater. We lost money, right? This past year, we announced a new 4-year deal for $240 million, where the NWSL is going to be aired on ESPN and ABC, in addition to some other channels. But the point is, ESPN wasn't at the table and came back to the table to broadcast, it's like every Sunday night game is now going to be on ESPN. And that's important. That's them literally starting to lean in to make a real difference. When our final game of the season last year, Sydney LaRue, who's absolutely incredible, made a bicycle kick, which is when you flip behind you.
It was amazing.
Can you show us?
Yeah. Please demonstrate.
In the heels.
It was absolutely incredible, and it made SportsCenter top 10, as it should have.
Yeah, should.
Right? So you're definitely making a difference, so thank you.
Oh, I appreciate it.
And as proud as we are for the work we're doing at ESPN, candidly, we're sitting at the Final Four last year, and Don Staley's like, we need more partners. The same way discussion, debate, and the water cooler creates momentum, so does marketing partners jockeying, TV partners jockeying, people trying to get a piece of this pie. And Elle Duncan says it all the time, and I'm sure Thayer will support that the numbers bear it out. This is becoming good business. It's not we're in for this social movement, hear women roar, yes, she can. Dog, get in where you fit in and get this money. Stop playing.
Look, so we have, at the NWSL, I think we have the largest sponsorship revenue of any women's team, period. And part of that is because our pitch is so incredibly different. We've tried to find partners that are values aligned, that want to have a positive impact in our community, that want to leverage and lean into the sport, and we activate for the entire year. We don't just activate for our games. And we go and pitch sponsors, and they say, why should we support women's sports? To me, and I've told this to Thayer, there are 3 reasons to support women's sports. That is a slam dunk for anybody that is truly wanting to make a value-based, financial-based decision. 1, the value of the asset that you are going to get for the women's team is going to be less than the men's team. That is just a reality today. You might spend $2 million for the front of kit for a women's soccer team. That would be $7 million for a men's team. Right? We're going to get there, and $2 million is not nothing, but apples to apples, you're going to spend less money. That's one reason. The second reason is you're going to get greater share of voice, which is exactly what you're talking about. If you go support a men's team or a men's league, you are one of 20, you're one of 50. We had the U.S. Women's Tennis Association women here yesterday. They have 1,100 partners. 1,100 partners. So when you support women's sports, you're going to be one of a few. So you get much greater share of voice. And the last thing, which is so important, which we've all been talking about, is you get this positive brand halo from supporting women's sports. If you become a new sponsor of a men's team or a men's league, nobody cares. It's not going to make ESPN news. But if you become a new multi-million-dollar partner for a women's team or a women's league, it's going to become news, and it's important. And by leading with those sort of values and with that value proposition, at least at Angel City, we have sponsors that have never supported sports before. We have sponsors that have never supported women's sports before, and we've had renewals of partners that say we're only supporting women's sports moving forward because the impact is so much greater and the value is so much greater. And part of it is just telling the story differently in the room, because if we're only going to be measured by reach and frequency and zip code and how many people come, you're missing the whole point. You're like not skating to where the puck is. And there's more examples than just Angel City about the value you can get supporting women's sports.
And the thing that we try to do from the collective is we try to create tools, and this is really what I would say to the students out there, like there are so many ways that we need help in women's sports to figure out how to measure KPIs and measure delivery of success on things, because it can't just be around, we'll never win if it's just in comparison to apples to oranges or apples to apples on men's sports. So we spend a lot of time thinking about, like, there is a premium to be a fan today of women's sports. These women's clubs should be given more value around the momentum of fandom, the momentum of that particular team in that particular market with those particular players in this particular ecosystem at this particular time. There should be plus ups and premiums to that, which normally would never be counted for in our model. And so that's the type of stuff that we constantly go back and say, hold on a second, there's a lot of noise going on here. You're getting in while the going is good, and you're getting a great deal, and you're getting these great fans and these great players, et cetera. So it just takes the...
And I think, not to mention actual returns, if you're talking about investing and investing money, even if it's you're investing for a much lower dollar, you're talking about 50% returns, not one. You buy a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar NFL team and you sell it tomorrow, sure, you might sell it for $2 billion, but you're making like percentages. You could turn around a women's sport. I mean, look at the valuation of Angel City in how many years?
Hold on. It took the MLS 13 years to sell a franchise for over $50 million. It took the NWSL 11.
Yeah, it did.
That's fact.
Right? We talk about those media deals.
I don't know, Julie.
Well, to Julie's point, she was kind of alluding to, you also have to get the right people in the room, right? There is nuance to this discussion. Oftentimes people come up to me and they're like, well, what can I be doing, right? I work at a media company, right? So we're talking to a lot of media buyers. If you are just comparing CPMs, if you are just comparing scale to college football, right, that's not a good apples to apples comparison, right? You have to have the right people in the room and discuss the value of this proposition that we are discussing, right? So that might include making sure that you bring your CMO with you. That might be spending extra time with your media agency. So I'm talking to anybody that has influence in this audience, right? Talk to your media buyers. Let them know we're not necessarily just trying to get the most efficient CPM here. How are we truly developing fandom? How are we truly being part of this ecosystem growth and development? Nuance is required. That's why we often have to kind of acknowledge the fact you can't just cookie cut exactly what we do for men's sports to women's sports, because we're at a different place in our life cycle, and that's okay to acknowledge. It just requires a little bit more conversation. And I think that's kind of a takeaway. If you take anything from here and you go back into your respective areas of expertise and you kind of say, hey, this is where I can make influence when we are not in those rooms with you. This is kind of how you can make real tangible impact.
Also have women in your leadership and C-suite and in the rooms, and you could start in women's sports, because female athletes are C-suite leaders in many, many, many companies, and those voices come from experience and they matter. I think that's a big part. It's interesting, so this is just kind of a fun point, but this is a good group. We were talking before we came out about obviously women's sports being undervalued and women being undervalued, and this year alone, Monica, I was talking to you about seeing Taylor Swift go to the Chiefs games, and I said she gave them the NFL $300 million deal probably for free by showing up to all those games, and increased the value of a $1 billion team in a $1 billion league that they've never seen increase in how long? A woman. NBA All-Star, the best event was the three-point contest, Steph Curry and Sabrina Ionescu. I would say Jewel and Asia were everywhere. Talk a little bit about that. Like, this engagement in women's sports is actually now being taken from and engagement that women give in general is now being taken from.
Barbie just sponsored PWHL.
Yep.
Yes.
I love that.
Was it AMC who came out and said, like, Beyonce and Taylor Swift were exclusively responsible for all of the revenue in the fourth quarter?
I believe it. In many ways, sports is still a reflection of society at large, right? But we do have these hot button moments where it's like undeniable the power of women in terms of branding and opportunity. I think the other thing that is cool for me as a broadcaster and being in it, the people that are taking issue and and are resistant to the progress of women's sports are not elite level male athletes. Like it's just not. There is a respect athlete to athlete, exclude gender. Right? And so I think you see that in the way that the NBA players celebrate the WNBA players. Sabrina said it that night. Like, if you can shoot, you can shoot. Man, woman, otherwise, right? And I think that's so important. Unfortunately, folks making decisions with the dollars and viewership always don't take the same approach as those men. But if you want to see the respect that female athletes, women athletes get, look at the way that their male counterparts treat them, because they understand the commitments that they have made and probably have more respect for them because you add the addition of women wanting to be moms. Like, there's so many things to the layers of what they are, what they do, and who they are. So it was, All-Star Weekend was amazing, and the branding power of women, it's out there, and people got to get in. Like, the money is there. It's not even just about a pat on the back.
Mm-hmm. We have so many things that we aren't going to be able to get to, but I want to hit on one that this whole group is extremely passionate about and is also very important. And when you're talking about the coverage of women's sports and the growth, grassroots. A couple of things we talked about backstage was actually the growth of women's flag football and girls flag football. Also the World Cup and what we saw there, 12 new teams at the World Cup. Jamaica made it off willpower alone, I think. I just want whoever wants to take it, talk a little bit about the importance of grassroots in this country and other countries for women's sports to take these platforms and go and make the whole.
I'm setting up Thayer right here because she's got a great story to share.
Well, look, I mean, there's all the data is out there that girls drop off around 14, 13, 14. A lot of girls drop out of sports for a variety of reasons, everything from I don't have the appropriate equipment to I can't get there to boys are more interesting to I have to work for a living to help support the family, whatever the things are. What is a real, we were talking backstage, what's a real differentiator for the U.S. right now, and this is a big thing that we're thinking about at the collective, is like, if the U.S. is such literally a free market, like this year alone, you'll have 2 volleyball leagues starting. Like I could today be like, I'm going to start a league that's, a professional women's, cornhole league, and nobody would stop me. There's no government body that would be like, sorry, we're the governing agency for cornhole for ladies. In most other, you laugh, but like in every other country, there are governing bodies that are like, sorry, you can't do that. Like we're the cornhole people. You have to get in line with us. So the difference today is that Title IX exists, and as unfair as that is, still as non-enforced as it is across many, many universities in this country, it has been such an equalizer in many ways for women, in that it gives us through 3 different divisions the ability to perform at a really elite level athletically and academically, which then also is supported by this $15 billion travel industry that is youth that you're seeing out at this very center today with all these girls here playing volleyball. That is like unlike any other country. No other country has this law that says you have to fund your stuff equally for women and men, which if we don't start to push and work across everybody in this ecosystem in the United States to talk to our international counterparts about walking in to their policymakers and saying, please, as a group of leaders within women's sports and women's, interested parties in girls in sport, please start to invest in women equally and girls equally, then we will start to see a massive disparity, I believe, in the state of competition as women's sports continues to evolve. So as Jamaica was, there were 12 new entrants into the World Cup this year, which was amazing. FIFA allowed 12 new entrants. Not many of them had a lot of country support before they were allowed into the tournament. And Jamaica really did a great job and kind of went there by sheer will, I think. If CONCACAF continues to invest and Jamaica continues to invest, how far can that country go? How far can those women go? And what will be the economic benefits be for that country? What will the societal benefits be for that country? So there's a lot of like big things that sports can solve for that we need to do a lot more research on that will, trickle back down into grassroots. It's just super important. Educate girls and give them the chance to create, whether that's play, theater, music, sports, whatever it is.
I think the Matildas were a pretty incredible example in Australia at the World Cup. at one point, don't quote these numbers, but I think they said 70 to 80% of the country was watching the games in some form or another on a channel or at a watch party. And I mean, it was everywhere. We were there, and it was just like yellow jerseys on every kid, every person across the entire country.
Not just little girls, every
yeah,
kid,
everybody.
right?
I mean,
that's
private boys'
important.
school lined up all in Matilda jerseys. So I thought that was, I mean, that was one of the coolest sporting experiences I've seen. We have so little time left. I want to get to at least one question from the audience, and it's actually something I wanted to hit on anyway, which was what the long-term implications are of increased media coverage, investment in women's sports for gender equity, social change. As we know, like sports impact culture, culture impacts change, women in sports particularly. Monica, there was a question for you. You mentioned that women's athlete existence is inherently intersectional. How do each of you consider intersectionality, diversity in supporting athletes?
It's inherent, right? It's inherent. I think, you quoted WNBA is over 80% black and brown women. I think it's over 30%, I might be low, LGBTQ plus individuals. And because it is a group predominantly made up of those who are marginalized, our lived experience every day is inherently diverse in nature. We have to be cognizant of other things, be it, do we want to be a professional athlete and a mom, right? Are we in states, say someone gets drafted and women's health care is not a guarantee in that state. How are we have to have that conversation. We saw that during the Wubble, what the Atlanta Dream, how they affected a local election, which had national implications. We have to tell those stories. It's inherent to our lived experience. And candidly, it's one of my, again, I've set a lot of core priorities, but I'm fortunate to sit alongside my colleagues at Anscape. How are ESPNW and Anscape going to work more collaboratively to make sure that we are talking about lived experience, culture, lifestyle, and sport, all in the same talking point, So I won't take all of the time, but incredibly important and incredibly inherent to our lived experience as women and those who identify as women.
Agree completely, and I would say at the collective, we spend a lot of time looking at our own ecosystem of the kind of broader network that we have, and what is the makeup of that, and how do we spend our own bandwidth and time and resources to cultivate a more diverse population within the business of sport, music, and entertainment? How do we help support and educate male agents on what it's like to actually represent women? Because with the proliferation and rise of women's sports, you have all these male agents who are like, perfect, I'm in. You're like, have you talked to them about their menstrual cycles? And you see their eyes roll back in their head. And they're, have you talked about...
the blue thing on the commercial?
Yeah. You're like, have you talked about fertility? And have you talked about like freezing their eggs? And they're like, oh, well, this is part of being a woman. And it's the biggest choice a woman has is whether to have a baby or not. And you got to talk to them about it. So we spend a lot of time thinking about the ecosystem in which we live and how we're actually participating, cultivating more diversity in literally everything we produce.
I'm gonna go back to the journalistic piece of it. Listen, get it right. Like, listen, ask questions, be respectful, get it right. Like, for me as a broadcaster, there are a few players in WNBA that use they, them pronouns. Get the pronouns right on the broadcast. There are obviously places where I align as a black woman in my experience, but whether you look like the people you're covering or not, be a journalist. Listen, ask questions, be respectful, and try to get it right.
Pronounce their names right.
That part.
Yeah, we talk a lot about see it, be it, right? So we're 3 female founders, we're a majority female-owned team, we're a majority female-run team, right? So that's different. And then we we open source our results. I mean, look at our results. So we did something, we built it a totally different way, and oh my God, we're having outsized returns. So there's more than one way to build it, to have diversity of thought, to have diversity of experience, actually can drive financial results as much as it can drive community impact, and that's what we're showing.
We're out of time. I kid you not, I think we could do another hour on so many of these amazing things, but I just want to thank all of you for your brilliance. I take it in every single day working amongst you in one way or another. And I want to thank all of you for listening. And I hope that, everybody has said things that have left an impact in where you're going to take this and how you're going to take it out in the world. If anybody else wants to end on anything, by all means.
Good job, Justine.
Yeah.
Thanks again for joining us at the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Isabella DiDio, and I'm a first-year LGO MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel, The Numbers Game, Football Analytics from Combines to Championships. Our panelists today are Steve Palazzolo, Head of Product for the Football Division at Pro Football Focus, Eugene Shen, Senior Vice President of Football Strategy at the Washington Commanders, and Sean Clement, Vice President of Football Analytics at Sumer Sports. Our panel will be moderated by Ted Knudsen, CEO of StatsBomb. The panel will run for about 45 minutes, and we will leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions via our Cadence app. You can navigate to this panel via the schedule pane, and then in the menu, navigate to the Numbers Game panel. In the event, you can submit the questions, and then they will be selected by the moderator. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Ted. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just want to thank Isabella for all of the hard work that she did in organizing this and a lot of the prep work and research. The students do a lot of the legwork to make us look good on stage. Sorry, there's a noise back there. I wasn't sure if that was like thunder or something around. So yes, I want to set the stage a little bit because I think one of the things that gets lost is how long football analytics has been going on inside the NFL in particular. But the kickoff panel for this weekend was with Paul Tudor-Jones, chairman of Sumer, and Jonathan Kraft. And I thought there was an interesting discussion there around kind of the complexity, and it relates to the AI era. So right now, AI is sort of one of the big buzzwords, but the fact is that they were talking about chess, and there's a lot of chess going around here this weekend, including chess boxing, the most noble sport that there is. And Paul was talking about how chess is incredibly complex, but many years ago now, Deep Blue started to be able to beat human opponents on a regular basis. And to some extent, despite the complexity of chess, it's mostly a solved game from the computer side of it. Jonathan Kraft then pointed out that he thought that Bill Belichick, who the legendary coach and probably the best NFL coach of all time, was perhaps the best human chess player of his era and possibly in history. But what we found is quite interesting there in that in the chess era, the players have gotten considerably better by using analytically backed and computer-backed strategies to improve their own play. Belichick now in his retirement almost seems to signify the transition into a somewhat new era. The reason why I bring us back to how long some of this has been going on is because, Steve, you've been at PFF for 2011. Is that when you started? Yep. Eugene started coming here to the conference, and I think that was also in 2011 doing work here. Many of us have sort of, we've been around Sloan for a long time. We're very thankful for Daryl and Jess for their stuff. You started 2017 as a blogger, right? And then 2019 you started working for teams. Yep. So there's actually a pretty decent history of analytics in the NFL, despite the fact that more recently, the media over the last 3 or 4 years seem to have particularly captured the elements of, should we go for it on 4th down from different positions? Should we go for 2 in these situations? Do we need to go for 2 first so that we have knowledge about, what we need to do later in the game? And then, occasionally that information gets bled down into the commentators, but occasionally it just does not because they don't care. So that gives us the framework for being able to talk about this. I think this panel in particular believes that data and AI-led decisions or sort of quantitative-led decisions is useful. But the other point that was made from both sides between Paul Tudor-Jones and Jonathan Kraft was that the complexity of the NFL and the football game itself versus chess is just many, many exponents larger. It's like infinitely large is what they said. So even though we believe in this type of thing, it's still going to come back to human-led decision-making because there's going to be plenty of things, no matter how quantitative and belief-driven you are, that everything can be quanted out into DataSphere. Humans still have to make the decisions, and there's also things that will not be in your model. Given that, all right, let's talk about some interesting parts here. Eugene's going to be careful about what he can say because he's in an active role with the team. He's been very kind and generous with his insight backstage, but you have to pay him for that out in the real world. So as a panel, can you guys generally share some specific instances of how football analytics played a decisive role in drafting prospects? And then kind of how did it pan out? Steve, you had 1 or 2 that you thought were pretty exciting.
Yeah, we were going to stray away from too much quarterback talk, but I want to bring up Baker Mayfield getting drafted in 2018 at number 1. I was a big fan at the time. I think it was the analytically driven decision. Of course, Josh Allen was then drafted at number 7, and Baker Mayfield got off to a good start with the Browns, but clearly Josh Allen's been the best quarterback and the best quarterback of that class. Lamar Jackson has been a stud from that class. I think the Baker Mayfield decision was one where I think it was more analytically driven and didn't work over time. And then the inverse, the one that came to mind when we were talking about these questions, was a couple years ago that the Jaguars taken Trayvon Walker over Aiden Hutchinson at 1 and 2. I thought Aiden Hutchinson was the clear analytical favorite, and Trayvon Walker more of the, winning this week the scouting combine. And I think the Hutchinson aspect to the analytically driven decision would have been the better one there. Those are two that just come to mind as far as decisions that went both ways.
Sean, do you have any examples you want to talk about?
Yeah, so one of the things that came to mind with this question is offensive linemen, and scouts have a lot of opinions on what an offensive lineman looks like as far as size and length and level of competition. And I remember Zach Tom coming out of Wake Forest was a name that scouts were not necessarily that excited about because he came from a small school, and even though he played all 5 positions on the offensive line, and even though the analytic measures really loved what he was doing, it was fairly difficult to convince scouts to even really take a hard look at him. He ended up getting drafted by the Green Bay Packers and is now their starting right tackle and has done exceptionally well. But it's one of those things where I think if you have enough evidence to be compelling in your argument to scouts, like, this guy is performing really well, he's versatile across a bunch of different positions, like that is valuable unto itself. Let's at least kick the tires there.
Brian Burke was talking earlier in the green room about using sort of the AI models or the analytics models to even just sometimes give the decision maker a little more confidence that their intuition is right, or to give them a clue that maybe they need to dig a little bit deeper. There's always too much work to do in a sporting team, always, always. I'm sorry, Eugene, I feel bad for you. But the fact of the matter is you have to start to boil it down to the things that matter. You're gonna have imperfect decisions all the time. So you mentioned an offensive lineman. Let's dig in a little bit on a couple of other positions, because we mostly want to leave the quarterback to the people that are arguing in the media space. But maybe talk to me about defensive tackle, how are you looking to evaluate them from an analytical perspective, or safety? Give us something a little bit meaty that isn't necessarily always in the news.
I mean, I'm working for PFF since 2011. I'm a little biased toward our data. It's been my goal since being there. I'm like, wow, this data is good. We have information on every single play, and it's production based, and it's objectively subjective, subjectively objective, right? It's a subjective rubric, but we're objective in how we try to apply it. And I found that extremely valuable across many positions because it accounts for every position. And I think a lot of us are looking for what's the metric? What's the one metric you look for at this position and that position? I think it's always a bunch and figuring out where they all apply. So I think the more you're doing something on a play-by-play basis and taking a player's career, I think that's the one other thing that I've found personally is a player's career in college, because a lot of times even scouts, we watched a couple games coming into the year, but we really watched his last year. How did he develop and everything? But there's information in those early years, sometimes freshman, sophomore, junior year. So applying all of that as well, applying age adjustments, I think all of that goes into the soup, so to speak. So it's all of the data, and then parsing out some of those specifics. But I'll say the play-by-play and some of the PFF play-by-play data is really valuable for things like edge defenders, defensive tackles, offensive linemen in particular.
Yeah, there's definitely a balance between, I want to look holistically at this player's college career, but you also have guys who, rise sharply in their last season, and you want to be able to capture that. So there's definitely, consistent success versus someone who has a really strong breakout season. One of the things that I think we believe really strongly at Sumer is that it's kind of hard to say who a guy is in the pros from college from a positional standpoint. So, if you're looking to draft a guy as a safety coming out of college, that doesn't necessarily mean that he played safety in college. He could have played cornerback, but he has the skills necessary to play safety. So it's more about not necessarily, what exact position that a guy played, but what is he capable of doing on a trait level, and that can be really hard to nail down. And then to Steve's point, sometimes you have these wide gulfs between the production of a particular player, just based off of their coaching staff, what they're asked to do, and the trait grades that you'll get from the scouts. And that leads to some really interesting questions like, well, if this guy has such good traits, why wasn't he used?
Yeah, I think another thing that you're seeing when you're talking about the positional elements is that teams and schemes are so multiple now. Like, you need those flexible positions and those players that can do multiple things. Being able to estimate the players factually off of what they have done versus what they could do, that's the gap between those two. Like, you've got an output-based element behind it, but then you also have, we think that this guy has this potential. That's a little human intuition that isn't going to show up necessarily in the data. Eugene, you have a long history in this. You have to be careful about sort of your current draft strategy and such, but when you were in the early stages, like, do you have any comfort level around, how do we project this type of guy in a particular position?
Yeah, so first, let me just say that real honor to be here on the stage with you. I got my start here at the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference back in 2011. I presented papers at the research paper contest with Phil Myman and Alan Myman, so I owe everything to Daryl Morey and Jessica Gelman. But anyway, I feel like I've come full circle, so I really appreciate it. But as far as drafting is concerned, my feeling is that the draft model is only as good as the scouting inputs. So you can have a draft model that incorporates all the combine measurables, all the PFF grades, which are fantastic, but it's going to be terrible unless you have some scouting inputs. So I personally value our scouting inputs a lot, and my attitude is more like, this is what the scouts are telling me, now what are we supposed to do? And if you look at it that way, I think you get better results.
In the world of soccer, we actually use the data to help the scout productivity. Like, after 2 years, the scouts were like, hey, we just don't watch bad players anymore. And that actually makes us feel good, but if it makes us feel like we're going to have an impact on the team, more so than we would have otherwise. So that's another sort of thing that you're saying there. Like, there's always too much work to do. If we can make our scouts have a little more productive time, like, that's useful to us. And we take their input and they get more confident about what they're telling us, so they give us, more realistic projections on their end.
One thing we're hearing more and more, too, is teams want to separate their scouts from biases, which makes sense, right? So you want your scout to have clear, like, just go do your job. You don't need to be influenced by numbers. You don't need to be influenced by a PFF grade or anything else. Go evaluate the player the same way that you do, and then it's on Eugene and people within to synthesize that information, right? So we're hearing that more and more from teams, that's the purest way to do it. Let the scout scout, let the numbers people do their thing, and then you all come together to make a better decision.
So I think over the last 2 years, this panel and Brian Burke in particular have talked about tracking data as the new useful frontier, NGS data there. Now we're starting to get good data in college space from tracking data. How has that adjusted how teams sort of look at players and their ability to evaluate players?
So I think one of the things we had before wide access to tracking data was most analytic measures were production measures. And we get into a little bit of that with PFF grades and even the PFF WAR measure, which is very good. But it is a production measure, and it's a very distinct difference to how scouts view players, where they're looking at, not necessarily how much did this guy produce, that's certainly a piece of it, but what can this player do, and in what context do they thrive, what are their traits? And tracking data lets you get to trait-like analysis on the analytics side, which is really exciting, because it's like, okay, well, now we can estimate this guy's 40 before he ever runs it. We can, have play speed measures. We can look at field control. We can estimate pressure from defensive ends on the quarterback. We can look at quarterback decision making in a really objective way. And I think that makes it an incredibly exciting frontier.
I think two of the examples of teams using that type of thing for their drafting elements, it used to be just combine information. But now what they're starting to do is look at game speed information. And what does this guy do in a particular situation? I think Cooper Kupp was one of them. And then Puka this past year was,
Yeah, the Rams have a type.
Yeah, exactly. Publicly, they were stated as that. The Rams also don't seem to show up to the combine, is what I've read. Not that I know anything about this. So maybe there's a combination of things there where they feel like the objective outputs from the combine, which is a good show, by the way, and very important for the ecosystem, but isn't necessarily the most valid set of measurements that you're talking about for how is this person going to play in game. And I think that that's what you guys are doing. You're trying to find out, how does this person play in game? Does their skill set athletically translate to on-field production, which is the most important element?
Yeah, the Puka Nacua one's a good example, again, because it's public. And I've talked to other teams who, we've built an in-house athleticism score off the data. Other teams are doing similar things. And those become, especially late round tiebreakers or late round, this guy's standing out. And I think there's information there. And then the balance is going to be the same way you would never just look at a 40 time or even just a few combine metrics. You would never just look at game speed, right? It just becomes another data point. And I think you're hearing more about players skipping the combine, right? There's more agents that are influencing them and saying, look, you're gonna lose more than you can gain here. But now you have, in-game athleticism to actually fall back upon. So I think that's going to be huge in the coming years. I'm not saying no players are going to work out at the combine, but they're certainly becoming more tactical there, and teams have the ability to kind of have the data to offset when players fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and when you look at how important are these combine drills actually, like how well do they line up to what a player does in game, we can design much better tests at the tracking data level to say, okay, well, what does a 40 time really tell me about a receiver? If I'm just sending him 40 yards downfield every single play, great, it's probably a fantastic measure. But I've been led to believe that occasionally they turn. So you can build things off of tracking data, look at like, okay, well, what does this guy's route tree look like? How fast does he come out of his breaks? What's his real acceleration? And that's stuff that isn't necessarily readily apparent coming out of the combine. And I think that's why you're starting to see teams like the Rams where they're like, okay, well, we'll maybe do our visits some other time or take care of the interview some other time. But as far as the measurements, we don't need to be there in person to see it.
Well, there's a chapter of Maury Ball out there as well, talking about scout biases and how much you get from in person and how much that biases them. And you're trying to avoid some of those things. Not seeing those players in person in that way may help adjust it. Maybe, though, I'm being a little contrarian here, are there metrics inside of the combine that will invalidate players? You're like, no, he's not an NFL player because of these things. And maybe you're looking for that still.
I think a lot of the times when somebody comes out of the combine and they're really falling down your draft board, it's something medical has come up that you weren't aware of. And I wouldn't even say that necessarily that player is now a do not draft, but you're certainly baking that into your projections, right? We have players every single year who are first, second, third round talents. Something pops up on medical that makes you a little bit wary. And then now it's your job inside the team to balance that risk, right? What's your risk appetite for this guy if it's medical or character issues? First round talent, he's still there in the fourth. Do you roll the dice? I mean, that's a lot of upside to say no to, but it might be out of the league very quickly.
Maybe you're incorporating additional information there. In fact, that's a good free agent question as well. Like one of the guys that you mentioned, Baker Mayfield, started out quite well. Those three quarterbacks you mentioned actually are all from pretty analytical teams: the Bills, the Cleveland Browns, and the Ravens, who we'll talk about a little more in a bit. And they all had very interesting quarterback selections, quite different. But Baker, when he was healthy initially, seemed to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league in a scheme that was useful to him. Maybe he got some quiet injuries, behind the scenes. Nobody's ever honest about their injuries in the NFL, ever, ever, ever. That's not a thing that happens, allegedly. But the point of that is it comes into free agent decisions as well, and how big of a contract are you going to give, and what type of contract are you going to give? What cap hits are we looking at? I mean, cap hits might be one of the most analytical things that you can do, right? Because you're looking at the whole system and the squad, and like how do we measure that out? How do we take as little risk as possible in the right situations, but you still want to capture value? So I think the injury question is a big one. If you want to elaborate, Eugene, you can. Sorry, but if you want to elaborate on that, like it's fine. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, for Baker Mayfield, I think there was a lot going against him. 8 head coaches in 6 years, something along those lines. That's
record-setting. Yeah,
that's a tough sled for even a very talented quarterback. Another thing working against Baker is the fact that the middle-class quarterback contracts just simply don't exist. So, you basically have to let your career, not let your career free fall, but essentially his career free falled until he was cheap enough where a team would then take a chance on him, and now he's rehabilitated himself in Tampa Bay and had a great year. But
Both
because
literally and figuratively?
Literally and figuratively, right? But now he's in a position where he is worth something to teams, because there's so much unknown. You don't want to give $40 million to a guy who is an average quarterback, even if that's an extremely high bar to get to.
Does that happen a lot in the league right now? A lot of $40 million contracts to pretty average guys?
No comment.
Okay. That's an excellent point.
It's on the way.
So Lamar is a good point to also talk about, not necessarily in the quarterback space, but using his injuries and also Baltimore's injuries over the last couple of seasons as a jumping off point. In one season, it limited their production so much. We have two former members of the Ravens staff here, not Kern, who may be able to enlighten us a little bit, but you could kind of see that they still managed to continue to be productive from depth players. Eugene, do you have any comment among, like, in the past, like how that was looked at in terms of like value and what they did in a different way, maybe back in the earlier days?
The Ravens specifically on depth? Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot in general about whether or not you want to have a team of stars or a team full of depth. I think the Ravens do a great job in finding a lot of undrafted free agents that contribute. I think about Zach Orr, for example, Michael Pierce, and really testament to their scouting department. But yeah, it's always good when you get those late round picks to work. And I think that's part of the reason why they won. What was it? How many preseason games in a row? They set the record. It was an incredible streak. But part of it is because they have so much depth.
Able to blood those players, get them involved in the scheme, get a comfort level with their potential output. And then injuries are inevitable in the NFL, so having that depth makes them able to sort of continue to get into the playoffs, even if they aren't able to perform at their highest level all the time.
Absolutely. I mean, they are extremely cognizant of where there are strong link systems and weak link systems. And in those weak link systems, you see smart teams over and over, like, we're going to keep taking shots at additional cornerbacks and safeties and offensive linemen, because if you lose one guy and that system now breaks, you're just at a huge disadvantage. So you need that premium depth there in addition to premium talent.
Ravens are just a good example of a team that consistently makes a lot of good small decisions that add up. I mean, a couple years ago, they traded Marquise Brown for a first-round pick. Probably weren't going to pay him. Grab a first-round pick. Now they get two starters out of that in that first round with Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum at center. Just a lot of smart decisions when you add it up and you look at, to Eugene's point, have a good depth. And when you look at good depth on the roster, you looked at their roster last year, it's like, wow, starters, backups. I mean, this is solid across the board. Few stars besides Lamar, but just solid across the board, and they do a consistent job with that.
But also being willing to hop in for a player that doesn't seem to have great positional value in Roquan Smith, but they felt like he seemed to solidify their whole system, and their linebacker core is part of the most important elements of that. That, I think, speaks a little bit to being comfortable in your player evaluation process to be able to make that leap and take that risk. Another thing the Ravens have done that I think actually is really interesting, and Eugene has a particular influence on this, is that they have a game manager type person in Daniel Stern, right? But I remember 15 years ago, Bill Simmons being around and talking about, hey, all Andy Reid needs to do, or Tony Dungy, or anybody else that seems to have issues in late game management, needs to get a kid who's played Madden his entire life and get him in the ear for 2-minute situations, because that's going to dramatically change the value of that. And it seems like coaches sometimes get overwhelmed. Daniel, I think, is a little bit more than that, but I think that you have some insight on the hiring of the game manager concept that really seems to be going throughout the league.
Yeah, I'm not sure Daniel was a big Madden player, but yeah, Daniel's great. He's probably one of the best game managers in the game, if not the best. I joke that the best thing I did at the Ravens was I hired Daniel out of Yale back in 2016, was it? But yeah, so in general, the guy in the game management booth is becoming more and more analytics driven, and all the coaching staffs will have weekly meetings to go over situations to discuss what you're doing on a day-to-day basis and for various scenarios. And the Ravens do a great job at that. I mean, Daniel's great. Coach Harbaugh is really receptive. When I joined the Ravens, if you plot the Ravens' fourth down aggressiveness over time, you'll see a big bump in 2014 when I joined. It wasn't just because of me, but Coach Harbaugh really understands the analytics and is really receptive, and that helps a lot. But yeah, they do a fantastic job there.
It makes sense. It just makes sense. I mean, think about what a head coach has to do, right? He is the CEO of the organization, and he's got to motivate players and pick the right players and put them in the right position to succeed and game plan and do all these things. Why wouldn't you have someone else just focused on in-game decision making? Because the game's fast. Like, you can't do that on the fly. You have to be prepared. I mean, it's like a CEO, worried about what the Twitter account's doing or something,
On a clock, where seconds matter.
Yeah, so
right.
You mentioned the chess analogy earlier. So what we used to tell Coach Harbaugh is the best chess player in the world is not a human. It's also not a computer. It's a human using a computer. Now, my understanding of it is that's not true anymore. It's actually a computer. But,
you lied to him. That's okay.
Back then it was. And I think it's true. Like, why wouldn't you use some help? Why wouldn't you use some numbers to help you inform the decisions? It just makes sense.
So if the game manager, actually, can you enlighten us a little bit about what the game manager is doing? I think that role is a little understood.
A lot of fourth down decisions. You have end of half, end of game decisions, whether to do intentional offsides, for example. I mean, a good example is the San Francisco Chiefs Super Bowl, the overtime coin flip, right? So when the rule was changed a couple years ago, Mike Lopez of the NFL released a paper that showed that receiving still has a slight advantage. And at the time, we also did some analysis, ran some simulations, and found that receiving has still a slight advantage. So me personally, I know there's a lot of controversy after the game. I don't think San Francisco made a huge mistake in choosing to receive. A lot of my friends in the industry, who I respect a lot, disagree with me, but I don't think it was a giant mistake. Now, what was impressive, though, was that after the game, Kansas City players all said that Mike Frazier, the game management guy there, had educated the players about the new rule and told them what they were going to do in the event that they won the coin flip. And he did that before every single playoff game. And Travis Kelce gave him a good shout out in his podcasts. So I think that's a real testament to Mike Frazier's good communication skills, because that's what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to educate the coaches and the players. And anyway, Mike's great. He's one of the unsung heroes of the Chiefs' success. But that's what you're supposed to do.
Michael Lopez, a shout out as well. His group at the NFL studies these situations to try and make them as interesting, as fair as possible. The NFL, is very willing to make adjustments to the rules of the game that are, more in line with player welfare, but also more in line with an entertainment product. And I think they do a great job. So we talked a little bit about fourth down decision making. I feel like, this is the NFL panel, but there's not a college football panel. What we've seen in college football is not dissimilar to that. It's just less widespread. It's a little bit slower than the super aggressive teams or the super progressive teams in the NFL. But in college, there's the thing called the book, right? And the book tells you situational elements of how you should make choices. And the book is pretty widely distributed. There are a lot of teams that buy this. And so you're seeing also, you talk about fourth down decision making. We've seen the same thing across the sport, maybe just on a bit of a lag there. What other trends are you guys interested and excited about as coming out of the analytics and the data space, or do you find particularly promising?
I think college is at a very interesting crossroads because now college teams are going to have to manage financial resources in a way that is very similar to the NFL. And of course, there's not a cap, but now the resources for Troy are not the same as the resources for Auburn. And so that leads to a lot of interesting decisions and a lot of opportunity for data-driven decisions. And if you are one of kind of these mid-major teams, you've got to be extremely aggressive in the transfer portal to maintain a run of excellence. We have seen time and time again where these large name teams can take good talent from across the country. It's like you are hitting free agency with your own players every single year. And to me,
you have to recruit them to stay.
Right.
Which is
you have to recruit them to stay, and that is something that simply doesn't exist in any other sports league that we have right now. So if you are a team that is in that situation, I would say if you're not being not just in analytics but extremely aggressive, you're already behind.
That's a good one, Sean. I mean, thousands of players hit the portal last year. Over 3,000 players hit the portal last year. There's some stuff going on behind the scenes. Sometimes you know who's going, but theoretically you don't know who's going to the portal. NFL's got to deal with free agency. They have hundreds of players. They know who the free agents are. They spend months prepping and having scouting reports, know who we're going to target. And college doesn't have that. They don't know who's going to hit the portal. They don't know who's leaving their own team, whose contract is up. They're all up. You have to re-recruit them, as you said, Ted. It is a fascinating world right now in college, and they used to not have to worry about things like positional value and where the financial resources go, right? You get a recruiting class of 25, and we'll just get a few more linemen this year, or we'll get a few more defensive backs this year, and that was it, to just balance your 4-year projection for your roster. Now it's a literal year-to-year process. Where do we deploy resources? For which players? Do we really have good evaluations on all these players? They need data. They need to be able to evaluate a lot of players and then put their resources in the right places.
In the world of soccer, you were able to take a data set, look across 120 leagues is what we collect on the StatsBomb side, and you then use the tools to sort of narrow it down to players of the types that you're looking for in positions that you care about. The complexity of that is understood these days, but a decade ago when I started, it wasn't really. And it was definitely data and tools that allows you to narrow that down. It's the same thing in the transfer portal, except for the transfer portal has a much narrower window where you can actually take action there. And most of these teams so far, even in the college space, on the personnel side at least, are underprepared for it. Like they're not keeping up with it on a day-to-day basis. Like their day-to-day is recruiting high school kids. And then you have this period of time where like, oh, we got to change and we got to do this and it's got to be really fast. And we have literally 4 interns who are in a room over there following everybody's social media feeds to figure out, oh, that guy's in the portal and that guy's in the portal. And like maybe you've got a couple of groups that are updating their APIs minutely or hourly to be able to pull that stuff. But I will say that the transfer portal in particular feels a lot more like soccer than the NFL does. And the complexities there are astronomical.
Well, it's also impacting the draft. Like the NIL era is measurably impacting the strengths of draft classes, and it's particularly at certain positions. When you have a college player who is looking at, do I become a 5th round draft pick, or do I stay the starting, hypothetically, the starting linebacker at Ohio State? Well, the financial gap between those two may not be all that much. 5th rounders and laters don't have very much, or if at all, guaranteed dollars to those contracts. And so you have to balance, like, what's the injury risk? What can I earn now versus what can I earn in the future? Like, do I spend an extra year to develop? So, we're seeing draft classes get older. We're seeing the shape of the draft curves change, and the distribution of talent is changing within drafts. And I think in general, that's one of the things that I love about working in not just the NFL, but football, is it's a non-stationary league. The insights that Eugene found in 2011, some of them aren't true anymore. And same thing, and I've only been working for a team since 2019, and some of those aren't true anymore. And so you got to go back to the drawing board and try and look for leading indicators and not just lagging indicators. And it's a fascinating space.
There's a truism in sports betting that every edge will deteriorate, and potentially completely evaporate. It's absolutely true in professional sport, whether that's the NBA or whether it's here or whatever. I have one more hybrid question about college that I feel more comfortable asking because it's a hybrid question. We saw Michigan this year. Those of you who know behind the scenes know that Michigan have a lot of emphasis on stats and data, partly because of the brothers Harbaugh connection. He's back in the NFL this year. But when you look at what can be done at the college level, like, you think that's exciting for teams? Do you think it's like hugely underinvested?
I think one of the things that's really difficult for college teams is they don't necessarily have the personnel infrastructure that NFL teams have. You talk to even Power 5 teams and they don't have data analysts on staff. And so, they're extremely cognizant that, like, hey, we got to get through these data sets. We get stuff from PFF, we get stuff from StatsBomb, we get stuff from, all of these different vendors, or they consult with us, but they don't have coders. And
You
so
have an army of willing interns.
Right, I mean,
possibly in the audience.
pour
not
one out for
necessarily your
the
football
graduate
schools.
They're all out here.
Right, right.
Not football schools, too many in this particular conference, maybe. But anyway, continue on.
Yeah, so I think it's
Michigan has an army of students that help them in analytics. I know this because I helped organize it. I mean, so
They turn into interns for them, and you know they hire that pipeline too.
Michigan's a pipeline to the NFL now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so last year, Arjun Menon and Jonas Meltzer did a great job for them. And then previously,
Tej was there.
Yeah, Tej, and yeah, they've had a lot of people make the NFL. Rohit and Kanal.
Aspirational for those of you who want to get involved in this space. Like your colleges your universities are a good spot to start, not just on your program that you're learning, but also get involved with the team if you can.
Yeah, I saw Professor Finholt earlier this weekend. I mean, he's developed a great pipeline of Michigan analytics people into the NFL.
So one of the things that doesn't get shared enough, and this is actually another good point and segue for the student side, is there are analytics failures. And we know factually in this sport, you will fail. Like, no matter what role you're in, you will have failures because there's a lot of complexity around it. Like, you have certainty around things, but really that certainty is a confidence interval. These things can be important, and sometimes more so. The failures can teach you more than your successes will, almost every situation. And they can lead you down new framework paths, like expected goals in soccer. What happened in soccer and in hockey was that at one point it was like, oh, we're looking for volume, we're looking for efficiency, we're looking for this, we're looking for that. And the reality was, what we found was that, hey, being closer to the goal helps you score more goals. And that's really important. And when you evaluate in that situation, as many others, it changed how players were evaluated. Can you share any lessons from past projects or initiatives where football analytics did not yield the expected results? And how did you adapt or learn from that?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting cases of this actually comes from the Big Data Bowl. And I want to say it was the second one where they were predicting rushing yards over expected. And this stat proliferated across media and in teams, and people are trying to replicate it. But it has a fatal flaw. It knows the speed of the player. And so who does that residual belong to? Does the speed of the player belong to the player? Now you extend that out to yards after the catch, right? If I bake in Tyreek Hill's speed into what I'm telling the model, well, now that's in the expectation. So he's not faster than his own expectation. I'm penalizing one of the most dynamic receivers in the league because he's dynamic. And I think that is a very common mistake that we see, not just in those two particular models, but in general. You have to be extremely careful. Like, what assumptions are you making? What does the expectation actually mean? What are you trying to measure? Who owns the residual? Does the coach own some of this residual? Is it all on the player? Is it the opportunity that this particular player got in this time frame? All these questions are extremely important. I know my team, some of them are in the audience, hate listening to me talk about assumptions because I feel like that's all I do. But if we're not careful about validating our assumptions, we will make extremely precise wrong models.
I go back to the Baker Mayfield one. We started collecting PFF data in 2014, and I thought having more granular quarterback data would help a lot with hits and misses and finding the next franchise quarterback. And I don't think over the last 10 years or so that the top quarterbacks that have come out of the league were analytical darlings, so to speak. And I don't think there's a lot of data sets out there that would have said, yeah, absolutely, Mahomes, Lamar, Herbert, Allen, clearly those are the guys. Stroud. I mean, some things would have loved Burrow and Stroud. Some of them would have hated Allen and Mahomes. And so, and it's part because of you're trying to get a top 8 guy. You're not just trying to find a starter. I think data is better when you're just trying to find a starting tackle, a starting safety, you're trying to find a top 64 cornerback, right? Which is completely different from finding a top 8 to 10 QB or a top 15 QB, whatever your threshold is. So I'm not saying that's a failure necessarily, but I thought it would be a cleaner, yeah, of course the NFL missed on all these quarterbacks before we had better data. Of course they did. But we have better data, and it's still, a little hit or miss when trying to predict who the next great quarterback is.
Yeah, I feel like it's a failure every time we go for a 4th down and we don't get it, because then
That's right.
Everyone's really mad at you. But what you really want to emphasize is process over outcome, right? So you want to educate the people in the building that it was the right decision at the time, even though it didn't work out. That's sometimes harder to do, but I used to have a coach that really didn't understand probability, and you'd be like, the probability of us converting this first down is 65%, and then he'd say, well, I used to coach Teddy Bruschi, and Bruschi said that, you know, it's not a tendency unless it's 80%, which really isn't the point. But anyway, the good news is that, you know, Coach Harbaugh really understood it, and he got it. But you really need the people in the building to understand process over outcome.
That's got to be the hardest thing to communicate, right? Probabilistic thinking. I mean, especially like a decision maker who feels like they're already making good decisions on players and say, well, we can increase your probability or whatever it might be. And, you know, it might be small, but it's significant.
I thought what Ian Graham said in the soccer panel, I don't know if you listened to it, but I thought that was awesome. He was saying how even if he thinks that a player has a 70% chance of being better than another player, he almost has to go in and say, no, this guy's better, because that's how they communicate.
Stand on the table.
Exactly, stand on the table.
There is an element of jockness, especially in soccer, but obviously in this sport as well. And, you know, explaining a confidence interval and the likely outcome versus I am comfortable that this is our assessment and I'm sure that this is better. It's a difficult challenge. If you want to be influential, which is probably your most important job as someone being an analyst and giving information, you have to find a way to communicate that, even if it makes you uncomfortable, which is often the truth. You're like, oh God, I feel like I've lied. There's a big cloud around this, and you know your job is very challenging.
Yeah, there's definitely the academic approach where you're always hedging, right? Where it's like, oh well, this percentage of failure, but that's not how people in these leagues think.
It doesn't help you.
And when we harp on like, oh, communication has to be so important, we're not talking about making your graphs pretty. Like it's like you have to change your language to the industry that you're in, and that's true of just more than just football. It was the same way when I was in the military. Like if you're talking to an infantry general, you have to talk to him like you're from the infantry. Otherwise, like if I give General Ordierno a math quiz, he doesn't care what I have to say. You got to translate over.
I can tell you that making your graphs prettier does help a little bit in influencing them in other sports that I've worked in. Maybe also in this one. We're early on in the
You do have very pretty graphs. I didn't mean to besmirch them.
It's all right. I think what you said about giving credit for metrics, especially ones that are model-driven, is actually pretty interesting to dive down into. But this isn't actually a model-driven metric. Like the argument, and Eugene probably did this research very early on, are sacks an offensive line stat or a quarterback stat? Is like a fundamental element, right? And like when you understand that better, it changes how you look at quarterbacks, but also often how you change looking at line play. And if you understand that, then you're like, all right, we've got a little more fundamental knowledge about how the game works, and then you're able to make better decisions. The next one there that you mentioned was rush yards over expected. You're giving the running back credit for that, you're giving the line the credit for that.
I mean, really, if you're looking at any given running play, there's at least, you can be more, but there's at least 6 players in on the play, right? There's the 5 people on the line and then the running back themselves. And that's just on the offense. Of course, it depends on how the defense is fitting it, how many people are in the box, what's the situation, et cetera. We're already exploding complexity in football yet again. But in the best case, you're dividing that credit among 6 players. So I think that's why you see a lot of teams that are traditionally successful running are successful running across multiple backs. There was the Tony Pollard versus Ezekiel Elliott debate. It's like, well, even if Ezekiel Elliott was significantly better than Tony Pollard, so much of that credit is spread across the line, and they had such a good blocking scheme that you saw Pollard really excel. Same thing happened with the Ravens, and especially once you add in the fact that Lamar has so much gravity on the defense and you're inducing so much hesitation into the second level with the linebackers, where you see J.K. Dobbins gets hurt and they continue to excel. They have another running back get hurt, they continue to excel, and that's part of the reason.
Denver Broncos, Alex Gibbs, outside zone. Yep. It's the same thing repeated over and over again. That's his scheme on some very good linemen, but they went through running backs every year, and people used to go crazy in fantasy, right? Because they're like, oh God, which Denver Broncos back am I drafting? Am I drafting any of them because they're just going to replace them?
One of the things to consider that I think we've had an advantage at PFF is because when we're grading every player on every play, we're looking at both sides of the ball. So a lot of the feedback we've gotten, we'll talk to an offensive line coach, he's like, well, we ran for 200 yards or whatever it is, but a play might just be because the defender lost contain. and it's just his fault.
Yeah.
It's one player's fault, and that goes for 50 yards unblocked. It's yards before contact and all these, and it has nothing to do with the line. There's a lot of plays where the line doesn't do a whole lot, and the running back does the work. There's a lot of plays where the line does all the work, and there's plays where the defense is just bad, and they're terrible. And so you have to account. So a lot of times you think of metrics only through the side of the ball that you're trying to evaluate, but you have to adjust for the other side of the ball, not just saying, is this a good run defense or a bad defense, but at the play level, account for what the defense is trying to do, how well they do it, and I think you get a little bit more information that way.
In college, you get a lot more busts on both sides of the ball as well, and so that's
It's just ugly. Yeah.
Oi, come on, there are some fans.
Relative, I love college football.
Okay.
Relative to the NFL, it's a little uglier.
Okay, and speaking of coaches having to wear sort of their flame retardant pants, occasionally PFF has to do it when certain brothers get on podcasts or JJ Watts pops up there. But obviously, data's hard, and that's the thing that people don't understand. Giving credit is hard, and evaluating what happens in the most complex game in the world is extremely difficult. Now we're going to get into some of the audience questions, so hopefully you guys have done a good job here. So what is harder to analyze when predicting who to draft, an elite offensive lineman or an elite pass rusher?
Oh, man, I would say the pass rusher is a lot easier. There's not that pass rush is solved, but I think it is fairly one-dimensional as far as like football roles go. Like, does the guy project pressure onto the quarterback or not? Does he beat the lineman? Does he not? Like these are fairly simple questions compared to a lot of other football positions.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's close. Pass rushers, there's a lot of good production. There's a lot of good athleticism metrics that work together. Find guys that are good at both, generally. Offensive linemen, I think, is trickier because they do take longer to develop.
Yeah. They can also change positions a lot.
They could change positions, and you're gonna. I think when you hear coaches and scouts complain about the college game, and it's hard to see what they're doing in college and project it to the NFL, there's some truth in that. But I think the elite offensive lineman, you could still. I think there's a lot of signal in evaluating the future elite offensive lineman.
Yeah, I think pass rush in general is just easier to analyze, just because it's more one-on-one, edge versus tackle.
Yep.
Anything in the run game, I mean, we were just discussing earlier, if you have a great run game, is that because of the running back? Is it because of the offensive line? Could be because you have Lamar. It's just so much harder to analyze.
The defensive tackle elements, where some schemes actually want a defensive tackle that can eat double teams all day,
right.
so you can free up the second level. Like, that was a thing that you couldn't really see necessarily in data until more recently. Like, you had to have higher granularity data quality inside of that. All right, we're going to go really nerdy here, and if you guys want to skip this one, that's okay. But what role does the panel see AI and sports-centric LLMs in football? Do they have any role now? Maybe next season, will there be a ramp-up?
I think we're extremely close to getting to a point where you could build a tool that allows coaches to have the same conversations they would have with analysts, but not necessarily tying down that analyst. So, wouldn't it be nice for all of us who have worked on teams, the coach has a question at midnight that an LLM could answer that question.
Where do we rank in rushing yards?
Right. Like, I think that's a pretty easy win. I think especially in college, the NCAA has approved tablets on the sideline. So you come up with an application to answer questions in real time on the sideline. That could be a gold mine.
They couldn't have anything before, by the way.
Right.
Like,
They're jumping right into it.
Yeah. They're like, well, this is going to be interesting. And obviously, that's another set of stuff, right? If you're looking at what are they going to use, they've got in-game data, which is also lesser quality. Like, you're looking at, I don't know if you've seen the play-by-play feed of some lesser college games going on at times, but it's a struggle.
Now you're trashing colleges. Come on, man.
No, I meant the play-by-play feed. That was all I was talking about. Because, again, it's difficult to have two Sun Belt Conference teams that have the highest quality data. I don't know why. Moving right along. So how does the college system or style of play impact scouting, and how is it best quantified when understanding if players can make it to the NFL?
That's a good question. It's challenging, and again, what they're asked to do. I mean, a lot of college defensive schemes don't actually have two edge rushers, right? It's 3 down linemen who are trying to eat blocks, and it's 1 edge rusher. So you have fewer of those one-to-one comparisons projecting them. There's a lot of offensive linemen who just aren't taking pass sets. I think what you've seen in baseball a lot of the time is a lot of the baseball improvements over the last few years have been in individual training. So a lot of that's going to be in football with individual training. You see a lot more O-line individual training and off-season and seeing how a guy's redoing his kick step prior to the draft or whatever it is. There's probably some level of production in whatever he was asked to do that was useful, but he's not asked to do this one-to-one projection to the NFL. So relying on what they're doing in the off-season, what they're doing leading up to the draft is one way to probably mitigate that a bit.
Yeah, it affects a lot of positions very differently, right? Like the quality of quarterbacks you're playing against in college is so inferior to that of the NFL that what you ask a college linebacker to do is much more run fit because there's so many more run heavy teams. But then you get to the NFL and it's like, okay, we've switched to a too high safety system because of the impact of players like Patrick Mahomes, but that means that the underneath is now maybe a little bit less defended, so now I need a middle linebacker who can really read play action well and can cover the tight end, and that gets into that non-stationarity of the league that I think is fascinating. You can make an argument that ties back to the Roquan Smith example you used earlier with the Ravens. If the intermediate middle is now the counterpunch that you're getting from Kansas City and using Travis Kelce, well, now we need to be able to defend that. So there's always a fight between, okay, what can I actually observe in college, but what do I need in the NFL, and then how is my enemy adapting in real time?
Eugene, are you more comfortable over the history of time drafting players that seem closer to scheme that they might be playing in the NFL? Does that make an adjustment?
I was just thinking, Steve was saying it's so hard to project quarterbacks. I mean, everyone dings the air raid quarterbacks because they just pass it all the time. But then remember Patrick Mahomes, I mean, there's that one game against Oklahoma where he passed for 800 yards and people are like, oh no, it's because he's an air raid quarterback. Let's ding him. And of course, he falls in the draft and now he's the greatest ever. So it's really hard. It's really hard to figure it out.
Interesting question about the constant evolution of the game that we've gotten from outside here. The center position has made a comeback in the NBA. After the three-point revolution appeared to devalue it, it seems like we've sort of stabilized the three-pointers as we've seen in the metrics. And the center now has, again, utility, but we've also seen those guys gain some skills that they didn't used to have before, so that's important too. Do you see something potentially happening like that with the running back position that has been derided for the last couple of years as like non-analytically interesting?
I've always been on record of saying running backs matter, so I don't know. Maybe
I was just making a joke. You please answer it for real.
No, I mean, running backs matter. I mean, I think the thing, in my opinion, is that running backs peak very early, so you might not want to give them a second contract. But a good running back, yeah, it's good for you. Believe me, right? Like you'd rather have a good running back than a bad running back. I mean, it's not a crazy notion.
The perfect example where it fits, though, is like a Christian McCaffrey going to the 49ers and being a piece of that entire offense, right? There will be people who say, well, the offense runs through McCaffrey, but not really, not every week. Sometimes it's Kittle, sometimes it's Debo, sometimes it's Ayuk, and sometimes it is McCaffrey, and sometimes it's out wide as a receiver, and sometimes it's as a runner, and it's behind a good run scheme. That's where it all seems to fit. It's not the offense is built through the running back, but I do think, obviously, having a good running back is better than not having one.
Yeah, I mean, the San Francisco example is a great one because, they have Kittle and they have Juszczyk and they have McCaffrey, and it allows them to be so multiple in all of these different ways, where you really have three guys that are legitimate pass-catching threats, but, two of the three of them, not to say that Kittle's not a run threat, but the other two are extreme run threats as well. Yep. And someone like Juszczyk is also an excellent blocker. So I think they do have a lot of value, but especially when they have more than one type of threat. And so you see this rise of the pass-catching running back, and I think that's where you find a lot of excess value.
Well, I think that teams that self-scout aggressively for their own tendencies and also try to find position or players that can do multiple things in their own scheme make the defensive job particularly difficult. And that's all that you're trying to do all the time. Same thing with motion, right? Like we've seen a huge rise in motion and jet motions that have different outcomes and different potential outcomes. And two of the things that seem to be coming out of that is, one, you're repositioning the defense, or you're giving them a tell as to what defense they're actually playing, which makes the quarterback's job a little bit easier, which makes those reads easier. Finding more ways to do that, to simplify your offensive reads, actually helps that out. And it makes the defensive job just like that much tougher. And that's what you want to do every single play, right? Like if they have to think more, they're not reacting as fast. And that's a big challenge. We're going to wrap that up here because I know the next question will be very long. Thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you to all of you. We will be back next year, presumably at this time in this bad channel, and take care.
Thank you all for joining us and for sticking around for the afternoon session. My name is Max Williams. I'm a second-year MBA student here at MIT Sloan. We are super excited to bring you the underdog mentality, David versus Goliath panel. As you can see, we obviously have an all-star crew up here. You probably know everyone on this stage, but if you don't, we have Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations for the 76ers. We have Sue Bird, WNBA champion, Olympic gold medalist, co-founder of A Touch More and Together. We have Jeff Van Gundy, senior consultant for the Boston Celtics. We have Nick Caserio, executive vice president and GM for the Houston Texans. And we are moderated today by the esteemed Jackie McMullen, retired senior writer at ESPN. You guys probably know by now, but if you want to submit a question, you can do so via the app. Just navigate to the panel page. I'll be over there sourcing through the audience Q&A. We'll do about 45 minutes amongst the panelists, the last 10 minutes or so for the audience Q&A. This is going to be a really excited one, so Jackie, the floor is yours.
Max, thanks so much. Welcome everybody to David and Goliath. So before I start, I just was talking to Sue yesterday and I said, so I've looked at everything you've done and no David, Sue, huh? She's like, no David. So we'll have the rest of the panel hold us up for that. I'm going to start with Nick Caserio because Nick was hired in 2001 by the New England Patriots, and your title was personal assistant. So tell us, let's just start there and tell us what a personal assistant meant back then.
Personnel/scouting assistant, you're basically the lowest of the low, and you basically have as little value to the organization probably as anybody. But in all seriousness, it just was to learn football and scouting from the ground level. It was an entry-level position. Quite frankly, before I took the job, I wasn't even aware of what personnel and a scouting department actually did. I started my college career coaching, was working as a grad assistant, and then when this opportunity presented itself, part of it was educating, learning what that all entailed. But I was the lowest of the low on the totem pole, but it was an opportunity to get started and to really learn football from a different perspective.
And so for those of you who are not from New England, 2001, 2002 was kind of a remarkable year for the New England Patriots, who, when I was growing up, we used to call the Patsies. After a while, my dad wouldn't take me to the games. It was dangerous to go to the games because they were so bad and people would throw things, and then the Crafts bought the team and everything changed. So that year, it's probably the first and last time for a long time that the Patriots could possibly be a David. No one expected them to do anything. They made a quarterback change because Drew Bledsoe got hurt, very severely hurt, almost died actually. And they went to Tom Brady. And you guys all know the rest. They beat the greatest show on turf, the St. Louis Rams. There was not one person in America who was predicting these games that picked the New England Patriots to win. Not one, because I went back and looked just to see, and there wasn't anyone. But there was something really special going on that season, Nick, and you had a bird's eye view for it. Tell me, if you can, when you started to sense that, okay, this group's a little different, how much of it had to do with Tom, which he really joined in, it wasn't the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and again, I just had started, but when you actually go back to training camp that year, during the offseason, Scott and Bill had signed Damon Heward to be the backup quarterback. Right. Tom was third or fourth. He was the fourth-string quarterback the previous year. But during training camp, you started to see him play at a certain level, and then eventually Scott and Bill made the decision to make Tom the backup quarterback in lieu of Damon, even though Damon was signed in free agency. So you started to see improvement from what Tom had done previously. And that team in particular, I want to say they had signed 15, 20 free agents, right, kind of one-year deals, kind of prove-it types, kind of players that had something to prove. And we made it through the year. We were 6-5 or 5-5 and played the Sunday night game against the Rams. Even though we lost the game, we were fairly competitive in the game. So at that point, you really don't know which way your season is going to go. Quite frankly, when you look at what happened with us this season with the Texans, we were kind of similar. We were 5-5, 6-5, and then we were able to make some progress at the end. But after that Sunday night game, we were against a team that we thought was pretty good. Right. We held up fairly well and made it through the rest of the year. Went on a pretty good run there into the playoffs. The AFC Championship game was in Pittsburgh. I didn't travel to the game. But because of what happened during the year, the Super Bowl was going to get turned around real quick. But as soon as the game was over, I got a call and said, hey, you're going to get on a plane. You're going to go down to, be a part of the group for the Super Bowl to help us, with the preparation. So things happened pretty quickly. I don't think anybody realized it was actually going to result in the result that it did. But I would say it was a lot of work and a lot of effort from a lot of different people with a lot to prove. And I think when you kind of have that chip on your shoulder sometimes, those end up being the results.
And I think you mentioned the Pittsburgh game. Brady got hurt in the Pittsburgh game. So Brady took over for Bledsoe after he got hurt. Unwritten rule in most sports, you get a chance to get your job back. Not so much. Bill Belichick made the right decision, a seismic decision to stick with Tom Brady. And then during that time in between the Pittsburgh game and the Super Bowl, there's all this drama. And there was all this talk. Usually you guys have been around teams. That's usually bad, right? Turmoil's usually bad. You want the focus on your team. So again, when you saw Brady's presence, for lack of a better, I covered that team, and I remember, guys like Brewski and some of the older guys that have been there who were very loyal to Drew were like, I don't know if this kid can do it. So what was it about him that made you the great David story of the NFL, maybe one of the best upsets in NFL history at the time?
Yeah, fortunately, I didn't have a lot of involvement in decision making, but nonetheless, I think sometimes the hard decision is the right decision. And if you have conviction and belief in what you think is the best thing for the team, I think we all are in sport where you have to put the team above yourself. And we have to make hard decisions. Sometimes they're not popular decisions, but you have to do what you think is right and do it with conviction and do it with belief, and then go from there. And then in the end, we all have to support the endeavor, whether we agree or disagree with the decision, but we all have a responsibility to support the decisions that are made.
When you're at the field, you're at the game because you got to go. The lowest of the low, who's now the GM of the Houston Texans, pretty nice meteoric rise, I would say. But when you're there and you can see the frustration of the Rams, you got an early lead on them. At halftime, what's the feeling in that locker room when you're this team that shouldn't be there, and now you're winning? You might win the Super Bowl.
Well, it goes back to what I said a little bit earlier, and I'm sure the panel can comment. When you have belief in each other and belief in your teammates, it doesn't really matter what's going on outside of you. So, and then halftime of the Super Bowl it's a long halftime. There's a lot to think about. There's a lot of people that are on the field. It's 30 minutes, so you have a lot of time to unwind, but also you have to get ready to go. So it all goes back to just trusting each other, trusting your teammates, having conviction and belief, not necessarily worrying about what's happening on the outside. And then ultimately got to go out there and execute. And the players did that, and it's a credit to the players and the coaches. My job that game was actually I was in the press box, not the coach's box, but I was in the press box. And my job was to take the notes from what John Madden was saying during the course of the game and get them to the coaches, because you're always looking for maybe there's some insight or something that was shared. So,
as I recall, he said, "Take a knee, Nick." Right?
I didn't put that on my sheet, so they made a different decision.
Yeah, for those who are too young or don't remember, Madden actually said the Patriots got the ball, and he said, I think they should take a knee. This is a young quarterback. They should take a knee and go to overtime. And Tom Brady and Bill Belichick and everybody else is like, yeah, no, I don't think so. And they win the Super Bowl. So, Sue, you have never been David technically, but you were telling me that in high school you were one of the top players in the country, but not in the top 10, right? So that was your version of David. Wouldn't we all love to be that, David? But and then you go to UConn, where you're not only hoping to win, you're expected to win. How much did that experience, as you feeling like I haven't been recognized for who I am, prepare you for then becoming a Goliath that's still not maybe South Carolina's the Goliath now, but that's for,
always
right
be
for
a
another
Goliath
day.
in some way, shape, or form. That's for sure. I think for me, when I look back at my younger years, what I was telling Jackie was, when the rankings came out for high school kids, I think I was in, I don't remember exactly, it was a teen. It was like a 16, 17. So I think I was ranked 17th in high school. And that immediately embedded a David mentality, I think, for me. Like something to prove, I'm being overlooked. I didn't take it too seriously, but at the same time, I was getting recruited by top schools, so I knew like something wasn't matching. And to your point, when I got to UConn, even though Coach Auriemma, honestly, probably even in the 80s when he first took the job and they were losing all the time, he probably has always thought of himself as a Goliath regardless. I'm sorry, as a David regardless. Like even now, when they're winning, he still has a David mentality. But the thing that I probably learned the most there was having that David mentality, having something to prove, having to overcome, feeling like you're the underdog, wanting to shut people up, paired with the winning mentality of a Goliath, because that to me is really what makes Goliath Goliath. A lot of aspects, talent, sure, you know, sometimes it's just luck in a way, but it's those teams that no matter what, even when they're down 20, they find a way to win. They're just winners, and when you go up against them, you sense that. You can think of all the great dynasties. Every time I think of the Minnesota Lynx in the WNBA, and when after they won probably their second championship, they ended up winning 4. It was like every regular season game, even if you were up 10 with 30 seconds, you're like, man, we're probably going to lose this one. They're going to find a way. And so at UConn, I think we were treated as Davids, but we started to learn how to win like Goliaths. And that's really how I would kind of describe my career. A little bit of a David, but I knew how to win like a Goliath.
I mean, you won, I think, 2000, I think you were 36-1. I mean, you were crushing teams. But I always go back to that game, and I think it's why we, as media members and other people, we tend to make grand pronouncements in the wake of a big game, a big loss or a big win. And, you know, Diana Taurasi's freshman year, you guys had some injuries, you lost Svetlana, you lost some other people getting to the championship game. And Diana Taurasi went 1 of 15 from the floor.
Okay. Wasn't great.
No. I mean, that's kind of unbelievable.
Have you ever been 1 for 15 too?
Not in the semifinals of the Final Four.
Yeah,
and she was a freshman, so we had to be like, it's okay. You're going to get another chance. It's fine.
But I was going to say that a game like that on a pretty big stage could break a lot of players. To me, I think it defined Dee. I mean, I don't think she ever, it felt like she never lost again.
Yeah.
But so, again, when you're Goliath and you lose, what happens?
It's devastating. It's devastating. It's a real look in the mirror moment. It's like to the core. When you have that expectation, it can really shake you. And I've actually been on teams. I have been on teams that have lost, so I just want to set the record straight. But I've been on teams that had expectations in the WNBA in particular, not so much college. There's one year in particular I'm thinking of where we got a lot of we signed Tina Thompson in free agency. We had just won the year before, so we're defending our title, or maybe that was the next year, it's somewhere in there. And we're like, we should win. We have the team to win. And in game, like 1 or 2 of the season, we're playing LA, I vividly remember this. And we're winning, and then in like the last couple minutes, they just go on some crazy one and beat us. It took us like 3 weeks to recover. And we had a little bit of a Goliath mentality. Like we were expected to win, we were good, we knew we were good, we have all these Olympians. We even signed some foreign players who were Olympians. Like we were legit. And it took us weeks to recover. And then those losses in those weeks, it just set the whole season up for failure, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah. But to your point with Diana, that's when you know you're special, right? You have 100%. A game like that. But the interesting thing is in college, so credit to the coaching staff, that's like what our practices were like. We failed all the time. So
well, he made sure you did.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
So, but to have it publicly happen, that's where you really have to look in the mirror. But we went right back to work.
I just remember Gino, and when I spent some time with him when I did that book with him, he would talk to me all the time about breaking you guys down all year long, and then he'd be like, oh, 2 weeks to go. Okay, time to build them up now. And, you know, and you must have been aware he was doing it.
I don't know, not really. I don't know, we're all drinking the Kool-Aid, you know, when you're in college a little bit. So you're just like.
Pretty good though, didn't it? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, when you won, it did. I look back on it, it tastes great, but in the moment, I hated him.
Yeah,
he was really hard.
Yeah.
You know, he was just constantly on us. Nothing was ever good enough. So again, back to this, you know, the conversation we're having, you were constantly trying to prove him wrong. Every day, he was talking shit.
He was your motivation.
Oh my God, every day he talked shit. Every day. Every day he would have something to say about something.
Example.
You know, famously, he would call Rebecca Lobo. I don't remember the exact quote, but you might know, Jackie. It's like, you're the worst post player in the country. She was National Player of the Year. Yeah. It's like he just always had something. For me,
with you, it was always, oh, Sue, why don't you just ask Sue because she's always right, right?
Or it was, well, you're from Long Island. Like, what do you know about toughness? Oh. Just like the mean streets of Syosset is how he would frame it. So it was just like constant abuse. It was constant abuse. But the more you beat him, the more you had confidence in yourself
Sure.
to be in those tough moments and prevail regardless. And that is a big part of the dynasty that is UConn, for sure.
Very good. So Jeff, lockout year, 98-99, you're the coach of the New York Knicks. Patrick's beat up. He's beat up. You come in as the 8th seed that year, shortened year. You're playing the Miami Heat. A little bit of history between the Knicks and the Miami Heat. And you upend them in the first round. Now, it's a best-of-5 series then. I often wonder if that series is why they changed it to best-of-7. I don't know. But when you look back on that, when did your team, I mean, your team was good, but you were beat up. And when did you start to realize, yeah, we're gonna win this series? Like when the buzzer sounded and Allen Houston hit that shot?
No, I would say, like, you know what's interesting is Ewing, he was the president of the Players Association. So he was handling all the negotiations. And they must have been eating, like, for days. Because he came in, the guy was, like, ginormous. And, like, so he was hurt all year. And we had a lot of trades. We traded for Latrell Sprewell and Marcus Camby. And we had, like, 8 days. And then Sprewell got hurt for, like, the first, like, 12 games. So it was rocky, you know, and, you know, you're fighting for your job, you're fighting for your team's, like, life.
Yeah.
And it was a 50-game season, and we got in on the next to last day. But because of that, we were hardened, too, because we had to play well just to get in. And back then, in that lockout year, there was only a couple days between the end of the regular season.
Right.
And so, yeah, and it's always good when you truly detest the other team. I mean, it was really like my brother was on that group, and we never spoke, like, in those playoff runs.
Wait, I forgot your brother was on that staff.
Yeah. He was part of the, you know, dark side. You know, we were trying to play a clean game as the Knicks, and, like, you know.
Stop it.
These roughnecks from, like, Miami were beating us up. So, yeah, no, but it was, I think that, and a lot of it, and Sue mentioned this, and man, it must have been hard to only be the 16th rated player.
I know, I'm still crying over here.
As I was 16th in my team, like, so that was a little different. But, like, to be able to, like, you know, play a team that was very similar, and we were healthy at that time, so we were the 8th seed, but we were probably good enough.
Yeah, you were better than that.
Yeah, we were better than that. So, but you know, it does test you. We played 4 straight years against Miami in the playoffs. Each series went to the final game. Each finals game was on the road. And each of the 7th games, other than the first one, where they blew us out in the first one, but the other 3 were, like, down to the last possession.
Right.
So you get that true animosity.
And you're talking about Alonzo Mourning, too, and Patrick, who, you know, same college. Marley, I think, was on that team. Mashburn, Tim Hardaway, I think. So you're talking about a lot of great. So when you're in, like, game 5, you get there, and you're looking at that Miami team, what do you see? Do you see something as a coach that you can go to your team and say, we got them worried, or we've got them, you know, what do you say to your team in this moment? Because they were heavily favored. Even as good as you were, they were heavily favored in that series.
Well, Rudy Tomjanovich said about his Rockets team, never underestimate the heart of a champion. And I would say, like, for my Knick teams at that time, never underestimate great competitors, even those on decline. Patrick Ewing literally in the final game of that series couldn't move, and he comes up with a rebound, a way to get to the free throw line, made both, and then set the screen to, like you mentioned, Allen Houston, to free Allen Houston to get the last shot. So I would always say, like, you always feel good as a coach when you know you have great competitors. You might be nicked up, you might not be as physically gifted as the other team, but when you have intelligence and competitive spirit, you got a great start. And so I always felt good about our group, even though we got a little sidetracked sometimes with some, you know, fights here and there. You know, we never won the championship, but we never lost a fight, I'll tell you that.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So Daryl, dearest, So your Houston Rocket team, 2017. You win 67 games, best in the West, probably, arguably the best team in the NBA, I would say, for the regular season. You have, you've kind of revolutionized the way people play basketball. That's the buzz on the street, and it was true. You were playing the game very differently. But there they are, just like for you, Jeff, the Spurs. As great as that year the Knicks had, they made it all the way to the finals, and there's Tim Duncan and the Spurs. There's Goliath. For you, you get to the Western Conference Finals, and there's the Golden State Warriors. There's Steph. But you're beating them. I mean, this is painful for you, I'm sure. They're a hamstring away from, right?
Yeah.
So tell me, your Game 5, again, for those who don't remember, weren't there, Chris Paul hits a 3 over Steph Curry and is literally dancing down the floor. They are going to win Game 5. They are going up 3-2 against the Golden State Warriors. And then
his hamstring goes. And I've learned today, I'm just like Sue, I've also lost games. So that's good. Let's remember this Golden State team. They had won the most games in NBA history, 73 games. And the league office was like, you know what? Let's see if we just add like maybe the best player in the league to that team. Let's see what happens if Durant goes there. So that's the team we were going against, and we spent all year just focused on one team, which you often can't do in basketball. But everyone knew to win the title it was going to have to be Golden State. There was literally no path to get there but to beat Golden State. And to Jackie's point, we were playing, we designed our defense to just guard Golden State. Every screen was switched. Our personnel was just to beat Golden State. And Game 5, we go up. And even though Chris Paul got hurt, I remember this to this day. I was talking to PJ Tucker, who is one of our elite defenders. And he's like, we got these guys. Like, I won't say who on Golden State was basically saying, you got us, and so we were there, and then to credit to those champions of Golden State, we all know the all-time greats, Steph and Clay and Draymond and Kevin. We were up 17 or more in both games, 6 and 7 as well without Chris, and so you got to give them credit. That was amazing.
So, Harden's on this team. And sorry to bring up him again.
Okay. He's a great player.
But I went back and looked. There was one stretch in that series. He missed 20 straight three-point shots.
He was taking the shots that were there. I mean, that was how they were guarding us. And we were there telling him, keep taking it.
Right.
Because the alternative would have been worse, and that's how you play. Coach D'Antoni did a tremendous job prepping these guys. And and you're going to have nights where you miss. We just didn't quite think. We only missed 25 in a row though, because in the league's ref report they fouled us on 2. So
well, there's that.
Not that there's any bitterness over officiating.
How is this for coping? Yeah, how is this for coping? But
so I was talking to.
I was thinking maybe we should have had more turmoil though, because the only team to beat that Golden State team when they were at their peak, Goliath, was the Cleveland Cavaliers. And speaking with the people around that Cleveland team, I'm sure Jeff knew folks on the coaching staff. That sounded like that Patriots team. They were constantly fighting in the paper, constant infighting. So I was like, maybe we were two together and with our team.
But remember too, in that series, Draymond gets suspended and Bogut gets hurt, and Andrew Bogut was kind of important to them. He really was. They were playing a different.
Iguodala got hurt, I think you mean. Yeah, unless I'm remembering right.
No, Bogut got hurt. Bogut got hurt
against Cleveland.
Oh, against Cleveland. I thought you were talking about Arsenal.
No.
I followed Jackie. Okay. I was like,
well,
Bogut was.
You were saying the only team that beat.
Yes, Bogut got hurt, and that was a big deal.
Stay with us.
My bad.
Okay. But I want to get back to being Goliath, because I think it's really, really difficult to beat Goliath. To be Goliath, not to beat them. To be
it's so
Goliath.
hard.
Well, no, I think it is. And I think when you have a dynasty, that's why I have such great respect, because everyone's gunning for you. And the Patriots, that was very true. And But your moment, the one that, I covered all those Super Bowls, the one that never made sense to me was the Jets playoff game, 2011. Patriots they're a dynasty, and the Jets lose to you 45-3 during the regular season. I wonder if sometimes that's bad, right? If it's better if it's a team that you're playing close because you don't overlook them. And you end up losing that game, the Patriots do. They did some really cool things. Rex Ryan ran a good game play, and they blitzed Tom Brady a lot. There was that botched fake punt. But I wonder what, again, at halftime, you're still in the game for sure, but is Goliath looking around going, wait a minute, we're supposed to be doing this? What was do you remember?
Yeah, I do remember. We had a good team that year. I mean,
very good.
One of our better teams.
Yeah.
We had the bye, so we were playing in that second, the divisional
And they beat
round.
Manning and the Colts, I should point out.
And we actually, I can't remember if we started with the ball but the first possession, we were moving the ball. Like we were on the, plus territory, 40-35, and then we threw the interception on a screen pass of all plays.
Mm-hmm.
And when things like that happen, you start to sit there and go, all right, well, how's this going to go? And the game, we just never were able to kind of maintain our level of play and performance. But in terms of halftime, there's really not much you do. You go in, you just take a few minutes, recalibrate. You're not just going to throw the game plan out the window. You just got to go back on the field. And the Jets did a great job. They had a lot of good players on defense. David Harris, Bart Scott, Rex did a great job. So, but in those moments, you have to play your execution has to be at an optimum level. And if you don't execute, it doesn't matter who you play, how many times you played. In the Jets' case, that was the third time that we had played them, because we play them twice in the regular season, and then you play them in the playoffs. So in the end, big games come down to who executes the best in the critical moments. And if you don't execute, it doesn't really matter what your record is or what happens or what the expectation is. But I mean, we're playing at home, everybody's excited, but we didn't play well enough, and we didn't deserve to win. And if you don't play well enough and don't deserve to win, then the other team deserves to win. So that was difficult. I think everybody was disappointed, should be disappointed, because it's hard to get to that point, even to get to that stage in the season, because you gear everything to kind of put yourself in a position, the best position possible. And when it doesn't work out, then, I mean, that's the reality of life, and, that's professional sports.
I think it was Brady's first interception since October of that year. Like, he just never threw picks. So I'll tell you how certain everybody was that you were going to win that game. I was working for ESPN at the time, and I got an exclusive with Tommy. He called me on the way to the facility, 7:30 in the morning. I'm trying to get my kids breakfast, and just like, can you be quiet for 15 minutes while I talk to Tom?
That's an important conversation.
And so he gave me an incredible interview, and it was all about managing. His life was getting complicated. He with Giselle, and we found out later on he was going to have a child. His life was a little messy, but we didn't really know all that yet. And he was sharing this. It was just this amazing interview. And I went to my boss. I said, this is like the best interview I've had with Tom in a real long time. I'm so excited. Let's get it ready for it. And he said, we're going to hold it. And I'm like, no, we're not. He said, yeah, we are. They'll beat the Jets, and then we'll run it, the next week. And I'm like, please don't do this. Please don't do this. And they did it. And that story never ran.
Never ran.
It can't. You can't. I would never do that to Tom Brady. I even talked to him after the game, and I said, look. He goes, Jackie, you can't. I said, and I don't disagree with him. Wow. You can't run that story after that loss, after that pick.
You probably can't do that. Yeah,
you can't do it.
Can't do that.
So we even made that mistake. Sorry.
You've had plenty of good stories. So
I'm still not quite over that one yet. So Sue, when you get to the WNBA and you're playing with the Storm, it's a different vibe, right, than college. I wonder if you can share with people. I just feel like everything about it was different, starting with the competitive level and the coaching too, right? And again, I'm not making any judgments on the coaching, but Gino had you, every piece of you. So how is it different trying to win a championship on the pro level than in the college level? And again, you were usually favored in almost every series that you did end up winning.
Yeah, I mean, the professional level is different for all the reasons, and I think the simplest way to say it is just the variables change from year to year in a way that they don't as much in college, generally speaking. Obviously, there are exceptions, but my college experience, same coaching staff for 4 years, same exact coaching staff who had already been there. Those 4 had already been there for, who knows?
Still there.
10, 11. Yeah, well, those 2, actually.
Christine.
The 2 that were assistants, Jamel and Tanya, when I was there,
now they're
are now back.
Yeah, they're back.
So it's like, they obviously have a chemistry and understanding. We had, in my 4 years at UConn, 1 player transfer, maybe 2. And
who was it? I need to know.
Marcy Glenny, shout out Marcy. Marcy Glenny, and she wasn't really playing much, so that kind of lent to that transfer. So it's you're building. You're able to build in this way that in the professional ranks you don't always get the chance. You're lucky if you do. I think that definitely in the WNBA, especially because our season is so short, when you have a roster that's been together for 2, 3, 4 years, they just have a head start come training camp. Whereas if you're, so my first year, luckily I get drafted to Seattle, Lauren Jackson is already there, it's like the perfect duo, we're 21, we're like, whatever, we're just out there playing. But it was my first experience in terms of building, and I remember the very first game, my very first professional game, we played at Portland, when they still had a team in Portland, the I-5 rivalry, hopefully we can bring that back, and we lost. And I'm in the locker room like, what the, and I'm pissed and I'm all upset. And everybody else is like, yo, do you want to go to Cheesecake tonight? Or going to the factory? Or are we going to? And I realized quickly, like, that's another big difference, right? Like, you can't get too high with the highs, low with the lows. But building a dynasty, I think, professionally, again, the variables, the money, people get attracted, to different cities based on different, it's the variables that make it really hard to have winning teams, winning franchises, and especially dynasties.
So to that point, Daryl, you've built something in Houston. You had Chris Paul, you had Harden there, you're building something. But I see this in the NBA all the time. There's success, and this guy gets a contract. I want my contract to be more than that. How come you're putting, like with the Patriots, there was always the Papagenos. That was like a perk for one of the players. And I remember, I know this because Adam Vinatieri, when he left, was one of the reasons he was mad was because they took away the Papageno perk. But I say this, and that's not the only reason
Maybe
he
found
left.
Papagenos with the Colts, I don't know.
Right.
He must not have been to the Cheesecake Factory.
Right. But my point is, things change, and how, as a general manager, can you possibly stuff the genie back in the bottle when you're dealing with egos and salaries and injuries and all of these things that can overnight, I think, turn a Goliath into a David?
Yeah, I think Jeff knows with the NBA, I think there's a pretty common cultural parlance where the top players sort of want to be recognized as the top players, and there's some really special ones that are fine with maybe that not being the case, but most of them do. And our job is generally to, when you have those top players, fitting the players around. But I think it's drives a lot of the clicks and reasons people tuned into your shows, Jackie, over the years was in the NBA, like there's tension, behind the scenes always, yeah.
So who are some of the players that you felt best understood what it took to keep a team together? I'm going to ask all of you that.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff and I both had the pleasure of working with Yao Ming. I mean, he was someone who was just all about team. I think it was some of his cultural upbringing, which was really positive. I'd probably say just, quickly, since Jeff and I are here, that one, he was the ultimate team guy in my mind.
Jeff?
Players' names?
Yeah, well, just someone that you're trying to build something, and he's gonna hang in there with you no matter what you pay him or what number you give him or whether you give him Papagenos or not.
There's not one person that would stay with you no matter what you pay them. Yeah. So, and quite frankly, there's no coach that would either. So, I think Chuck Daly, the late great Chuck Daly, always said, it's a coach's job to land the plane in heavy turbulence, and I think that's really true through a regular season. Once, I think they're really listening in training camp, and then the amount of focus sort of, waxes and wanes through the regular season. Most guys by playoff time have put all the extraneous to bed. Okay. And Daryl mentioned Yao Ming. Yao Ming he taught me just so much about how to view life. Like, he truly embodied, he could be as happy for someone else's success as he could be for his own without that diminishing his own work, and that he was striving for greatness too. But he could go have 13 points and 8 rebounds and be perfectly content. And I think that goes so far. I think Shane Battier who I saw you guys have a room named after. I got to get the background on that. But he was another guy who was like so disciplined in his approach that it brought a certain sense of harmony, you know, to your team, because you knew what he could be counted on for, and you knew what he was going to bring to every game. And then you also had to have, you know, they were the milk drinkers.
Yeah.
Then you need some knife fighters. You can't have all milk drinkers.
Right.
You need some knife fighters who, you know, are unpredictable and give your team a sense of edge.
Yeah.
And
PJ Tucker had some edge.
yeah,
Oh yeah, he's a knife
He was a
fighter.
great
knife
that's
fighter.
for Sure, yeah.
You got to have knife fighters.
I would also say on Yao Ming, his team perspective also created issues. The flip, when he would really like a player who sucked. And so,
Oh, yeah.
and so he'd be like, why don't we give that guy, why can't Coach Van Gundy give that guy a chance? And then we just, not really sure that's it's going to help the old winning column. So
That's funny. So Nick, so many Patriots, but I'm curious. I want to, because you're the GM of the Houston Texans, drafted C.J. Stroud.
Yes, he did. I'm row section 110, row 15, seats 15 and 16. This guy, we got
satisfied fan.
Oh,
Finally.
this guy is a genius amongst geniuses. We are the new Goliath.
That's a strong word.
We are
Yeah,
the new Goliaths in town. Yes, we are. And now it's we. It used to be they. Now it's we. Yeah.
Jeff, I thought you were all about Boston now. I thought.
Oh, I love the Celtics.
Jeff,
did you think I could get it turned around here as quickly as I did, Daryl? You know, like,
I'm like Jeff the ring chaser now. That's.
Well, can we talk about a little bit about C.J. Stroud, because SSU test be damned apparently.
I'd like to answer the knife fighter question.
Nick, it is your stage.
Okay.
You answer anything you like.
No, I would say, fortunately, he was a part of a number of good players for 20-some
Right.
years, and everybody wants to talk about Tom, and he was absolutely, he's the greatest that's ever played. But when you look at over the course of the history of the franchise, I'd say Teddy Bruschi, what he brought to the table. I'd say Devin McCourty and Matthew Slater, who kind of came in around the same time, embodied everything that you want in a program.
Not
Selflessness.
knife fighters, though, right?
But I would say this. Off the field, they were as nice as anybody in this room. On the field, they wanted to rip your heart out.
Yeah. Okay.
And Matthew plays one of the most demanding positions.
Right.
It's covering punts, a gunner in a kicking game. He did it for 16, 17 years, however many it was.
Right.
But he worked his ass off, and he had an edge to him. But you need people like that on your team to sustain something over the course of a long period of time. So I have a lot of respect and admiration, I would say, for those two players specifically. I had an opportunity to develop a little bit of relationship with them, and I think what Teddy had to endure and go through during the course of his career, but always about the team and did everything in his power. It wasn't about him. And when you have a lot of players on your team that don't make it about themselves, that's what leads to success. As it pertains to our situation in Houston, I think, we're fortunate to have, I would say, in my opinion, one of the best head coaches in the league. When you talk about demanding, when you talk about consistency, when you talk about authenticity, and you talk about having a message permeate the entire building, I'd say that starts with D'Amico. And then CJ specifically, I would say this time of year, we're in draft season, so this is kind of silly season. So you can throw 1,000 things up against the wall. Let's see what sticks relative to narratives. And sometimes people get painted a certain way, or there's information that gets utilized in a negative fashion. It's not fair to the player. It's not fair to the team. I would say it's actually not fair to S2, the company, because they're actually a pretty reputable company. It's a lot of good work. But I would say CJ came in, and I think it's important, and Sue can probably speak to this. Players are very smart. They're perceptive. You just have to be yourself and be who you are.
100%.
If you're full of crap, players see that and they sense that. And I'd say CJ and Will as well. They came into the locker room. They hadn't really done anything to help us win when we drafted them, but they understood what their role was, and they were unapologetically themselves and who they are. And, we're fortunate to have those two players on the team, and hopefully they're going to be with us for a long period of time.
Is it just me, or when you close your eyes, doesn't Nick sound just like Bill Belichick? Your voice sounds just like him. Am I right? I mean, does anyone ever say that to you?
No, not really.
You sound just like him, but you're much more expansive, which
Maybe
I
I have
greatly
a
appreciate
cold,
on this panel.
I'm here to serve.
Knife thrower, by the way.
Can I
Rodney
throw one in the
Harrison.
ring for the conversation?
Yes.
So I think there's like a really unique thing happening with the Las Vegas Aces right now that really takes in both a David and Goliath approach. and it's kind of answering the question also, but you have Becky Hammon, who is the ultimate David, her entire life, her entire career, in coaching in the NBA, now David. Like, she is, you talk to her right now, I'm telling you, it's like David all over the place. But the Vegas Aces have become Goliath.
Yeah,
and they are full of talent. They could potentially three-peat this year. It's unbelievable. But they take on her mentality. And I think that speaks to kind of what you guys are saying about like culture.
Yeah.
I also want to say Asia Wilson, who's obviously their best player, MVP for the next, as long as she wants probably. She really celebrates her teammates. And it's interesting to see that dynamic between a team that could potentially have 4 or 5 WNBA all-first teamers, but like someone's not going to get on it. Probably 2 of them aren't going to get on it. And yet the way they support each other through that, I think is really special and unique, and it's why they're going to stay Goliath, probably.
And didn't she not win MVP last year? She won Defensive Player, right?
Yeah, and they all went hard on the person who didn't vote for her.
That was kind of controversial, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And
Yeah, her and Stewie are going to be doing this, because that's going to be the storyline for the next,
I believe that was your final loss of your career, yes? To the Aces?
Yeah.
Could you sense when you're playing them, oh, this is
Yeah,
what
they should be
I've been
thanking me, actually. Maybe not me, but. So an interesting moment happened. We played, my final year was 2022. They were like the best, the Goliath all season, but they hadn't won yet. And actually the year before, they lost like somewhat dramatically to the Phoenix Mercury, who went on to the finals. Total underdogs, Aces should have won, that kind of a narrative, but they lose in the semis. So now they're back, Becky's first year, they're playing this different style, they've changed it up from Bill Laimbeer, and they're good. And they're like essentially dominating the league. It's my last year, we still have Brianna Stewart, we've added some other pieces, and one was Tina Charles halfway through. So we were that team, actually not like different variables, but it's like we were whatever seed, we were like a 5 seed, but we really could have been like a 2-3.
Yeah.
And we were peaking at the right time, and we beat them in game 1 on the road. They beat us game 2. It's a 5-game series. We go to game 3. And I would say, I'm not joking, it's probably my best floor game of my life. Like, I had it all. I knew I was like picking them apart, and we're winning, and at one point I hit a shot to go up 2, so we're up 2 with like, I don't even know, 0.5 seconds. Thank you, 2.7 seconds. Thank you very much.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Like, the game should have been over because we should have already hit some free throws, that kind of a scenario. And long story short, they found the will to win. They hit this layup. They go on to kill it. I mean, at overtime, we were totally defeated. Yes. They go on to beat us in that. And I think for them, I'm joking on the thank you, you're welcome part, but I think for them, they were right there, but they needed a moment like that where they shouldn't have won game 3. Anybody watching that game with like 30 seconds left was like, oh, Storm's got it. They shouldn't have won that game, but they found a way. And I think that leads into the culture, the mindset, and the mentality of that Goliath. You do need a moment. But having the culture, which stems from Becky, it plays a role as well.
So I think the trick is hanging on to the moment, right? Through these, and that's why the Spurs dynasty was so interesting to me, because it was an intermittent dynasty. I didn't even know you were allowed to have those, but they kind of had one. And I would say your Storm team was similar. And that's, to me, really a trick, because momentum is so important in sports from year to year, from game to game, from day to day. So
you need a common denominator.
All right, I'm going to take some questions. You guys have been a good, quiet audience so far.
I was going to see if she was going to say Duncan or not, but.
What do you want me to say, dear? Speak up. We want to hear you.
We were talking about Duncan and Sue. Like, you need
you do.
You need someone that good. If you're going to have an intermittent dynasty, I guess. Yeah.
Right. Well, he was really special. But, okay. So I guess I'll ask all of, well, we'll ask Nick this. This seems a little unfair because you are not the head coach. But how do you take a team that is heavily favored and convince them not to take an opponent lightly?
I'll speak from a kind of non-coaching perspective.
Sure.
But I think it goes back to the composition of your team and the type of people that you accumulate and the mindset that they possess.
Right.
So our job, Daryl and I, our job is to support the head coach and the staff and to make sure that we're identifying the right people with the right traits and characteristics so that when they are in those situations, they're equipped to handle them. So it comes from being able to identify who they are, what their makeup is. Are you getting the right people in the building so that when they are in those positions, they can handle, I would say, the ups and downs that come along with it. So I'd say I'll give it a non-coaching angle, which is probably better served for coach.
Okay.
Answer.
Can I add a player's angle?
Of course.
Something that I used to tell the really good teams I was on when we would play like the underdog is, you know, maybe they go on a run and there's like that moment of panic. And I would be like, guys, they play basketball too. Like they go to practice, they work on their plays, they're trying really hard. Like, so they're gonna get it right sometimes too. And so I feel like what I noticed in the teams that I was on when that moment came, they're like, oh yeah. And then it just takes away a bit of that. It kind of like just lets the air out.
You can always see it, right? You can always see when another team goes on a run. Even if it's a regular season game in the NBA, which is a long year, you can see that moment in football too. A big penalty, a big mistake. And that's why the Kansas City Chiefs, to me, are a dynasty also, because they had a really uneven, weird year, and yet they overcame all those little quirky, you know, some picks from Mahomes, things you don't normally see to win. So Jeff, in that vein, how do you evaluate whether a player has the mental makeup to be not just a winner, but a champion?
Well, I think there's a lot of champions that have played this game that have never won a championship.
I agree with that. Yep.
The ring, like, as validation for greatness individually, I think is silly. So much of it depends on who you play with, who you play against. And so I've had guys that I think are absolute champions, and I think so much of it comes back to obviously talent is the baseline. Intelligence is often overlooked. I always used to hate myself after a game. I'd play a stupid ass player, he'd make mistakes, and then who's really the idiot? The guy or me for playing the stupid ass player? And so, like,
Jeff, it was probably the front office telling you to please play that player.
And it always revolves around athleticism. A guy, he could compete in the triple jump and all this, and yet he couldn't, remember a coverage. So, but intelligence is vital, and not like, I had some guys who went to the Ivy League schools who, didn't major in basketball, so, you need guys who major in basketball. And so, and then competitive spirit and, persistence, because you're going to get knocked down. Not everybody has aren't on the Goliath team. And teams that are around 500 live in constant frustration. Right. Because a couple plays here or there can make the difference between, getting in the playoffs or not. I think that's what's so hard, and that, that frustration usually divides team. Like Celtics are a very happy team now, right?
Yes, they are.
You can't win every game and be an unhappy team when you have adults in the room. And so to go to your point about the question, how do you not take people lightly? You understand, as Sue said, they get paid too. It's their profession, and everybody's darn good. And the moment that you relax subconsciously, they're going to take advantage of you. And that's why you need, mature adults in the room.
And some of that's evolution, right? I mean, I covered Jordan when he was young and very frustrated at all times because he was doing everything he thought he could do, and all he did was get criticized for not sharing the ball. Well, I'm not sure I would have passed it to some of the guys he was playing with. So then you watch the evolution over time, and one of the great plays is when he passes off to Steve Kerr, right? And so that's, to me, I bring this up because I was at the Celtics game.
You're going to pass to a guy who shoots 50% from three. That's my rule.
Well,
it's the same thing. Didn't ESPN or somebody did that? What'd they do? That documentary on The Last Dance?
Yeah.
Right? They said, "Oh, it's so great. Did you watch it?" I said, "No, I lived it."
Yeah.
I got my ass beat all the time. Yeah.
That's funny. But I mentioned the frustration because I went to the Celtics game last night and I was watching Doncic play, and we were talking backstage about it, and he's just an otherworldly talent. It's just incredible how he can control a game. And I'm not really just talking about scoring. His passion vision is incredible. He's a walking triple-double. But he gets frustrated. He scored, 10 or 12 points in a row, and then the Celtics just went on a great run because they're a better team, and they're connected by the proverbial string. They're moving the ball and all that. And the timeout, he's frustrated, and he's yelling at his teammates, and he'll get there. I really believe he'll get there because he's that good, and they just have to, it takes time, and you find the right people to go with it. So, all right, Darryl, this question's for you. Is it possible to capture underdog mindsets via analytics? Yeah, that's a good question, I think.
Well, my pause says we don't do it. so
we'll get on it, right?
So yeah.
Well, no, you know what, Daryl? Do you guys do that expected points? Like, because that'll give you pause. Like Celtics got they got an incredible website. I don't even know how to
every
get on.
sport has this, Jeff, just so
it's amazing.
I don't even know how to get on.
You're like you're clicking on all these buttons
thing
and
where you
it's
have
like,
wins and losses.
This shot's worth this and this shot's worth that. But it humbles you, like, because some games you think, man, we played good, and you go to the expected points per shot, and you only won by 2.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I wonder if that other guy who got beat by 40, but it says we only won by 2, feels okay on the other team, the other coach, because I wouldn't have taken much solace in it. But I think that can help you. Would you consider that analytics or
expected points?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can you explain it a little better?
Yeah,
No offense, Jeff, that yours was fantastic.
No, I just I don't know. Yeah.
Shout out to Gettleman. Anyway, expected points is just pretty every sport every major sport now it's essentially, there's a lot of randomness in the sport. Actually, Nick is the most tortured by randomness in his sport, fewer games. And I think just on turnover randomness of fumbles, you can swing 2 to 3 games in a season. So
well, because it's one game too. It's a one-game playoff.
Yeah, and then a one-game playoff.
Yeah.
And so what Jeff's talking about is every shot that goes up in the NBA. And there's other randomness that's harder to control, but the simplest one to think about is free throws. No one's playing defense. You get a free throw. Guy shoots 75% that game. He has 4 free throws, and he makes 1 for 4 instead of 3 for 4. That's 2 points you would normally get in a game. And so at the end of the game, when he's looking at his fancy stat machine that Jeff, I'm sure, is excited to see.
I have a MacBook Pro or something they found out. So cool.
Jeff, by the way, went to Yale and
transferred and went JUCO. So that's how smart I am. Yeah.
What it does for you, though, is at the end of a game, you can play well and lose a game. It happens. The other team hits their threes. You don't hit yours. I have direct experience with that. And what you don't want to do as a coach or a front office is over-adjust. When you have a good plan, you execute it well, and that night is just a make-or-miss league. You don't want to adjust your plan. However, you don't want to underreact either. You can play a game, get lucky, and win, and you should have adjusted your pick-and-roll coverage, and you didn't. That's a mistake you want to avoid.
So I was talking to Mike Zarin backstage, the great assistant, I don't know what's his official title, Grand Poobah of the Celtics.
That's it.
I like to call him assistant GM, I guess, but really knows his analytics as well. And I was asking him about, these clutch points analytics and clutch players. And, so we were talking about James Harden earlier, and he shot 24% in that series, Daryl. And that's a small sample size, is what Mike was saying. You can't make a judgment on a small sample size like that. And then one of the points he made that I thought was really good and very interesting is when you're talking about clutch moments, it's not so much, he said, we really can't necessarily measure who rises to the occasion so much as sometimes people just shrink in the occasion. So so you're shaking your head, yes?
Yeah, I think a lot of times a player who gets deemed clutch just played the way they normally play. And the ones that aren't clutch or fail, they just went worse. It's not like somebody always shoots 70% in those moments. It's like, no, they have a way of staying the same.
They have a way, and sometimes they make a play.
The evidence is there that the great, everyone generally plays worse in the playoffs. Everyone plays worse. So famously, I'll just use Shaq as an example.
Okay.
He said on TNT one time that, yeah, I didn't make all my free throws, but when it was the fourth quarter, I made them more. And when it was a key free throw, I made them more. And if it was a very important playoff game, I made them more. And it was the exact opposite. He was worse in the fourth quarter. And the bottom line is everyone is worse generally as the moment gets bigger. And there's psychology.
Is that because the defense is better or because it's just the stress of being a professional athlete?
There's a ton of studies, actually. There's a great book called Choke by the woman who runs Dartmouth University now. And it's about how if you focus on the outcome and your ability to not focus on the outcome gets harder as the moment gets bigger, you will play worse if you focus on the outcome. And so as the moment gets bigger, players play worse. The great players keep their level, to Sue's point. It's the other players that drop when you look at the data.
And so, as a GM, I'll ask you both, and then we'll end there. Because no,
Getting run off the stage, yeah.
Well, Jackie, you're doing so well. You got a bonus 4.
Is that what happened?
I don't know what happened.
All
I know it counted to 0. But.
When you look at data, Nick, regarding what we were just talking about, shrinking in the moment, how much data do you need? Because I would think it has to be a large sample size before you can declare that someone shrinks in the moment. Or am I wrong? Maybe you know in 10 minutes. I don't know.
Our game is just constantly changing and moving. I think from our perspective in terms of clutch performance, I mean, it comes down to can you perform on third down? Do you execute in the red area and end-of-game situations? And we were in, I'd say, 9 or 10 one-score games.
Right, yeah.
And it's just a matter of one play going the other. So I think it's just your preparedness as a player and your ability to, I would say, maintain a certain level of performance and not do anything differently.
Okay.
Which I think sometimes the propensity is you have to reach the moment or change something in the moment. Just keep doing what you've been doing because it got you to that point. And our game is going to come down to usually 6 or 8 plays in each game, but they're totally random. You don't really know when they're going to happen, but when you look at the end of the game, ultimately there's 6 or 8 plays that determine the outcome. And actually the turnover, I know we talked about that a minute ago, there's definitely a correlation between turnovers, how many you have in the game, and the percentage of winning. Like we do a study each Thursday, we present it to the team, and the data is very clear. Like if you don't turn the ball over, it leads to, I want to say, 80-85% wins. If you turn the ball over, it's just for each additional turnover, it reduces your chance of winning. So I know it's a simplistic way to look at it, but nonetheless, in the end, critical situations, clutch situations are about just maintaining a certain level of emotional stability and performance and not changing what you normally do.
I think we're ready to declare here at the MIT Sloan Conference for the first time that Tom Brady is clutch. I think the data is in. It's in, yes.
But I think it's really interesting what you're telling me about just maintaining that. And so, Jeff, you had Patrick Ewing for a long, long time. He really was, I mean, obviously a first ballot Hall of Famer. And I think one of those guys that perhaps you were referencing when you say a champion without winning, right? I knew Patrick very well. And watching him, the players changed, the rules changed. I mean, that to me was very significant. The rules, all the way back when they stopped, they wouldn't let the hand checking anymore. Like the whole game changed, and all the analytics from before that should be thrown out the window, in my opinion.
They are, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, no. I think, I think often in basketball we refer to clutch or, as it's always shooting based.
Right.
It's never who shrivels at physical contact for a loose ball, shies away from a rebound if you had to crack back on a big guy. You have some guards like Charlie Ward, he'd pray for you before the game and after the game, and he'd try to break your legs during the game. I love that man. And
that's great.
That's clutch too. The guys that aren't.
Those are knife fighters.
Yeah, you need, the Bible wielding knife fighters like Charlie. And no, I'm being serious.
He's right left of a Bible.
Absolutely right.
No, because that's who he was.
Oh, that's who he was. I know that firsthand.
Yeah, he was.
Or who he is. And I'm just saying, I think, Ewing was judged often on his shooting percentage, but if you go to Kobe Bryant's shooting percentage in those they weren't great. And Ewing, because we hadn't won, every miss was a referendum on if he could get us over the top.
Right.
It really wasn't him. He wasn't
doubled every time he got the ball.
Well, and he was also not. He did so many of the other. He made championship plays in so many other ways. I think sometimes it's just, utter nonsense that's just focused on shot making instead of, making winning plays, and for like Sue passing the ball. Like you can throw it on time and on target to somebody who misses. You don't get an assist. Now it's potential assist.
Or
on my, I get it right on my computer. My MacBook.
I just want to know, do you guys chart like guys that set good screens?
Yeah.
Oh, for
because
sure,
to me, that's just, no one ever talks about that. Or Drew
But it's
Holiday
hard
is
to
my
judge,
favorite.
Jackie. You're saying a good screen, I'm guessing, is a nice solid screen, like something that my phone is going that
PJ Tucker saying thanks for the shout out.
yeah. Someone who sets a solid screen like PJ Tucker or Chuck Hayes. But a good screen can be a very good phantom screen, a very good slip, and things like that.
Or a back screen.
Or a back screen. Yeah.
I think something to consider when you try to analyze clutch players, regardless of sample size and all that, there is like a fine line between trying too hard, which is never good. And I think a lot of times when the moment comes, players try too hard to be a hero or too hard. And it could be defense, offense, anything. They try too hard. There's a fine line between trying too hard and just being like determined. So like when Steph Curry has the ball and there's 5 seconds left, even though he's trying really hard, you don't feel like he's trying too hard. He's just determined. And I think that's like an eye test thing that can be like a separator, because I feel like we all know a player that has tried too hard. And you're like, wow, you just forced that. You just tried way too hard.
And I just think it comes to habits. You know, habits are revealed under pressure, and you can't run away from your habits, and they're built year round.
So I'm going to tell you a Steph Curry story. I worked on a story about 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know, back when I was actually working. And I was talking to him about moments that he could have back. And it goes back to the Cleveland Golden State final. And Kyrie Irving makes the big shot, and Steph Curry, I don't know if you guys remember, comes down and misses. And he said to me,
Kevin Love was guarding.
Kevin Love
was guarding him, but he said it wasn't that. He knew Kevin Love was going to be guarding him because they knew that in the huddle, you know? And he said, I rushed it because I thought, all right, Kyrie Irving hit that shot. Now I got to come down and hit my shot. And he said, it's the biggest regret of my career.
Thought about the outcome.
I was just gonna,
There you go. I think we'll end on that. Thank you very much.
Quick announcement.
Well, you're going to take a photo first.
Oh, okay. I guess a photo first.
Don't leave though. Yeah, the big announcement, we're taking a photo.
Yeah. All right. Announcement. Jeff. Oh, okay. Got it.
Hi, Jackie, we want you to stay.
Why am I?
So.
Wait, I'm being ambushed.
Yeah, you are. So each year we have. Why don't you give the background?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're better at it than me.
Just do your thing, Jessica.
You need to talk about the Alpha Awards.
What?
Who the judges are. There's a reason you want
to judge this year. Yes. There's a committee of esteemed judges who vote on the Lifetime Achievement Award each year for the Alpha Awards, which is someone who's contributed the most to the advancement. And for Jackie, it's the attention and the focus and what you've done for the conference over the years. Thank you very much. And we want to present you with this Alpha Award for Lifetime Achievement.
Good afternoon. Our next session, The Game Changers, Entrepreneurship with Jason Robbins and Rich Paul, will be getting started just a couple of minutes late. But stand by and we'll be underway shortly. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks again for waiting, and thank you for joining us at the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Ryan Perkins. I'm a second-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it is my great pleasure to introduce our next panel, The Game Changers, Entrepreneurship with Jason Robbins and Rich Paul. Our incredible panelists today need no introduction, but I'm going to give one anyways. They are titans of industry and inspiring leaders. And we have Jason Robbins, co-founder, CEO, and chairman of the board at DraftKings, and Rich Paul, CEO and founder of Clutch Sports Group and co-head of sports at United Talent Agency. Our panel today will be moderated, yes. And our panel today will be moderated by none other than our very own Jessica Gelman, CEO of Kager, also known as Kraft Analytics Group. I'm sure you all know how these things go by this point, but the panel is going to be 45 minutes with 10 minutes at the end for questions. As usual, you can submit your questions through the events page on the Cadence app. And with that, I'll hand it off to you, Jess.
Thank you so much. All right, are we ready to rock?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's go. So what is really interesting, my starting point when I was reading up on, well, I know you, Jason, reading up on you, is that you guys founded your respective companies the same year. Did you know that?
I found out today. We just had lunch together, so I found that.
Yeah, I did not know that, but it was brought to my attention. Pretty good year, I think.
Pretty good year. So that was in 2012, and you each took different paths during those 12 years. So Jason, within a few years of founding DraftKings, you made a number of acquisitions, fantasy gaming companies, Draft Street, and Countermove. Rich, you obviously founded Clutch after a very successful career at CAA, and then in 2019, you partnered with UTA. So help me understand, how did those decisions, which were important, and if there's another decision earlier on, please share that too, come to define what Clutch and DraftKings are today? Rich?
I mean, for me, I think I didn't really have much of a career at CAA. I had a job, which was a big difference, you know, and which led to me wanting to actually start Clutch because I needed to be in control and out of an environment that through leadership's title will look to control you, and I couldn't be controlled. I had these thoughts and these ideas that I felt was necessary for me from an entrepreneurial perspective, and I felt like there was a white space in the industry in which I wanted to represent the athlete from that specific space. And through what would be obviously data and analytics, I had an analytical perspective that sat a little bit differently on where the athlete's mindset was going as it pertains to what they wanted from their representation, and also the lack thereof, what they were receiving from their representation through my study of the landscape that was in front of me. And so by working at another agency, and a big agency, I was able to see what was actually there and really what wasn't. And so that caused me to build Clutch. And then once I got there, I really found a different understanding of, in addition to the athlete, just how the athlete's supporting system actually thought as well. And so there was a lot of readjusting and repositioning and rethinking to then kind of build the business from that perspective.
And then, so you were building it and having a lot of success, and then what drove your thinking about the UTA partnership?
Resources, you know, I think oftentimes, as you know, and capabilities, when you're building a business, especially our business is a lot different, but I'm in the service industry. And so what used to really not bother me, but what would kind of allow me to stay up at night or cause me to stay up at night was having a client need or want something, and we didn't have the capabilities or the resources to actually give it to them. Now, I've always had the resources in terms of a great Rolodex where I can reach out to somebody, but to have it internally was the reason why I wanted to partner with UTA, because how the athlete was thinking, again, it transitioned from the previous 5 to 7 years to current 5 to 7 years to the future 5 to 7 years. And so I always wanted to be kind of 10 steps ahead. And so I had a couple choices. I could either raise money and go out and try to find the people with the expertise, or I can actually find the money and the expertise within one umbrella. And so that's what I did in terms of more so focused on the expertise and the money, but that's what I did with UTA. And the reason why I chose UTA is because I felt like they would actually, again, be a true partner and allow us to be us as a company and not want to, just because they were providing these resources, to change who we are within the industry. Because if you try to do that, it's just going to disrupt it in a very negative way, where we've already disrupted it in a positive way, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you, and we'll get into this later, but you identified the white space, as you said, around player empowerment, and you needed to get there faster than being able to necessarily build it, so you needed to leverage some resources to support what you were doing.
Yes.
And so that makes perfect sense. Jason, your perspective on the decisions that you have made, or like early on, that has led to, I mean, you didn't necessarily do a partnership like that, or maybe you did.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of what built the company was deals, and that continues to be true today. So, you know, whether it was raising money or partnerships or acquisitions, like the ones that you mentioned, a lot of what built it was deals. But if I look at the decisions, I mean, there are too many to talk about, but I think some of the critical decisions early on that really stick with me involve, you know, things that came out of rigorous debate between me and my co-founders. And I think having two co-founders that were smart and that really had, you know, a similar philosophy on the business, like we weren't trying to run the business a different way, but had different backgrounds and different perspectives that they were bringing to the table, and certainly were not afraid to debate it, those things rigorously. I think that made a huge difference. And you know, I don't look at it as, I mean, I can count on one hand the number of times I felt like I had to make a decision that they were just not in favor of. It was usually, you know, through discussion we would get to the right answer. And it almost felt like we were working to get to the right answer as opposed to like making a decision, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Rich, did you have similar sounding boards? I mean, obviously you founded Clutch. It was your vision. You had the experience in the industry. But who did you rely on, or was it you're making the decisions?
No, actually, it was a number of things. I actually relied on my upbringing, just in terms of allowing me to have that confidence to you know, because it's not easy for someone who didn't have a college degree and didn't have the credentials necessarily to work at the actual company that I was leaving. And someone in my position would normally be okay with just having a good job, right? And in my opinion, that's how they looked at it. Like, you should be head over heels about having this opportunity. And I'm like, well, actually, I think that there's a lot of people that aren't getting the opportunity that might do an actual better job, you know, than some, because sometimes, you know, these corporations, you can be complacent in your growth, and people stay in a leadership perspective without actually being leaders, you know. And so I wanted to disrupt that. And then it went from me understanding that, oh, I'm not, and I don't necessarily want to be the smartest guy in the room. I actually want to surround myself with people a lot smarter than me. I may have the vision, but I need to execute it. And I can't do this by myself. I didn't get here by myself. I have a great team. And so that's what I did. One of the first things I did was I went and partnered with someone who had a ton of experience, a wealth of knowledge, and that everything that I was probably missing, they had that. And so, again, it was me just surrounding myself with people smarter than me. And that really helped me along the way. And I asked a ton of questions around the league, GM, scouts. You know, I kind of led it from this place of just being a sponge, really. And a lot of people that I would talk to that were video coordinators are now presidents of teams and things like that. And they helped me out a lot. And there was several GMs that gave me a true confidence to say, Rich, you know, you have all the necessary skills to really build out a great business, but it's up to you to actually go and do it. And so, no, it wasn't, it was it was a plethora of support.
So let's stick on that for a little bit. So I read your best-selling book, Lucky Me, and I was really riveted by it. I mean, it is incredible hearing about the lessons that you learned in your childhood. And what really stuck out is your ability to connect with people and the lessons that you learned growing up, you know, in rough streets of Cleveland. What do you think that connectivity was what really, really stuck out? And how do you think, I think that that's your superpower. What do you think most drove this superpower, that superpower to connect with people?
You know, growing up the way I did when I was very young, I would spend a lot of time on my own, pretty much. And I was in this environment where everyone were kind of fighting the same struggle. And throughout that fight, it was a consistent chaos. It was a consistency of negativity amongst each other. And I mean, that just didn't feel good to me. And so I actually took on a different perspective of it. And I think that caused me to just be kind of like a guy that wanted to see this person meet this person and we all be happy. And so I think the superpower was kind of built over time, and then transitioning that into the sport, into the space. My approach with the athlete was as a human first. Like, yeah, I know you can play the game of basketball or football, but that's not who you are. That's a part of you, but it's not actually who you are. And so, you know, I led with just from a representation perspective, I led with just getting to know the person and understanding what's important to them, and not trying to just constantly make me the smarter guy and keeping them necessarily dumb through lack of communication, but the true empowerment was through the lens of education. And so I would kind of force them to be educated in terms of the business, and I wanted them to know what I was doing, why I was doing it, and I wanted to communicate that to them and their families instead of me looking like the smart guy in the room and withholding the information so they need me and that way I get a commission. I thought that was the actual wrong way of representing, which was consistent in our space and still is today. And so that was a disruption.
All right, we'll come back to that. So, Jason, I was thinking about your superpower. And
what is it?
I'm going to tell you. My perception of what it is. So, Jason, in 2012, you did a competitive advantage talk here. Was it 12 or 2013?
It couldn't have been 12.
13.
I started the company in 12.
Okay,
so
so 13.
Maybe 13. Yeah.
Okay. And you had the passion for fantasy. You turned it into a multi-billion-dollar business. Did everyone hear, though, that it started as a competitive advantage talk here? Okay. His like new.
I think it was 14, Jess.
But no, whatever.
Let's not ruin your story.
Knowing that analytics was the space and making the right connections, that was, you know, very perceptive, of course. So as I've watched that evolution, what I think it is your ability to see around corners and say, here's what could potentially be happening, and being a little risky and making some moves in advance in case. Is that accurate?
I actually think that's right. That's what I would have said too.
So
good. You know me well.
But maybe share one of those seeing around corners examples.
I mean, I can share a few, but I think probably most important one. Well, I'll go with the most important one. The most important one I think was really sort of so we were just coming off of this incredibly difficult period. First, we had launched this company and built the daily fantasy sports product, and it was growing like crazy. And all of a sudden, we started having regulatory crackdown and had to go on the state lobbying campaign, all this stuff. And then we tried to merge with FanDuel, who both of us were doing fantasy sports at the time and nothing else. And that got blocked by the government. And about maybe a week or two, somewhere around there, I might be messing up, but really close to the time it got blocked, the Supreme Court announced, very much to everybody's surprise, that they were taking up the case that New Jersey had brought to try to strike down the law that was preventing states from legalizing sports betting. And, you know, obviously that's not really seeing around corners because they were taking up the case, but I think it was almost more knowing that that was our only option and that any other option probably wasn't going to get us anywhere. The company had, you know, kind of stopped growing in the core space it was in at the time, or at least it wasn't growing much. It was like single digits. And we were losing money and still running around, you know, trying to get fantasy sports laws passed and all that. And we had just come off the one thing that we thought could save us, which was this merger where we were going to be able to combine into one company that had a shot of surviving. And the government said, no, we'd rather let you wither away and die. And then all of a sudden we get this gift that the Supreme Court is taking. There's no guarantee that they were going to overturn it, right? They were just taking up the case. In fact, New Jersey had lost, I think, 7 times going into this. So, you know, it's kind of interesting they're taking it up. Okay, maybe they're thinking about it, but odds were against it. But what we did is we basically went all in. We said, we're going to go and we're going to go figure out how to build a sports betting app. We've never done it before. Lots of other companies have, but we hadn't. So we went and we visited them and we learned. We went on a tour of the UK, which is where a lot of this stuff really, you know, began in the corporate setting at least, and learned a ton and figured out how to do it, and actually ended up being the first sports betting app to launch in New Jersey a little bit less than a year later when you know, after the court case, New Jersey launched betting. So, you know, while it wasn't necessarily, I mean, we knew the case being taken, I think being able to get conviction that this was the only real option for us, that, you know, other than that, we were going to kind of wither away and die a slow death, I think was a very important moment. But in general, I think really that's how I try to, I think there's a lot of people that are smarter, can execute better than me. Thankfully, my co-founders and other people we have working for us, but what I feel like I can do is, as you know, I love to play chess. I'm not as good at it as I'd like to be, but I'm learning. And I like to think several moves ahead. I like to think about, and not just like, okay, this is what's going to happen, but if this does this, then this is what I'm going to do, and then this is like have like 100 different permutations that it could come out to, and then try to narrow that down to like the most likely realistic set of ones. And that's like what I like thinking about and enjoy spending my time thinking about. And you know, sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong, but I think if you can position yourself for, if you think there's like 2 or 3 or maybe 4 outcomes that are more likely, and you can position yourself so that no matter kind of any of those, you're okay. So like, for example, in this case, our plan, although it wasn't a great one, was if we didn't end up having the Supreme Court strike down the law, we were going to launch the product in Europe. So it wasn't like, oh, we're just going to waste all our time doing this. Yeah. So we were, I think, just thinking about like different ways things could play out and knowing what you're going to do and having the team prepared also makes it feel like you got a plan and you're not scrambling and people are more likely to get behind you.
Well, in 5 years, and if these numbers are wrong, I apologize. You were, in 2018, you were at 226 million, and at the end of 2023, from a revenue perspective, 3.67 billion. Is that so? I think you made a good bet there. So Rich, you bet on yourself, right? You bet on your concepts and your vision of how to engage with players. And what I'd really love is when how you wanted to run and engage with athletes, when early on in the creation of Clutch, that could not have been easy, right? You had to make difficult decisions.
Yeah.
So can you share those? Maybe there's one, maybe there's two.
Well, I mean, there were several. I mean,
maybe it felt like it would have been, you should do this, but this isn't what you want to be.
Yeah, there's a big risk, obviously, in leaving somewhere and then going out on your own, right? And there was a lot of things that was done to me through just propaganda in the media and things like that to try to discourage me from moving forward and to discourage families from allowing me the opportunity to represent their son. There was a lot done by, you know, companies who you probably have friends at and would think that they lead with integrity. But
there was a rule that was changed, thankfully.
Yeah, the Rich Paul rule.
Yeah, So the Rich Paul rule, just from a prejudice perspective, was that you needed to have a college degree in order to be an agent. The Rich Paul rule was that it was
for the
yeah,
NCAA.
it was for the, it was, you need to have a college degree to represent kids that were planning to test the water, meaning that they were not going to necessarily hire an agent, but that agent needed to have a college degree to advise them.
Yeah.
But that's actually, again, I thought that was just another form of
They're actually
discouragement.
leaving college.
Yeah, but they're actually like, well, first of all, I don't want to really. At that time, I didn't want to represent someone that was actually testing the water, because either you know you're a pro or you don't, right? But I did understand that, you know, sometimes for every kid it's not going to be the same. And now I have to not think about myself, but think about it from a company perspective, because I have other agents. So whereas I may be able to represent a player at this magnitude, I may have a younger agent that this is their first time and first opportunity to have, and they may have to represent a young kid that is kind of like straddling the fence. And so I wasn't making it about me, and I don't know why they named it after me, but I guess because I don't have a college degree, which is definitely,
prejudice.
I don't know if it's, yeah, it's some type of prejudice.
Yes, it's prejudice.
But
discrimination.
Yeah, it's a discrimination. But the fans and social media actually named it that as well, and they lashed back out of the NCAA, and in 6 days, I think they changed the rule back. But my fight, what I reached out when I wrote the op-ed, it wasn't about me. It was about everyone coming behind me. That, and you know, like higher education is definitely important, but everyone's not going to be able to have that option of higher education. And when you work in the service industry, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to take this specific path that everyone else took.
Right.
I get it. Now, if I'm going to work at maybe DraftKings or Google or one of these tech companies, then
No, you don't need a college degree to work. If you're smart and you can do the
great,
work.
even better. So, but if I'm a coder, then I may have to go to a certain school to learn this specific thing. And so I was really frustrated by it, and we really pushed back on it, and I was glad to have it changed. But again, there's been multiple things, right? But it don't matter. I do think that it's also what makes you as well. And so if you spend a lot of time focused on people trying to discourage you to do something, and that takes your focus away from you actually moving forward to achieve that what you work so hard to achieve, then you become part of the problem yourself. So,
But when you started Clutch, you know, you needed to get a player on a contract.
I did, yeah.
So talk through that.
Well, I think obviously when I started Clutch, it came with Eric Bledsoe, Tristan Thompson, Corey Joseph, and LeBron. But all of their contracts, we just talked about this at lunch, all their contracts were somewhere else. And so I worked pretty much for 2.5 years with no money coming in. In addition to that, I had to go out and recruit, but it was hard for me to recruit because they had this article written about me in the Yahoo, and it was all these different things. And so now when I walked into these rooms, the competition had already set up the questions for the families to ask me.
Wow.
So now I'm on defense as soon as I go into this room every time. But Eric Bledsoe's contract is what really changed the trajectory of Clutch.
Tell me about it.
Because he was a young guy who wasn't viewed as the player that got the contract that he got. He was 18th pick in the draft. He was a French starter, was traded from the Clippers to the Suns, was injured all in this same year, and then he got this, you know, staggering, at that time, this staggering contract, and his peers didn't necessarily look at him. And through data, through analytics, what I call just through, again, this is someone I groomed from, he was sleeping in a van with his family, his mom and his siblings. His sister had her first child in Cleveland. I moved his whole family with me for the betterment of him going forward. And just kind of walked him through every step of the process. So it was much bigger than a contract for me. It was me helping this young man and his family have a better start in life. And I always represent from that perspective. And so that really changed the trajectory of our company. And after that, the floodgates were open. Because now people are like, oh, because I wasn't going to get any credit for anything I did for LeBron. I did the 1+1 for LeBron. People will say, oh, he could have got that anyway. He didn't know about doing a 1+1 every year.
Yeah.
That gave him flexibility, and it also put pressure on the team to keep great players around him.
and meant that you got a lower percentage? Or
No, I didn't never take a lower percentage. No, what it meant was
less money.
He was less money for the company,
Right.
yes, but it was the right thing for him. Why? Because the cap was changing every year. It was going up every year, and then the new TV deal was going to kick in, and so we got a huge spike. And because of that, he was able to opt out, re-sign, another 1+1, opt out, re-sign, and then he did a multi-year deal. At the time, I didn't want to have him on a contract. If he signed for 4 years, leaving Miami to Cleveland, and he's stuck on that 4-year, $90 million at that time was a max contract, and then all these increases come in, and then you got the best player in the game getting paid, that didn't make sense to me. And so instead of me doing what was best for the company, and I wasn't making any money at the time, I did what was best for the player. And now you can't do that for all players, but I could do it for him, because in order for him not to be, he would have to break both arms and both legs. So I explained that to him, and there was a risk to it. There was a risk to it, and that was an empowerment situation, but it was really just always doing what was best for the client. And then you started to see basically Kevin Durant did what he did. And I was okay with that, because when I talked to Kevin Durant's representation, I said to him, this is what we did, this is why we did it now. You're in a different situation, and probably the time has passed, but it's still, the flexibility part is what you really want, because the money's not gonna really change his life, and I understand it, so here it is.
Well, I mean, so now you're being mimicked and copied for
Oh, paying it forward.
Yeah, well, I love
Yes.
it. Well, let's talk for a second about this recent joint venture that the two of you have announced. It's a Point Game podcast with John Wall and CJ Toledano, which will focus on basketball culture and they'll give their thoughts on trends within the league. How do you view this type of partnership between the two of you? Maybe you could explain it a little bit more, and the exposure for your respective brands. And what do you see as the future of these types of collaborations within the sports industry?
It's actually been a great partnership in terms of the companies, right? Clutch and DraftKings. We've done a number of things together, and they couldn't be more. You guys are happy, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They're happy.
He's in the service business.
Yeah.
He always checks.
Yeah, and we're happy. So that in itself is great. And then to be able to have these different vertical opportunities come out, and they support, clients. John Wall is a client. He's not currently playing in the league, but he's transitioning to something else in his life. And so for them to support it, I think you'll see a lot of that. Obviously, there's a ton of podcasts coming out. Content is king. It's continuing to be king, even though I know a lot of the bigger companies are kind of pulling their budgets back and things like that. But I think you're starting to see the athlete that's no longer playing talk about this game and talk about their experience in the game, good and bad. And I think people are, they want that. They want that information. They want to see that. They want to hear that. And from a DraftKings perspective, for us, DraftKings made sense for Clutch, because when you talk about the two brands, I imagine, and I know this by talking to them and spending time with them, they look at their brand the same way we look at our brand. And we want to be authentic to who we are. We want to align ourselves with people that validates who we are as a company. They won't do it just for money. Obviously, they make a lot more money than we do. But we won't do it just for money either. And even though we have this partnership, again, we go above and beyond to make sure for them that they're happy with everything that they're asking us to do. And so it's been great. It's actually been great. And I think we'll do a lot more. You've seen LeBron's announcement as well, and I think we talked about it today just at lunch. What more can we do? What other things are coming down the pipeline? Even how do I get involved from a personal perspective, just given their customer service group a different perspective coming from my world, right? I'm not the athlete, but I sit on a different side, which we think is intriguing as well. So.
Yeah, we were just talking about this, and I think one of the things, so it's kind of funny, we started company the same year. I think both companies are similarly built. We're in a similar growth phase. We're entrepreneurial, and I think both companies feel like we stand for being associated with best in class, because that's how we view our brands. And I think that was a big part of coming together, is wanting to work with another best-in-class brand that we felt was on the rise and was going to become even better and continue to grow and to grow with that. Sometimes we found the absolute best partnerships are when you partner with a brand that's kind of at the same stage of growth, so you can grow together going forward. And we're thrilled. We're just getting started too, by the way. We have a lot more we're going to do. We're literally just getting started, I think. And
when was it officially announced?
Late last year, maybe.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, early this year. It was recent. It was not that long ago.
So maybe can you share the scope of what it is, or are you still kind of formulating?
No, so first of all, we do marketing and branding work together. Second, we do events and experiential stuff together. And then, content and those types of collaborations like you just talked about. But it is just starting, so we are still, I mean, that's how we've, initially started. But I think that's the whole idea about two companies that are growing. We're both going to get into all sorts of different things. I know Rich has a huge vision for his company, and he feels like he's got a lot of ways to go, and we do too. And so, what's great is that's just going to open up new opportunities. He was talking, I don't actually want to talk about, we were talking about lunch, I got to be careful. He was literally asking me the same question, like, what do you want to do with your business? Where do you want to grow? And we're public, so you can talk about whatever you want, but I got to be careful. So I'm not going to repeat what I said, but we were talking about some of the things that we're working on. And, I think it's those kinds of conversations that just lead to new opportunities. But it really starts with, do you have a common, sort of vision? Do you feel like you're both standing for something that's best in class? And do you feel like you can grow together? And I think all three of those check out. So we're pumped. We feel like this is going to be a very long-term partnership for us.
I love that.
As long as they want us.
Well, growing together, I love it. Okay, so I want to talk about some of the trends that we're starting to see, or we are seeing, and we've been talking about throughout the past 2 days, and get your perspectives on them and how it's impacting your business. So want to start with the globalization of sports and athletes. Jason, like, you almost made the move a few years ago to go to Europe. So talk to me about how you're thinking about globalization. Maybe either of you can start on this one. And how is your business contributing specifically to the globalization of sports? Like, what are you thinking about, and how are you thinking about honestly making it the world a little bit smaller?
Couple things there. One, we are very focused on the U.S. right now, but at some point we do have aspirations to be international. I think, every company has to prioritize resources, and right now the U.S. is just growing so quickly that, naturally that's our focus. But the same products, the same technology, the same, marketing analytics, everything that we're building is repurposable internationally. There will be local go-to-market differences, maybe in some cases different sports. That's the second one I'll get to in a moment. But I think, a lot of it is really very repurposable internationally. So we feel like that's something in our future, although, again, to be clear, we're very focused on the U.S. right now. And then, more generally, and I think this is a lot of where Rich's business comes into play, it's really the athlete more than anything else that's creating the globalization of sports. I think the athlete in all sports right now is more and more increasingly becoming the centerpiece. And you can see that in the betting. A few years ago when the Super Bowl happened, we're sweating the game outcome. We care who wins because it's going to affect the book. The last year or two, people are asking me, if this team wins or that. I'm like, I don't care. I just don't want Travis Kelce to get in the end zone. Maybe Christian McCaffrey, Patrick Mahomes needs to throw less than 3 touchdowns and we're good. And so, it doesn't really matter. We actually, in the last Super Bowl, we had, the money was on the Chiefs. So it was a bad outcome for us that the Chiefs won from a book perspective, but we still made more than we were expecting to on the day because Travis Kelce didn't score and Isaiah Pacheco didn't score and some of those other popular player props. But that just shows you this is where the betting's going. That's also where the mindset of the fan is going. They are focusing more and more on the athlete, and that is what's leading to the globalization because these athletes become recognizable figures all over the world, and then people get into the sport because of them. Yeah. It's this crazy thing where, it used to be you follow your hometown team and the sport that's popular and it's a team and all, and there's still a lot of that for sure. But now you're seeing people all over the world following, the Lakers because of LeBron or, whatever team he's on. And Same thing with all sorts of other athletes, and I don't think that's changing. I think that's increasing.
Well, I haven't looked at it this year, but last year I looked at that stat, and LeBron, I think his social media followers were at least 8x the Lakers. Like, it was very significant.
Yeah, that's the point. Is it used to be, I like the Lakers, therefore I like Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and so Shaq and whoever else, Kobe. Now it's I like LeBron, so I like the Lakers, and I think that is a shift that's here to stay.
I think obviously it's a culmination of things that I think has led to the positivity in your business through fantasy and player and now betting. For us, I'm so excited about globalization because American football is very young, to the overseas community. And obviously we see where basketball has grown. I think when you talk about the international players in our league, currently it's continuing to I think each country or each region is starting to produce more. Now Australia is having a plethora of players come out, and then you look at Canada, and then, obviously we understand what's happening in Africa, and it's always been France. The only place it hasn't been is the UK, pretty much, but we'll see what happens there. But what it does for us is a number of things. One, if we can grow the sports that are currently dominant here over there, it opens up a whole nother world from when you talk about players, teams, content, brands, right? More opportunities from a marketing perspective for the players. And then we're going into the European football space. We have every other sport. We have football, baseball, basketball, but now we want to have the other football, which we're really excited about. Oh. And the one thing I've always focused on, and the reason why I didn't call the company Rich Paul Sports, is because I didn't want to put a limit on its growth and its verticality. So Clutch is globally recognized by the grace of God. I'm so happy about that. And it's not just going to be a representation business. It's going to start in sports, but it definitely won't end there. And so globalization for us and for me and my vision and what I have for the company is a very exciting thing. And when I look at it, my brain works to the point to where I just overheat sometimes, where I'm thinking about all these ideas due to the growth of our sports landscape.
Well, I love that. Another topic in terms of growth that we've been talking about a lot is women's sports. So, Jason, I want to start with you. How are you seeing the impact of women's sports? Maybe you have a good example.
I actually have a great example for that, and it's another one that's athlete-driven. We had a 14x increase this year over year, in betting on women's college basketball. Wow. And that is absolutely because of Caitlin Clark. There's no question about it. And you can see from where the bets are going. We have plenty of data. And so, that's another example, not just of growth in a trend women's sports, but also of the athlete playing a central role in that. We're seeing huge growth, though, across all women's sports. WNBA is growing really rapidly. I think it's a trend, that is also here to stay. And it's not just, like women are betting on it. It's men betting on it. It's every fan betting on it. So, even like when you look at younger generations, you and I took our kids to the women's college basketball game at Harvard, and they just are happy to see a college basketball game. They're not thinking this is a women's college basketball game. They're thinking I'm at a sporting event and it's fun, and I get to be with my parents and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's a trend that's going to, not just sort of be the people betting today, but the people betting 20 years from now, right? So I'm really excited about it because we're always, like Rich was talking about, you're looking for new growth vectors, because new growth vectors in sport lead to more bettors and more things for people to bet on. And I think that's obviously very important for our business to grow. And I think as you, look at women's sports, it's a huge growth potential area for us.
Well, I love that. And I think, Rich, I've been tracking your focus on female athletes. Aja Wilson, Juju Watkins, the next Caitlin Clark, according to Sue Bird earlier today. Chelsea Gray.
She would know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Sue would definitely, if she said that, then that's
she did say that.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
So what do you see for the future of female athlete representation? And more specifically, has it changed in the past year with the rising of awareness?
Oh yeah, no, it definitely changed, and especially for us, is we wasn't in it, and then we got in it, and we got in it in a major way, and I agree. Hopefully, betting could add to the BRI for the women's game because they need to be paid more, and hopefully, we should really do something about that. We should work together to get the women paid more for their sport. That's what
I love it.
But I actually enjoy the women's game, especially in college, better because they actually play a better brand of basketball.
Agreed.
Of course
you agree.
We have the ability to represent, and we do represent some incredible. We have a great roster of women, and I tell you also, like brands, we talk about data and analytics. Brands love working with the women. They really do.
Why?
I think we still need to do the research on that. I mean, because like when you talk about Juju, I mean, Juju gets more phone calls. I mean, it's unbelievable. I don't know if she can do anything else. Literally, she gets more phone calls than anybody, or just as many as a Trae Young, or I mean, obviously LeBron. He's 40 years old. He can't. There's nothing else for him to do. But like, still, like she's and Asia. And when you think about Asia, Asia has a best-selling book. She's won 2 championships. She's won. Like she's just. They are like. It's unbelievable, and there's a lot of fun to be around too. That's another thing. So I really enjoy it. I'm glad we're in the space, and we have to continue to grow that side of our business because, again, we have to provide more resources for them.
Don't sleep on USC during March Madness this year.
I won't. I think Juju's going to go crazy.
That's right, and I'll just say that I said the same thing about Iowa last year. So
I love watching Caitlin Clark too. You're right. Like when she's must-see TV when she's on for sure.
I agree. So the NCAA is also rapidly changing. Just last week, the recent pay-to-play ruling in Tennessee, Charlie Baker sent out a letter yesterday. How does these changes that are literally happening like now, how does this potentially change your approach in college sports, even for individual bets or whatever it might be? Or your representation and how you think about approaching these athletes?
I think once I get caught up to speed on all the changes, because there has been a lot of changes coming down, but hopefully there are changes for the better. Look, I think NIL was one that it was inevitable we were going to get to that place. Mm-hmm. And now I think they have to do a better job of managing the NIL because it's become a little bit of the Wild Wild West. From a representation standpoint, it's actually made it harder to represent because they're looking for these big marketing advances and marketing guarantees, and there's a lot more cooks in the kitchen at that point, and I think it's taken away from the real focus of the athlete. Because I always tell them, I'm like, you can get $1 million NIL deal, but you can make $700 million becoming a great player in the NBA, just becoming a great player in the NBA. So I think that math kind of maths in a different capacity. So for me, I've gotten to a point to where I'm extremely selective on who we represent. I really don't care if you're the #1 pick or not. I really care about, again, what your focus is, and from a character perspective.
Yeah. What are the characteristics that you look for? We've been talking a lot about
character first. I mean, we're look, over the years, and obviously when you don't have any clients, you got to take what you can get. Right? That's just part of it. But as you become more positioned and positioned as strongly as we've become, my wick has gotten very short for low character guys because it's just, you never want to get up and work a thankless job. And it's not just me. I have 100+ staff members that, again, that sacrifice, and they have their own families and things like that. And so character matters. And then obviously you got to have the talent, but those two things need to be kind of neck and neck, or I would love for them to be, because the better player you are, then your character should actually get better as well. Yeah. Shouldn't go the other way around, which in most guys it do, because they lead with ego, and then the people around them gas the ego, and so because they're afraid of losing the client. So we work a little bit different from that perspective, and then professionalism, and and then once you get past those three things, I can work with you from there, right? No one's perfect, and we don't have perfect guys. I've had guys that have been through a lot, but I know who they are internally, and so I stick by them. But we try to, really, today for sure, think about, I mean, Daryl's not here, but I had to beg Daryl to draft for Tyrese Maxey, and he couldn't be a more high character, high talent
I love how
guy
he plays.
because Daryl didn't like his analytics. In his Sorry, Daryl, but he shot a low three-point percentage in college, and they're like, oh, well, I'm like, the analytics don't tell you a lot of other things. So luckily for him, he actually decided to work with me on that one, and I think we're both happy. So I will say that. We're both happy.
Well, it's always a mix of
It is.
the analytics and how these players are going to grow.
Comment on that. I think too many people equate as exactly the same analytics with numbers. Analytics is just taking different sources of information and synthesizing it into a good decision or conclusion. So what you're telling Daryl has to be part of the analytics. He's got the data, people crunch the data, that's fine. But if you're making a decision, you want all sorts of information. And I think that's something we actually stress at the company. Analytics doesn't just mean you're good with numbers. Analytics means you have the capability to take all sorts of different information and inputs and process that into a good conclusion.
Well, I think you did a pretty good job. You're good at your job. You convinced him.
And by the way, same with Daryl. Everybody knocks a big number, but he listened to Rich in this case,
I know,
right? So there
exactly.
you go.
So wanted to take a couple questions from the audience. So I'll start with both. What is the key piece of advice that has helped you along your entrepreneurial journey?
For me, I think my dad will just always express to me that it's important to treat people the right way, despite what their stature may be, what they have or they lack. And I've always kind of led with that, and it's gotten me to the place I am today. Again, people don't see it, but you're only as strong as your support system and your allies. And I have soft power and I have hard power out there in the industry that really allows me to be positioned the way I am. And so I'm really appreciative of that. I lost my dad when I was 19, and so he prepared me.
It's part of the
pretty
reason
good.
why you left college.
Yeah, oh yeah, that is the reason why, yeah, for sure.
I mean, it sounds cliche, but I think it's still underemphasized, even though everyone knows it, which is surround yourself with great people and keep the bar high. I think too often people are like, oh, I'm going to make some great hires, but then they don't understand everybody still has to meet the bar. And, there's a lot of tough decisions you have to make along the way, but if you view it as, I need at least early on, right? As you get bigger, obviously there's different people in different roles, but that first group, you're talking about entrepreneurial advice, and I'm sure you thought of it when you're like, who are those first people I'm going to call? They were the A+ people that you knew were just going to work just as hard as you were and had it, right? And not sacrificing on any of them, like making sure, because as an entrepreneur, you only have so many people you can hire. You're not like, swimming in money, you don't have the scale. So making sure every single person is just A+ early on, I think is critical.
I love that. So this one is specific to Rich. What is the difference between talking about sponsorship versus player contracts?
Well, that's a big difference. I mean, player contracts obviously is going to provide a much bigger financial gain for you. I think from a sponsorship perspective, it's tricky because oftentimes the player has to understand that it's an actual partnership, and those deliverables matter, and timing of those deliverables matter. And so doing things the right way consistently, practicing doing things the right way, it should become routine. And then that allows you to have a partnership versus just an endorsement or sponsorship. And everyone thinks, oh, well, my son had 30 points in the game, he should have this big deal. And it doesn't really work like that. And I tell all guys, like, from years 1 to 5, let's just spend 20 grand and put a couple billboards up of you around the city that you play in so your family can see you when they come out the airport and y'all can talk about it at dinner. And then let's focus on basketball because, if you put the buggy before the horse, you're never going to get there. And I can tell you right now, Daryl don't want to hear you talking about a deal and you're the 12th man on the bench. You know, that just doesn't make sense. And so it's hard to help families understand that. And then there's 5,000 agents and there's 450 players. Hence, there's a lot of agents but no players. But they still sell this thing, and I can do this and I can do that. And you know, from a parent perspective, you just want what's best for your child. And you're not going to strike it like, you know, Miss Holiday, she got 3 kids that play in the NBA. She's a blessed woman. Most people are not going to have that. And so it's your first time going around at this, and you don't know what to believe, you don't know who to trust, and all you know is you want what's best for your baby in a sense. And so that can be a very troubling process. And so I don't even really focus on the off-the-court stuff. And if you want to focus on the off-the-court stuff, then we're not going to be the company for you, pretty much.
Well, that's a big commentary. I love it. Jason,
Except for deals with DraftKings, those
right.
are okay.
But you guys are, yeah.
But they're
Except for deals with DraftKings.
Jason, March 10th marks the 1-year anniversary of legal betting here in Massachusetts. Have you seen anything different here than in other states?
Well, I mean, this is our hometown, so we've gotten the love. We're doing very well competitively here, which I appreciate. Massachusetts is one of our biggest states. You know, I think always Massachusetts punches above our population. And I mean, you don't need to spend much time here to know there are rabid sports fans here. I mean, I grew up in Miami, and Miami's great. I love Miami, but you didn't have these I mean, 3 of the 4 major sports franchises were expansion franchises when I was there. So you didn't have like this deeply rooted generation over generation here where they had followed the teams through the losing years and whatever. It'll be interesting to see now how that all plays out, because after that we had about a 20-year run where the teams couldn't stop winning championships. So, and you know, well, it'll be interesting to see. But I have a feeling that the winning ways will continue. And right now, pretty pumped about the Celtics. They're doing well. It's helping. They're the #1 bet team, not surprisingly, in Massachusetts. So you know, that always helps when you have a team that's doing well.
You guys are down because they're like 20. They're like 18-3.
I know. But you know what? That's fine. We like people having a good. People have to win sometimes. It's okay.
Yeah. No.
You know, but I think the fact that you see that, it actually drives interest in the betting and vice versa. And it's this beautiful relationship when. You know, people are watching the games, they're enjoying it more by betting, and that's making them want to watch the whole game, maybe even if it's a blowout, like some of these recent games have been, because they got a player prop bet or something else that's still going. They still need one more rebound from Al Horford or something, and you know, they're hoping to get that in the end, even in a blowout. Those kinds of things, I think, keep people glued to the game the whole time, which is a great aspect of it.
You should work a deal with the NBA, because if you're raising the consistent viewership based upon betting, then there should be some type of.
They should be paying us.
Game from that.
I agree.
Yeah.
You know, we need to get you as our agent.
All right, so just in conclusion here, the big takeaways is obviously player empowerment and athletes driving the globalization. And I think there's a concept coming up around women's sports betting. And I think maybe it's going to be called Draft Queens. All right. Let's give a big round of applause.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone, and thank you again for joining us at the 2024 MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is David Rhodes, and I'm a first-year MBA student here at MIT. And I'm very excited to introduce the closing panel of this year's conference, The Power of Sports, presented by Wasserman Foundation. Our panelists today are Jessica Gelman, CEO of Kager, the Craft Analytics Group, Nate Silver, statistician, author, and founder of the Silver Bulletin, and Megan Rapinoe, soccer legend, activist, and New York Times bestselling author. Our panel will be moderated by Cassidy Hubbarth from ESPN. As always, the panel will run for 45 minutes, and we welcome all your questions submitted throughout via the Cadence app. And with that, I leave you to Cassidy Hubbarth. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Hello, everyone. David did tell me that, we can go crazy because this is the last panel of the conference, so we're about to get into it. And look, it's a privilege to be here, especially with this esteemed panel. This conference is really just another example of the power of sports and how it brings people together. And that's where we're going to start. Given we all have our own journeys and relationships with sports, let's start at the beginning. And I want to start with you, Megan. When do you remember your earliest memories of sports and what drew you to them?
I think this is like a situation where is it a memory or have you just seen the pictures? Because I think I was probably too young to have an actual memory. I'm a twin. We both played sports growing up. We're the youngest of 6 kids. We had an older brother, Brian, who played soccer. And I think that was kind of the sort of catalyst. We just looked up to him and wanted to run around behind him and do everything that he did. And I think just sports in general for both my sister and I, but certainly for me, just felt natural. We played literally we played a version of one-on-one every single sport you can possibly imagine with varied rules to our liking. But it's just something that's always been a part of our family, I think, and a part of my sister and I's relationship. And it's like the skin I'm wearing is playing sports and being around sports.
And Nate, where did your love of sports begin?
I mean, not for me, a great athlete, obviously. No, I grew up in a college town in East Lansing, Michigan, so you could literally hear the roar of Spartan Stadium from my backyard. My parents were big college hockey fans. We would go to college hockey games every weekend. Michigan's a great sports state. When I was 6 years old, the Tigers won the World Series, and then the Pistons and the Red Wings, not the Lions, but the Pistons and Red Wings had really good. They're getting there. They're getting there. I was heartbroken.
So close. So close.
But just kind of in the blood between that and the numbers, obviously as well.
So I grew up in the Midwest, and I was born a couple years after Title IX was passed, and so I have to give full credit to my parents for giving me the opportunities to play sports, and I was the only girl playing on all boys teams from a very early age. And it was soccer, it was ice hockey, and I loved to compete. And so that was what sports was for me, and it became this way to connect because I definitely was, do people use this phrase, a tomboy? I was a tomboy. And I don't know if that's still used. That was why I was asking that question. And I think that I just felt more at ease when I was playing sports, and it was the way that I was able to connect with people. My parents both worked full time. I was a latchkey kid, and so we would just go and play, honestly, pick up football, and that was just what I did, being really active. And then I think to continue on, I loved sports, and growing up in Chicago during the Michael Jordan era, and also the Chicago Bears Super Bowl Shuffle was when I was in 4th grade. But being surrounded by the fandom and the excellence and having these athletes who I was inspired by the way, mostly male athletes, because that was what it was and that was what was available. But I loved I loved all aspects of it. And we didn't go to a lot of sporting events when I was young, and usually we were behind a pole when we went. But I thought even then,
Wrigley?
Yeah, but I thought even then it would be really fun to be on the other side of this too. Yes, I love playing, but this is something that really connects people.
Well, I mean, you were an incredibly accomplished athlete at Harvard. So did that realization come while you were playing or after your playing?
That I wanted to go.
You wanted a career in sports.
Yeah, I knew I wanted to go into sports when I was graduating from college. So again, the WNBA started. I'm just sounding so damn old. The WNBA started the year
accomplished.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The year that I graduated from college, and so I didn't even know that playing professional sports was a thing until December of my senior year, and I was pretty burnt out on basketball at that point in time, but I was like, oh, I should probably go and try and play basketball because I knew I wanted to go into sports, and I thought if I could go and be the product, it would give me a perspective and an idea for in the future when I would be hopefully on the other side, helping to create memories because, again, those are some of the best times with my family growing up.
Nate, you had your transition was, is it safe to say, a little later in life into sports? You're developing analytic models and writing about sports in your personal time, then transitioned into making it a career out of it. What was that transition like for you?
I mean, so my first job out of college was being an economic, excuse me, an economic transfer pricing consultant, which is just as boring as it sounds, right? You're telling Motorola how to price their semiconductor from Malaysia to Singapore. Really boring. So I had a lot of free time at work. I began working on a model which became known as Pacoda. It's a baseball player projection model. I would also stay up late at night and play online poker. This is the poker boom years, Chris Moneymaker, Easy Money. And so I wound up after kind of waking up, staying up all night, going kind of comatose in the job, right? Not being able to use the printer for the last 3 months. Eventually quit to work for Baseball Prospectus and to play online poker.
What was your poker name?
Nate the Great. I mean, you want to be a little braggy.
Love that. Yeah, you don't got to tell me.
It just came natural to you, right? Nate the Great. How's it go? Are you still very active on Nate the Great?
Online poker is kind of hard right now. There's a fair amount of cheating and other shady stuff that goes on. I play a lot of live poker. Kind of rejuvenated that habit. And it's a little bit just because, I mean, I love the competition. Poker is unique in that anyone can enter any tournament, right? So you can it's equivalent going in to a 3-on-3 NBA tournament and you're playing against Sue Bird or you're playing against Steph Curry, right? Poker is kind of like that. Now I think I am pretty skilled, right? I play at a pretty high level, but liking the competition and being in the spotlight, right? Been on poker playing TV a few times, it's a lot of fun if you like competition and pressure.
Megan, it's I joked about this that we could probably do a whole week conference on your sports journey. And maybe we can get into a lot of that here, but I think what's just so profound about your journey is just your point of view and your voice. When was it during your sports career that you knew that your voice had power in sports?
I think it was, I mean, to use your word, I think it was a little bit of a journey. I think being a twin is such an interesting part. Any twins out there in the audience know you sort of are at an ebb and flow with each other all of the time. So for, the sort of early part of childhood, I was pretty much how I am now, how people would probably see me now. And around puberty, I just got so awkward, and everything is so awkward at that time. So it got really, quiet, and then feel in college really found myself again. Realized that I was gay, came out. I think I understood a little bit of the impact there. I came out, I think it was my freshman or sophomore year. Just understanding that that was having an impact on other people, or understanding that that was having an impact on my teammates, even some of my younger teammates, making them feel more comfortable. It was right at the time Katy Perry's Cherry Chapstick song, or whatever the name. I actually, in true lesbian fashion, obviously have cherry chapstick in my pocket, as we all do. Like the fans at one of my college games, I think I was visiting San Diego, and they were sort of like taunting me a little. I guess it was homophobic. I didn't really totally realize it at the time, because I also like took the joke and used it against them, because I was like, well, I'm the best player out on this field, so like I don't know what. Yeah, I am gay and I am using cherry chapstick. But
You bunny rabbit them.
Yeah.
8 miles.
Exactly.
There you go.
We were just talking. Yeah, so, we were talking about that the other day. So I think like that was sort of seeping in. Playing on the national team early. I think it was maybe 2 years into my national team career. Our collective bargaining agreement was up, so we were sort of in those negotiations, asking for more, being treated the way that we were, hearing the stories from all of our older teammates, and I was just like, this just doesn't really feel right or seem right. We're trying to use our voice, but we don't really have a platform for that. That was really influential, just starting to understand the business side of things and how that works. And then I think really in 2015, us like winning the World Cup in 2015, having this totally bizarre experience of, everywhere we went, all the games were sold out. The World Cup was in Canada, which was essentially a home World Cup for us, which was unbelievable. The final being in Vancouver, sold out. We win, and one of the craziest World Cup games ever. Carly has a hat trick in the first half, and an incredible half field goal. And
I'm still getting chills. I don't know about all you guys.
It was wild.
I remember it well.
We go to New York, and we have this like incredible ticker tape parade. And it's like, wow, feeling the world has really sort of like changed. And then like getting on a flight to fly back to the West Coast, like in economy. And I was like, this is not, it's something, I'm not a math person like Nate, but the math is not mathing here. And so just having that feeling of like, something has to change. We're trying to go through, the CBA route, and we're trying to negotiate, and it's like, if they don't let you in the building, you can't sit there and negotiate with them. So I think it was really then, filed our equal pay law, our claim with the EEOC, and then also at the same time just starting to be more educated and understanding more race relations in our country. If you think 13, 14, 15, it's Trayvon Martin being murdered, it's Michael Brown being murdered, it's the protests in Ferguson, and I feel I'm coming to consciousness about that, and I'm learning more about that. And then obviously, Colin kneeling and me kneeling in solidarity with him, and that sort of, I think, blew everything open for me, and understanding not only do I personally have a voice that I want to use and that I'm willing to use, but I also have this incredibly unique platform of playing for the U.S. all the time. It's very different. Sue and I talk about the differences all the time, because the WNBA did all this before Colin ever even now. Minnesota Lynx took their stand, wore the T-shirts. The WNBA players were doing this, well before. But it was in a domestic league. It was different for me. Every time I stood up, I was wearing the American flag, saying those things. And certainly with, the platform of the U.S. Women's National Team and the historic success there, I was able to, I always like to say, leverage America against itself. Because the thing America loves most is winning and sports and people who are loud. And I was like, I'm here. Hi.
You made me.
You made me. I'm uniquely American. And so that was sort of the, the long version of the evolution of that, and just really realizing, I think for us as a team too, I know I'm one of the more, prominent or popular figures, but it really was such a collective experience for all of us, really like coming to consciousness about our own power and deciding to do something about that.
Well, you know, you being places like here and sharing that story and, you know, kind of giving that perspective to people who may not be so in tune to, you know, all the fights that you've had is all part of it. But in terms of just how you galvanize the people around you, who you seek out to support you in these, like that's, I think a lot of people have fights that they want to fight but don't know where to start. And it seemed like it was like a perfect tornado of things happening at the same time, but how did you figure out where to start? Was it just having the confidence and courage to speak up, or was it making sure you were talking to, you know, Sue or family around you, that this was something you wanted to take on?
I think two things are huge factors for me. One, I'm from a really big family and I'm a twin. So I don't even think of myself as just me. Whenever I think of me, it's always me and Rachel. And certainly being from a big family that I am, it even goes beyond that. So I think the idea of like teamwork and other people's perspectives and that kind of idea coming just always felt really natural to me. And then obviously playing a team sport, and particularly a women's sport, where if you're like at the very tippy top of your craft as a woman or your business or your industry, there's usually not very many other women there with you. Maybe a couple, but it's very rare. For us, on playing a team sport, that's all there was women who are elite in their craft, who have that sense of teamwork, who have that sense of confidence. So we became each other's permission structure. Really, we were like, that's crazy what that U.S. Soccer president said, right? And we're all like, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. We didn't have this sort of like just casual gaslighting that so many women experience all the time. So in our fight, we got to show up as, you know, the U.S. Women's National Team. We got to show up as 20 women all the time. We got to leverage the media. We were excellent on the field. And we got to sort of tie all of those things together. I think that's where a lot of that confidence came from. I know a lot of my confidence, even just stepping out and being one of the more vocal players on the team, that sort of being my role. We talked about this a lot. Alex and I, our most effective role was to use our influence in the media for the team. Some people's roles, like I wasn't going to read every single brief. Like they're long, it's a lot, it's just, but Becky was. Yeah. And Kristen was. And, Kelly was going to be, sort of the strategist behind the scene or whatever it was. And we kind of used that sort of teamwork and put it into a different kind of framework and use that for each other. So even though it was me going out and speaking, like I didn't make up all these talking points myself, I was speaking on behalf of all of it and all of us, and using that kind of idea of a collective to push forward what we all ultimately knew was true.
I mean, teamwork from one of the greatest teams in history, being stars in your own role. And just Guy, in speaking about building a community, how has your experience building the Sloan Conference enhanced the platform and also how you advocate for causes and issues in sports?
I mean, so first of all, probably about 7 years ago, someone posted a tweet that had a picture of there being no line for the women's bathroom at the conference. And that someone may have been Daryl. And I said, why would you post this? Why are you pointing this out? And it was a joke for him, but I was embarrassed by it. Mm-hmm. And so what are the cues that we're gonna take to adjust these things? And so I think really Sloan was an area where I thought I could have a lot of influence. And one of the main things early on is we wanted to have women on the panels, not women talking about women in sports. And so that was number one in terms of just the content itself.
And then we started extending and making this a more welcoming environment for women. We kept the lines short in the bathrooms. No, but we created the women's luncheon. We did the mentorship program to provide more opportunities and for us to go out and market and make women and really any underprivileged part of the population aware of how analytics can help really level the playing field in the business world, and that's really what I experienced. And I think seeing what we were able to do here, and truthfully, Megan's speech at the 2019 ticker tape parade was really powerful for me. She encouraged people to use their platform, and I was like, man, I am not doing everything that I can. And so, you know, the CAGR today, our management team is over 60% women in a technology and sports and analytics company that is not that normal. And I think people are seeing a female CEO and saying, okay, this might be like a great place to work, and a place where I've had children, and we're trying to create, and a number of the women at CAGR have recently had children, are about to have children, and I'm really proud of that. Because by the way, when I had a kid at work, I was, I think, maybe the second or third person who was in a senior level role at Kraft Sports and Entertainment who had. And then the other component was, just more broadly, you know, Corbin, my wife, and Daryl, and one of my college basketball teammates, and Daryl's best friend from college, Jim Steger, we collectively decided that we wanted to invest into a women's sports team and bring analytics and start to affect change and have women who were hopefully going to help drive and shape. In this case, we invested in the Utah Royals. We have our first game in 2 weeks, and we're bringing an analytics first approach both on the team side and on the business side. And so Sloan was a starting point for me to have awareness of, oh, there's things that I can do, there's platforms that I have, so thank you, Megan, to affect change. And that was actually pretty surprising, because I didn't think about it. Well, we're all grateful that you did.
Yeah.
And Nate, you've had a direct audience of millions of readers across, you know, several platforms and organizations that you've built. How did you think about your ability to dictate what information your audience was exposed to?
I mean, the term dictate is one I worry about, right? Like, look, I still hold on to the romantic notion that, like, if you give people more information, that in a very messy way, our democratic system will sort it out and gradually, with many missteps, come closer to the truth and toward accurate kind of quote unquote like rational decision making, right? I am very worried about a trend in the media toward kind of self-censorship, right? A trend to kind of label things as misinformation, which I think is often fairly partisan, right? So, you know, I'm a believer in kind of like democracy, and and that means like sometimes people are going to make decisions that you don't necessarily agree with, right? So I've kind of gone in the opposite direction of Jessica. Like lately, I'm kind of back on my own now after 10 years in the Walt Disney family with ESPN and ABC News, and it's really, really nice to be independent. It's just kind of more my speed to have 4 or 5 things I'm doing in a day and not going to the same office all the time. You know, I think one of the lessons that successful people sometimes have to learn, that I learned kind of the hard way, is like, if you're a successful creative, then like, it doesn't necessarily translate into being a great manager, right? Especially if what you want to do is the creative work. And so every time you're spending time in a meeting or something, you're kind of like resentful that why can't I be writing or doing media or building a model or whatever. So kind of, you know, being more mature and kind of more in touch with like, how do I want to spend my time and how can I spend it most valuably?
So how did you tackle that?
I mean, look, to reveal maybe slightly too much, I mean, look,
I had a sense at Disney that I was a lame duck, and it's like actually not a bad situation to get paid to finish out a contract when you can kind of be looking toward your next thing. So I began working on a book 3 years ago, which is called On the Edge, will be published in August. I began in the back of my head kind of, plotting this newsletter called Silver Bulletin that I now have, and just trying to like extricate myself from that with a little bit of runway.
Well, it sounds like you were anything but a lame duck because you took control of your own destiny there.
Thank you.
But your new book explores risks and how successful risk takers think. So, what is the relationship between risk and making an impact?
I mean, look. So the book speaks to a type of person that is, I think, probably overrepresented in this room, which is people who are really analytical on the one hand, and really competitive on the other hand, right? Because in a lot of fields, these are the people who are achieving success, right? In Silicon Valley, in artificial intelligence, right? Finance, tech, right? The people who kind of take risks tend to be the ones that wind up like on the top of the pile and at the bottom too, right? But like it's encouraging people to take risks, right? Based on interviews with, I talked to 200 people for the book, right? And you really kind of see common DNA. Like most of it's about like kind of numbers crunching types, right? But I talked to like an astronaut named Catherine Sullivan, one of the first class of female astronauts, and she's like amazing, right? That woman has like as much competition and risk-taking ability as anybody I've ever met, right? Or fantastic like women poker players. And there are lots of guys in the book too, don't get me wrong, but there are common threads between like someone taking a risk when playing poker and someone taking a risk when like climbing a mountain. And I know it sounds like that sounds implausible, but like literally they use the same language to describe what they're doing. And so it wound up being kind of like much more of a people book and not just an ideas book than I expected going in.
Well, I'm excited to read it and explore, what discoveries you made. I loved the moment where Jess, you kind of thanked Megan for her impact. And Megan, I'm sure this is an everyday occurrence for you. But when you think about like leading the charge and influencing so many people, it's also part of like passing the baton. Hopefully someone also continues to run with it. So who in sports today do you feel like is having the biggest impact on their sport and in the world outside of yourself and Sue?
Yeah, not me and Sue. Gosh, I wish you would have interviewed me. I want to know all the, and like break it down, tell me what's going on. I mean, female athletes for sure. Probably college basketball players are having the biggest impact ever. I mean, we have a player, and I'm going to give Sue credit for this. We were talking about the other day. Like, Caitlin has dominated an entire space. That very, very rarely happens for women. That very rarely happens for women's athletes. And usually it's on a professional level. I would say usually it's in a sort of World Cup Olympic type environment. And she's just completely captivated this entire space by sort of revolutionizing even her own game. And the way that people are looking at women's basketball and just at her, in Iowa. Like, she didn't go to one of the best schools, but she made them one of the best schools. I think that women's athletes are finally given and being given or have finally taken, had the opportunity to have a platform that has reach. So whether that's through social media, like someone like Angel Reese, or, being on TV more. I feel like we've sort of like grabbed this moment for ourselves that certainly was not given. But I think women's athletes are really understanding the moment and taking advantage of it and taking the risk to be in this moment. But I also think we're coming from a perspective, we've never been able to just play. That's never, like, you've never been able to just do your job. You've never been able to just do your job. You got to do like the 50 other things that like convince people or, do whatever so that you can actually do your job, which we shouldn't have to. But what it's produced is now women, even at such a young age, who have all of these other skills. They're entrepreneurs and they're content creators and they're thought leaders, and they understand the world in a different way. They sort of understand the inequities against them, so they can then use them going back out into the world and sort of dodge some of these landmines that maybe we haven't been able to in the past. So I think just women's sports in general is really in a moment and at a moment that is primed for success and for growth. And now you're starting to see, you know, the business side of that sort of catch up with the potential that really is already there. And then I think just even from a sort of larger kind of social perspective, when you hello? When you have a women's athlete on, or a team, or you're talking about a league, you're not just talking about the sports, you're talking about healthcare and racial justice and maternity leave, and you're talking about CBA negotiations, or you're talking about equal pay. You're talking about everything that intersects with women in sports. And it's like the WNBA is a perfect example, but it's like if you have, you know, black women and trans women playing in the league, you'll cover everything. And so it's also a place for community and for policy and politics and entertainment and all of it to sort of coexist. And then it's an incredible entertainment property. And, you know, going back to the love of sports, people connect with sports for a myriad of different ways. But that's what's so beautiful about it, is there's really something for everyone, pretty much. Like, people connect with sports for a million different reasons, and everybody can kind of find the thing that they're into while also being entertained by what's happening on the floor.
Well, speaking of entertainment, you know, probably the most entertaining event at All-Star Weekend was Steph versus Sabrina.
Well, it definitely was.
Yes.
For the numbers.
So, I mean, but what,
Yeah.
what kind of impact do you feel like that had in general?
Oh, there's a lot in there.
Yeah, there is.
You know, I think the commentary around the coverage just further solidified the need for more women in all areas, literally across the world, but across every area in sport. I mean, I think, you know, watching it, like, we immediately thought, why isn't Candace on that specific broadcast? So you're going to do all of this to bring a woman in, and you're going to, you know, publicize it, and it's pretty much going to be the marquee. It is the marquee event of the sort of like entertainment night, which is the night before the All-Star game. And you didn't do it. You didn't capture the moment. And sort of everybody else lived up to, I mean, Sabrina shot unbelievably, and Steph shot unbelievably, and those are two of the best shooters in the whole world.
They were gracious with each other and
with each other, and it was awesome. But it also, you know, was a good thing in a way, because it did bring light to something that's so glaring that we know. I mean, it's like, I'm sure you thought the same thing of like, dang, why wasn't Candace on that brush? She's right there. She could do that more justice. But it also, you know, sort of shone a light on another area that is just very clear we need more women. I also don't love all the time, you know, I don't love putting men and women in those types of competition because somehow we're going to lose. You know, the rules are going to change, the goalpost is going to move. If she would have shot from closer, it would have been like, oh, well, she shoots from closer. So then if she would have shot with the men's ball, if she would have shot with the women's ball, if she would have, it's almost like we can't do anything right. So shout out America Ferrera and Barbie. So I don't always love those, but I also think it was a really amazing moment. It was an amazing moment because that was the most watched part of the entire, you know, this is supposed to be all of the best, most entertaining, you know, men in sports from, you know, one of the most popular sports, and everybody just wanted to, and maybe some people are tuning in to see her fail, and she didn't, and that's a really important moment also.
Yes.
But I think overall, on the whole, I think it was really good, and I would just encourage everybody who turned in that moment, like, you know, buy the league pass for the WNBA and buy season tickets and, you know, support the W. That's what's happening every day in the WNBA.
But then, to your point, what you're saying, it's not just one thing. It's multi-layered. It's multi-dimensional, and that's what that moment is. And it brought it all into the light because they had the biggest spotlight of the night. So ultimately, it was a positive thing. But there's still some room to grow, which that you could just stamp that on a lot of things.
Yeah.
Let's kind of transition just to the future ahead of us in technology in general. And Jess, in what ways do you anticipate advancements in technology and data analytics shaping the future landscape of sports, the industry in general, and the social impact effects?
I mean,
it's a huge question. Sorry, there was a lot of.
No, it's okay. I mean, the key thing that is, and we've been talking about, is accessibility, right? Because what I mean, in particular, streaming is enabling is for more and a variety of games to be available. So, not a big surprise here, but I am a huge Harvard women's basketball fan. And I love that I can watch the games on ESPN+. And I look at the work, we recently signed the NCAA. They're coming onto our platform during a time when they really need a lot of help. And a lot of the work that we're going to be doing from a technology perspective is helping them better understand who their fans are. And working they have 90 championships that they run, and making sure with the data that they have been collecting data, but we're going to add a lot of more information, making sure that they are better informed about where they should be hosting championships versus just where people submit to be a host, based on where the customers are or based on where there might be a hotbed in a particular sport. And that's going to attract more people to play because it's going to be accessible. And the data part there is obviously very, very significant, but also the ability for more people to be able to watch the games and watch them in different ways. Like, we've talked a lot about AI over the past 2 days, and I said this previously, but for people in different countries to have the instant translation of what the broadcasters are saying and being able to consume it in real time is going to more closely connect us as a society, and that is like incredibly powerful. One of the things that we've kind of lost in many ways with the separation, the uncabling, I guess we would say, is that we don't necessarily always have, or I think increasingly have, those moments that everyone is watching a sporting event. And so I'm hopeful that as we continue to evolve in terms of the viewing experience, like, that we can come back to some of those. And you have these big moments. I mean, what Caitlin Clark is doing and the interest is unlike anything that I have seen, period, like what Megan said. But also in the same respect, like what Taylor Swift, which we've talked about quite a bit, what she did. And we did a piece of analysis earlier this year that blew me away in terms of Taylor Swift. So the only event that drew people and generated the kind of revenue of one Taylor Swift concert is the Super Bowl. It outpaces college football playoffs, like everything. So only one event, the Super Bowl. And she does it 3 times in one city, and then she takes that around. So from an impact perspective, that is just massive. So I mean, we have these people who move and connect, and sports is one of the big ones. So I think I'm very bullish on technology and data continuing to connect us increasingly.
We have a bunch of audience questions, as you know, we got about 20 more minutes left, and I want to try to get to some of them. Nate, someone is asking, how have you used analytics to bring issues to light within sports and support making change?
Look, I mean, I come at this from a standpoint of a journalist, and again, like I said before, I think generally when you kind of surface better information, you tend to surface more truth. I think potentially. Again, I worry about a world where people are shielding data a lot of the times. I know it's a cliche, but like information is power, right? There's power in transparency. There's power in having a lot of eyes on something instead of one set of eyes.
In exploring how things are changing in that regard, what have you uncovered as to how we can combat fake news, if you will?
I mean, look, I think it's important for journalists to be truth-driven primarily, and I guess I am a traditionalist in that I think the line between a journalist and activist, and both are important in our society, but like those are, I think, should be different roles. Or if they're ambiguous, that should be kind of labeled clearly that today I have a different hat on than I might have another hat, right? I mean, look, I worry that like in the early days of kind of sports analytics, people in sports analytics were the outsiders, right? Kind of critiquing expert opinion of people who were kind of old fuddy-duddies and too traditional, right? Like, and I still think that actually is right a lot of the time, right? People should be suspicious of experts and expertise, right? I mean, America, to speak about America's uniqueness, we were like the first country founded in, what you now call like liberal values like equality and freedom of speech, right? And freedom of religion and separation of church and state and things like that. And I think we should still hold those values highly and be suspicious of anybody who purports to control some huge amount of the world's information. There is an increasing amount of, power and wealth in society. Even as someone who's kind of fairly pro-free market, right? Like, the top 10 richest people in the world get more and more wealthy every year and become more powerful than many countries around the world, right? And something like AI, you might have 3 or 4 big companies or countries that are powerful enough to have this huge hold in this entire sector of the economy. So I want pluralism. I want democracy, and those are challenges. And it doesn't necessarily mean just kind of like having one expert panel control the world's information.
I guess in a different light, another question from the audience is, how do you feel sports can bring together a country that is bitterly divided? Or do you think sports can? I'm asking you, Nate.
I mean, look, I think sports are great. I think, if I write like a third book, it might be about like why sports are socially beneficial. I mean, look, I think a lot of people are competitive, right? And kind of, I don't know if you want to get into too much of like the evolutionary psychology, which is always debated, but like you're probably selecting on some level people who are competitive and outcompete one another for status and for mates and things like that, and that's kind of selected into the human gene line, right? And given that humans are competitive, to have healthy outlets for that, I think, is good. And I think sports is for many sports, it's like a healthful activity where you gain by, become more fit by doing athletic performance, right? But also, you're having proxies for real battles. Obviously, in the U.S. tends to be good-natured, and in England and so forth, there's more hooliganism. But to say, yeah, there are people who need a competitive outlet, right? And can we make like sports a healthy competitive outlet?
So I'm on the board of a nonprofit called Peace Players that basically uses sport to bridge the divide. And where they started was between Israel and Palestine. And they would put athletes, young athletes from Israel and from Palestine on the same team so that they got to know each other and break down some of the divides. And by the way, when they're 18 years old in both countries, they go into the military. But they now had a better understanding of one another, and that is obviously a phenomenal nonprofit, and it is beyond that location. They also do a bunch of stuff in Ireland and have presence here in the United States. But I mean, that is the power of sport, because Megan, everyone on your team had the same beliefs as you? Like, probably not, but it allowed a forum to have debate and open those discussions. I mean, right?
Yeah, no, definitely.
how we managed to stay in lockstep for like 7 years straight is it's just a miracle. It's really unbelievable because we had a lot of battles. We had a lot of battles behind the scenes. I mean, I think we were collectively fighting something bigger, but yeah, how do you get there? There's a million different ways to get to the same place. And I think, you know, part of what we were doing, the collective part, was our competitiveness on and off the field, and us understanding we have to have all of these perspectives. We won the lawsuit because we had those perspectives. And because we were able to, you know, have people chime in at different points and have people step back and have other people's voices be louder at certain times. And I think ultimately we got to our best strategy and our best, you know, sort of path forward by getting the best out of everyone. And that doesn't always mean getting what you want, even though it's hard for me. I just want what I want. You know? It's truly not the best.
Yeah, I mean, don't we all? Veruca Salt. Actually, we have another audience member who asked this astute question to piggyback off what you just said. For you, Megan, what does allyship mean to you, and how can we be better allies to each other?
I feel like I think it's really simple. I always use this example, but I, you know, came out, and then at a certain point I was asking people I'm not asking people to be gay, I'm just asking you to respect that I am, and I'm just asking you to believe that what I'm telling you about my own experience is true, and here's some easy things that you can do, like, you know, vote for gay marriage and all of those things. So I feel like I had that experience, you know, in my mid-20s. I think Prop 8 in California, which is where I'm from, is like 2008, 9. You know, I came out sort of, you know, just right around there, maybe just a little bit before. A Supreme Court case was 2015. So around that time, it was like, okay, you know, I'm telling you this. You're either like with me, or you're sort of calling me a liar about my own experience. And so I had that experience, and then I had the experience of being an ally and kneeling with Colin. And to me, it always just was very simple. This entire community of people are saying essentially the same thing. And Colin had a very, you know, clear directive with an actionable item, which was kneeling at the time. And it was, to me, the question was like, do you believe Black people and the experience that they're all saying that they're having and all of the, you know, the evidence, or do you not? And it's just, so are you prepared to call everybody a liar, or are you not? And I think it, you know, I understand it can be more complicated than that, but to me, I think it's about understanding, you know, your own humanity and giving people that same grace and that same understanding and that same space, and showing up for them in the ways that they're asking and in the ways that they're telling you they need. And sometimes it's been, you know, me being more out front and using, you know, my whiteness or using my platform in that certain way, or sometimes it's pulling back. And I feel like I've sort of been on both sides of the coin in that, and I think it's really about like just listening and understanding that sometimes your role is to be a soldier, so to speak, or to just listen to the instructions and keep it pushing.
I like what you said about, you know, allow yourself to understand that humanity is essentially inherently varied, and that just that basic understanding will allow you to be an ally. Jess, there's a question here. You mentioned how basically you were able to see Title IX's evolution from the start. And this question is asking, what impact do you see the NIL having on Title IX and equality between men and women's competition?
Wow, this. Well, I definitely want to get other perspective on this. You know, the way that I think about college sports, I think there's a lot of pros, and I think there's some cons, and I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work out. But if I think about the number of collegiate athletes who will actually be impacted by NIL, maybe it's 10%. And so what I worry about is that the funding goes only to that 10%, and then the rest of the collegiate athletes, and I'm talking about Division II and Division III, maybe the Ivy League, are not getting the support for those sports. And from my view of the world, with respect to collegiate athletics, especially here in the United States, is that it's really been, for a long time, what has trained our US Olympians. And so the Olympic sports that are being played at the collegiate level, and then of course women's sports, that is my only concern. And I think broadly, we all need to collectively think about that, and that's why having some governance that the NCAA is no doubt trying to figure out and support and continue to morph and change with college athletics is really, really important. But maybe I'm misseeing it. I think there's a tremendous amount of power. I love it for the women's athletes and the ones who are being able to monetize it, and the male athletes too. But that's the worry that I have.
Megan, what do you think of NILs?
Oh gosh, there's so much. I think it's great because the athletes are getting to participate in their own revenue generation.
Yes.
Yeah, what do you do about the inequality across? Is this the death of college sports? I certainly hope not. I think we, especially as a woman, have understood how important college athletics are with Title IX, and we've talked on our panel yesterday. The living, walking, breathing example of this, some absurd percentage of the C-suite women who are in the C-suite have played college athletics. It's like an unbelievable training ground, not just for our Olympians, but for women in business and in the rest of our lives. And so how is that all affected? I mean, I think I don't know where it's going to go. I think college football is doing a wild, what's happening there?
Who plays for who?
Somebody just told me USC was in the ACC. And I was like, what? This doesn't, it obviously does. So I don't know where it's gonna fall out. I think it's been really amazing for the growth of, particularly women's college basketball, but I think for the growth of women's sports. And so in that, sort of subset of the conversation, it's been amazing, but where it's all gonna, I don't know, is there somewhere, you tell us what we're missing. Hold the things out.
Right. No, it's kind of
we're so early. It's like we don't really know.
With the college football stuff, right? These new super conferences, it's maybe maximizing a short-term equilibrium over a long-term one. Yeah, sure. In the short term, take the 20 most lucrative programs that are not in the South, put them in the same conference, Big Ten, right? In the long run, people want to have rivalries with other teams in their region and other schools that they know people that went to school at the other school in their state, right? And so I think it's short-sighted. People are always lacking for a long-term vision. You can always gain an advantage by having a longer time horizon, and I think we see the limits of that in college football.
This question is coming for you, Nate. You mentioned that data analysts used to be the outsiders in sports. So who are the outsiders now, and how can we bring them in?
There certainly still is inequality of opportunity in sports analytics and sports in general. Maybe there are some places where I don't think analytics have gone quote unquote too far, right? But it has become the established paradigm, and whenever there is an establishment paradigm, then there can be flaws in the conventional wisdom. So, but things have adjusted a lot, right? And people should be aware of when they go from, probably we all have experienced this, right? When you see yourself as a scrappy underdog, right? And then all of a sudden you become someone who is well-known and maybe wealthy and has prestige, right? It's a little bit of a weird dynamic, and you have to sometimes failure helps a little bit to keep your perceptions in check. It's probably inevitable when you kind of let success go to your head. But yeah, I mean, look, well, I'm tremendously privileged at this point in my life, and I have to kind of keep that in mind when I'm trying to analyze the world.
And Jess, just using the Sloan Conference as a way to kind of determine who is on the outside and how analytics has grown and evolved. What have you noticed over the years, 18 now for the Sloan Conference, how this conference has grown and how just the messaging around data analytics has changed?
I mean, what's most exciting is that some of the people in the early days who were coming to the Sloan Conference, Adam Silver was the head of NBA media, is obviously now the commissioner. And so as an example, 4 of the former student leads from the Sloan Conference were on panels this year. And so that they've risen within the industry. And so clearly there's interest and an expectation and a need, but I would say from the seat that I'm sitting in, we have so far to go. And the sports industry overall, compared to finance or insurance, the data is still needing to be created, and that's what I think is the most exciting about what is ahead for us.
So I'm being told that we're running out of time, and because the conference is coming to a close. But I want to just ask one more quick question, and maybe you could just answer it with, a team, a player, an ideology, whatever, however you want to answer this. But Megan, let's start with you. What excites you most about the future of sports? Could even be like Sunday on ABC. You're excited to watch the Celtics and the Warriors.
For you,
yeah, thank
you. I'm just only tuning in to your segments. I'm really excited about a sort of more advanced, I'm going to butcher all the words, but hopefully you can get what I'm saying. A sort of more advanced technological environment coupled with women's sports exploding. Can we get women's sports at a very early stage and use all of the things that you would be able to say better to really quickly maximize the growth of the sport in a way that is sustainable, but also can take into account all the things that are different about women's sports than men's sports.
Nate?
I think Wemby. I mean, you may have a guy who's who's a candidate for being one of the best athletes of all time.
Making
it's always exciting to see that happen.
Jess?
I will not be watching the Celtics game tomorrow, sorry, because I'll be watching the Iowa-Ohio State.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You could put it on your device, too, on the ESPN app.
Good, you're right, 2 screens.
2 screens, multiple screens. But this is done, this live and in-person panel. Thank you so much for all your insights. And, happy Sloan in the end of it.
Well, stick around. We're going to do the Alpha Awards. You guys don't need to stick around, but
perfect.
Thank you. Just give us a couple minutes. Thank you so much. Hi, thank you. Nice job.
These chairs to go, right? Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Alpha Awards 13.
We're back.
Whoop. 18th
Thank
annual.
you. Thank you for the loyal folks sticking around.
Yeah. Thanks for sticking around. This is a big crowd. This is my favorite part of the year. The winners. I like winning.
Yes.
I like people who win.
Love winning.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I supposed to? Oh, okay. I'm doing the highlights. I am wacky because I've been up here for 2 hours. I don't know time.
What a great closing panel. Incredible.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun. I could listen to Megan and Nate all day. So highlights for this year, as we alluded to at the beginning, we had over 2,600 people in person, and we did a better job of making people aware of our online stream. We had over 3,000 people who tuned into the live stream, which is awesome, and I think that's the highest we've ever had.
That's awesome. And I'll add, the chess boxing live stream had 16.
You should have the clicker. You can drive the slides.
What?
Okay.
What was the request?
Apparently there are slides, and we're going to click.
Oh, do you have a clicker?
I do have a clicker.
Oh, well.
Yeah. I thought I was just going to read it, though.
Is that Lance?
I guess so, yeah. Anyway, 16,000 people watching chess boxing.
16,000?
Yeah, yeah.
Why is that not on here?
Because I found out from our social media manager.
But no one got hit in the face.
As far as we know. I'm supposed to click. Oh, here we go. Oh, look, we have pictures. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay,
All right,
awesome.
very cool. I got it.
I think
You're still on.
I think I usually. People can read this. I don't need to read it.
All right. Very good. So I will go to the next. All right.
Oh, more. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Conference
panel
highlights.
highlights, yeah.
Panel highlights. This is you.
I know. They can read. What was, yeah, what?
I think you're supposed to read these.
I'll just call out the ones that I thought were, well.
Were they all the ones that you were on?
Honestly, anytime we have someone whose room is named after them, Sue Bird, then that's a good thing. So any panel Sue was on, I think, were, for me, the best panel.
With Bill and Shane not being here this year, do they lose their room name?
No, they're legends. Yeah.
I was kidding.
Well, very cool. Here you go.
Oh, so yes, the women's luncheon. This was the most highly attended. Not a surprise because Megan and Sue they were doing a pilot of their podcast, A Touch More. Not a podcast, sorry, their live event show, and it was phenomenal. They are so funny. Like, so entertaining.
You got to check out Sue's show, too. Which,
oh, my God, Sue's Place.
The latest episode this week is going to be about her being the St. Joe's Hawk, the one that has to move.
She was telling me about that she couldn't believe that they could actually do that for an entire game, and that it was hard for her to do it for 20 minutes. So we had 350 women at the event. Last year we had 250. So the power of Megan and Sue.
Our interactive events, always a highlight. Chess boxing, I talked about, and the athlete recovery room looked fun. I wish I could have made it there. Did you see this room? It was incredible.
I didn't make it, but I needed it.
But it looked like, yeah, everyone was like in these long. Anyway, at Harvard, your stats would have been better.
Probably.
You had a recovery room.
A lot of things would have made my stats better.
Mentorship.
Yes, so the mentorship program. We had, this was a huge expansion for us, and I again want to thank all of our supporters, but most specifically the Eugene Lang Foundation that allowed us to grow this program, both in terms of the impact and what we're offering. So we're 4 years into the mentorship program, and to now have former mentees coming back and being mentors is really phenomenal. So, but big thank you to TD Garden that gave a tour to the mentees on Thursday and also did a panel with a bunch of executives. And then yesterday we had the mentorship lunch, and Ben Alamar, who was representing the Eugene Lang Foundation, he spoke. And then Allison Feaster, my college basketball teammate, according to you, well, in looking at her stats.
LeBron-like.
LeBron-like. And then
Basketball Reference.
And then this morning they got together with their mentee class and alumni mentees for a networking breakfast, and that was net new, too.
Awesome. Well, I think we're to the awards.
Okay, here we go.
Thanks for sitting through the recap. Always exciting. All right. Oh, did I do it? Okay. No, this is good.
Oh, good.
All right. This is you.
Oh, sorry. We
Sponsored by Kager, I think.
What?
This is sponsored by
Yes,
Kager.
yes, it was in partnership with NASCAR, and so we narrowed this down. The first pitch competition, which is a case study competition, and we narrowed this down to three teams, which you can see right here. Oh, we're going to do the announcement.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so you see the 3 teams, and they're having me do this announcement. My alma mater, Northwestern University, won. So everyone from Northwestern, go Wildcats!
What do they get? Do we have something to give them? Are we giving them something?
How is this working?
Are they coming down and we're getting a photo? Are we giving them something?
They're not getting anything? Okay, we're just announcing you're winning. Picture, come on up.
Come on up for a photo.
Speech. We don't have a mic?
We have a microphone?
We need a mic. Microphone.
So they can say something.
All right. Right there. You just give it to him. Come on up, guys. Hey, congrats, man. That's awesome.
Hey,
that's incredible.
Congratulations.
Nice job. Incredible. Yeah. Go Northwestern.
We'll get a quick photo, and then we'll hear
Yeah,
a little
couple
bit
of
more
things.
about your analysis.
Yeah, your
one in the middle.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. Quick speech by one of you?
Tell us about your approach.
You got it.
For both of you?
You got it, yeah.
All right.
This is my first time at the conference, my first time in Boston, so this is a pretty great trip so far. I just want to thank.
Going well.
Yeah, I want to thank the conference and NASCAR, of course, for having us and the opportunity to share our insights. Really could not have done it without Elation Brandon, so thank you to my colleagues. I think, yeah, just really happy to be here. Really thank you guys.
What was the click on the
I'll
solution?
explain what we did. The biggest thing for the competition was how can we improve NASCAR sales and marketing timelines. So the work that we did was some customer segmentation and race segmentation work to see kind of what products or customers need to be more involved within the fan engagement standpoint. And going from there, introducing 3 potential solutions from AI, personalized AI to new races to potentially improve NASCAR sales and marketing timeline.
What's a new race, maybe? New race.
New Orleans or Seattle, potentially, eventually.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
Congrats. That's awesome. Way to go. Here, leave the mic.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh my.
That's good?
Yeah, it's all good.
All right, next one. Hackathon.
I'm usually in control of the clicker.
All right, on Thursday, we had 50 people participate in the hackathon presented by Ticketmaster.
Thank you, Ticketmaster.
This has been an amazing thing we do every year, and people in the hackathon have gone on to big jobs at teams. Ticketmaster, very kind to give us both the problem and sponsor the event.
Daniel Lee, who won it a couple years ago, gave a CA or a workshop this year at the conference, so it was pretty awesome. A memorable winner because his son was asleep, and when he brought him up here.
Oh, I remember.
Yes,
that's
him.
amazing. Yeah.
And he now works at Zeus Analytics.
Excellent. And you're announcing the winner.
Oh, and our winner is for the student division. It's both of them. Sorry, I didn't realize both of them. Congratulations to, and I don't want to missay their name. You say it.
Jackson Crawford. Tejas Bala.
Oh, Tejas Bala. Yes. And then for the open division, Ben Jenkins and Ethan Haas.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to come down for this winner.
You want to bring that?
Yeah.
We'll come down here first.
Yeah.
Come on, yes.
Hey, congrats. Appreciate it, Jackson. How did I do on the other name?
Tejas.
Dang it! Tejas. Sorry. And here's Ben. Congrats. Appreciate it. Awesome. Very cool. I will do a pick first.
Okay, so I think they'll each speak.
Yeah. Quick on your solution.
Yeah. So, thank you to Ticketmaster. Thank you. This is also my first time in Boston, first time at the conference. Had a tremendous experience. So we were tasked with picking 10 cities and designing a tour for a particular artist. So we chose Carol G, rising international star.
Kenny G?
Carol G.
God.
Sorry. And so really fun experience. Was expecting sports, but really enjoyed it. Finished off the tour with a back-to-back in Miami. But yeah, love the conference, love the competition. Great experience.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Ben?
thank you.
Yeah, it was also my first time at this conference, same with Ethan, and we chose Luke Combs, so a concert tour, starting in Seattle and finishing off in Miami. So it was a great experience and proud to be here, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Appreciate it.
Very not elegant there by me. You look great. You look quite spry though.
I tried. All right, you got
All right,
the clicker.
the start. No, okay, I do. Startup competition. All right, we had 18 startups in this year's competition and trade show. We hope that you had a chance to engage with them and their booths throughout the halls. Our winner for the under, does that say under?
500,000 track or more.
I know. Winner for the 500,000 track or more.
Oh, the winner is Omnic AI.
Woo-woo!
Congrats. Sean Meredith.
See here?
Sean here?
Yeah.
Oh, there they are. Awesome, yeah. Maybe we'll announce the other two.
You want to do the other one too?
Yeah, we'll announce and then talk to both, yeah.
And the under 500 is One Court. Antush Bellini. Please come on up.
Oh, there. Sorry, I guess they usually have like a...
Yeah.
I didn't say no.
It's okay.
I said yes.
Your wife is right.
I'm saying yes instead of no now. A couple people got that. Hey, thanks. I love the logo. It's awesome.
That's
Way to
awesome.
go, yeah,
Let's get a
appreciate
photo
it.
with you guys with that in the background. Come on in.
Let's do that. All right. Thanks. Tell us about Omnic or
Thank you once again. This is the first time being at this conference, although I've been in Boston quite a bit. I'm in an MIT PhD. Anyway, Omnic AI, where basically we help gamers to game smarter using AI. So for all of you that know anyone that plays video games, they should go to forge.omnic.ai and sign up now for their AI coach that can help them improve.
Wow, awesome. Congratulations.
I will do that.
Excellent.
All right, thank
All
you.
right, thank you so much.
See you.
Thank you. Congrats. Thank you so much.
We'll go back. Before. One court here?
One court.
All right. Congrats, guys. Appreciate it. Like the shirt.
Hey.
It's awesome.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Thanks.
Daryl.
A little bit on
Let's get a photo first. And
okay.
So Daryl, apparently your style is really
It's catching on.
Yeah.
We started it.
Thank you.
All right. Tell us about One Court. Yeah.
Hey everyone, my name is Anthush and I'm here with Simon. And at One Court, we believe that sports is for everyone. We are bringing live sports to fans with blindness and low vision using haptics. We've created a haptic device, like a tablet, that allows fans with visual disabilities to feel where the action is on the field in real time. We're hoping to launch with different teams across the NFL, NBA, MLS, MLB, and NHL in the next 12 months. So we're really excited for this opportunity. Also our first time in Boston and at this conference, like many others. So thank you all for this opportunity.
Awesome.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Incredible.
That's awesome.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. It's incredible. Yeah.
Why did you guys come up with that idea?
All right, we're moving on to the research papers.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, thanks for telling your story. Appreciate it. I think this is you. All right.
So the research paper, Daryl, this is your baby.
It
You
says
really-
Jess.
No, it says
Literally
Daryl. The winner is.
Jess. Anyway.
Mine is literally different. I'm not kidding. Look, it says Daryl.
Okay, all right. Well, then I have a different thing. Anyway, so the research paper is near and dear to my heart, so that's what's throwing Jess off why I should be doing this. We had an awesome top three. Feeling the Pressure, Unified Framework for Automatic Pass Rushing Statistics, Sungmin Hong. No More Throwing Darts at the Wall, Developing, I love these titles, are incredible.
Yeah.
Developing Fair Handicaps for Darts Using Markov Decision Process, Craig Fernandez. That's a state change process, just for folks out there. Optimizing Baseball Fielder Positioning with Consideration for Adaptable Hitters. I love William Melville, Herman Melville. Okay. I was like, that's a pretty famous name. Anyway, top three, and the winner is No More Throwing Darts at the Wall. Craig Fernandez. Up there here. All right, Craig, and looks like his co-author probably is coming up. Yeah, we do need a stand. We should try that. Like the Golden Globes when they're trapped at the back table. So, hey, Timothy, hey, good to see you.
Hey,
Craig, how you doing? Congrats. Yeah. Maybe give a little
photo
quick
first.
photo. Yeah. Awesome. Maybe give a little on.
Talk a little bit about your.
Yeah, so thank you for having us. Thank you to Sloan, to the competition chairs, and to the judges. A little bit about our research is we looked at darts. I think it might have been the first time darts got some airtime at this conference, so we're excited to push that.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
And essentially, we look at the current handicapping system in darts and showing that that actually doesn't lead to true fairness amongst matches, and we develop a new system to help.
Has anyone used it yet? Or?
So it's actually a pitch for us. We're looking for collaborators to try.
So it's better rules? Is that what you said?
Essentially, instead of a head start, we have something that uses a credit that you can claim the credit at any point, and instead of throwing a dart, you can claim what you want that dart to land on.
Oh.
And it's basically just a totally novel system of trying to equalize, and determining the right amount of credits leads to the right win probability.
That's awesome.
All right. Yeah,
of course.
I just also wanted to say we have a third co-author. Her name is Rachel. She was an undergraduate student at the time of doing this work, and she was actually really the driving force behind it. She was not able to attend today.
Oh, okay.
I really want to give her
Shout out
credit
Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, well done. Thank you.
Female power.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you guys
Yeah,
so much.
thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
All right.
You're somehow sitting down before me.
All
All right, Immaculate Grid. So for the first time, we partnered with Sports Reference to make a custom Immaculate Grid competition at the conference this year. And just want to thank the Sports Reference who we did a lot of work with this year. I think we noted it at the beginning about the women's basketball. But so we wanted to extend the work that we're doing with them. So the Immaculate Grid this year, we had 6 winners across baseball, women's basketball, men's basketball, soccer, football, and hockey. Did you participate?
I did not.
Yeah, I did not either.
I didn't have a chance.
It was a busy 2 days.
Then so 2 winners are here, which we're excited about. Ben Gillis and Jordan Murphy, if you can come up. All right. Thank you. Baseball. Oh. us for their winning.
Maybe they're not here?
No, they're.
Oh, sorry.
They're here. Hey, hey. How you doing? Which one did you win? Baseball? There you go. What was the key? Memory. Good memory. Hey, Jordan. How you doing? Yeah.
Hi. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Wanna-
You guys play a lot of basketball, Immaculate Grid? Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Very good. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Photo. Sorry. Sorry about that. Can we do it together? Is that okay, guys? All right.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. The Alpha Awards. So earlier today, we presented to Jackie the Lifetime Achievement Award, and I'll share a little bit here. Is that Jackie? I first met her when I was a freshman, first year at Harvard. She played high school basketball for my college basketball coach, and was just someone who I really looked up to. And so I finally got the courage to invite her to come to the conference, probably the third or fourth year, and she's come every year since. But if you don't know, Jackie is a true pioneer, sports journalist, and one of the best NBA writers of all time. She's also written many best-selling books on everyone from Larry Bird to Magic Johnson. She was the first female sports columnist for the Boston Globe, and she won the Penn Faulkner ESPN Literary Award, and she was also the first woman. So just a true trailblazer and an amazing supporter of the conference. Okay.
Awesome. All right, so our first Alpha Award.
That's us.
Yeah, we'll go to the best sports innovation this past year. This is, again, annually given for 13 years. Let's look at the nominees. So the nominees were MLB rule changes, primarily their pitch clock and base sizes. MLB Phillies go-ahead entry facial recognition. That's where you can just walk in, don't need a ticket. Pretty cool, happening right in Philadelphia. The NBA in-season tournament, shout out to Evan Wash, former lead of the conference, who worked on that at the NBA in a big way. NHL Edge, Puck, and Player Tracking. And finally, the Vegas Sphere, which got a lot of attention this past year. And the winner is, Jess?
The winner is, Major League Baseball, rule changes, pitch clock.
All right, I think we have a video.
Video.
So the MLB is, there's a bunch of league meetings at spring training, so they could not make it, but they recorded a video.
Yes.
Play button.
Hey, this is Morgan Sword at Major League Baseball. I run the baseball operations department here, and on behalf of all of us in New York, I want to thank you very much for this kind honor. We are very excited about what the rule changes have done for the game, and again, very honored that you all thought of us for this. We're sorry we couldn't be there in person. I've been to the conference many times, and it's a great way to kick off spring training and to get going. And again, thank you all very much. Hope to see you at the ballpark this year.
And just so folks know, the nomination come from the MIT students, and then an esteemed panel of folks, including Michael Lewis, Bill James, basically the panel names. The panel room names vote on the awards.
We'll have to get Sue Bird to start
Absolutely.
voting, too.
Absolutely. I guess this is you, Jess.
Okay. Oh.
You want me to do
Dave.
this?
Yeah, please.
All right, best sports transaction nominees are the Dodgers signed Shohei Ohtani to a 10-year heavily deferred compensation contract. My wife, who is a Mets fan, is very upset about this contract because it seems to be something that shouldn't be legal. Allow them to sign other players that the Dodgers don't need all these advantages. So, Portland Trailblazers trade Damian Lillard to the Bucks for Drew Holiday, Ayton, unprotected first, and 2 swaps. Boston Celtics trade Marcus Smart for Kristaps Porzingis and 2 late firsts. Real Madrid signs Jude Bellingham. Inter Miami MLS signed Lionel Messi. The Rams draft Puka Nacua, one of the great stars of the NFL last year, and Aston Martin F1 signing Fernando Alonso. And why don't you do the winner, Jess?
The Boston Celtics.
So the Boston Celtics could not be here. They had a meeting, so they couldn't make it. So
They were a lot of them were here.
No. They just had to leave. Is all I'm saying. So
okay.
They weren't here to accept.
Okay.
So yeah, many were on panels. In fact, that's Mike Zarin's picture in the so. But anyway, great trade for them, and they could not be here to accept, unfortunately.
So here are our Best Analytics Organization nominees. As you can see, I will not go through reading them. And the winner is the Baltimore Ravens.
Reese likes the Baltimore Ravens, apparently.
I like Lamar Jackson.
Oh, nice. All right. Congrats to the Ravens. Incredible year. Highest point differential of any NFL team last year. They're coming to stage.
Thank you. All right.
Congrats. Awesome. Yeah.
Congratulations. Come on in for a photo. Oh, photo.
I wish I could say I'd had any responsibility for our on-field success, but I'm honored to accept this award on behalf of the Baltimore Ravens. I work in our strategy and analytics department on the business side. Our folks are all at the Combine this week, but we really appreciate the honor that the Ravens have accepted analytics from the top down, and it's really a privilege to work at the organization. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's gonna be a tough week for NFL attendees. The Combine happened to overlap.
We have one last trophy. So as you may know, last year I won our fantasy.
Oh yes.
And the buy-in is not $100,000 like Paul Tudor Jones's. But Daryl, I'm very honored to present you with, you won the fantasy football. How old is the league now? We've been playing.
Right. 20.
I've been playing in it for 20 years.
Yeah. So 20-year bragging rights league, top-notch fantasy, and last year was my fifth championship, I think.
Braggadocious.
Yeah. So anyway.
Sorry, yeah. Ooh.
Just so I can use it for blackmail.
Yeah.
All right.
And I want you to know that my children broke the trophy, so
that
I
makes
apologize
it even better.
for that. Okay,
even
thank
better.
you. All right.
All right, thanks everyone. Congrats to all the winners.
Done?
And thank you for coming.
Have all the Sloan students.
And we want to invite all the Sloan leaders up.
Come on up.
And again, thank you everyone for coming. Incredible.
Thank you.
Congrats to the students who run everything. Yeah.